So hey guys, how are you all? Welcome to. So we are back with a brand new movie on what if Naruto was went Erza house after rough harem movie, but before we start, be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video. Now let's begin the story. He was brought back to teach a lesson and end an abomination. He taught the lesson how one became a Hokage because the village acknowledged him and not because he acknowledged T-Village. He learned to leave the things out of his reach to his comrades, namely a blonde-haired teenager who had surpassed his expectations. He had watched as his best friend had given him his eye so that no conflict would arise over them. He had watched as his younger brother grew and feeded on the hatred he pointed him to. He had done the unthinkable. He had raised his hand against his fellow clansmen to secure peace for the village, and he did it as his duty. War had changed him. He had lived his life for peace as a sacrifice to it. He had changed one's fate and had ended the abomination known as Ito Tensei. And now he slumbered in darkness, ready to meet the fate of the afterlife, punishment or harmony. He was ready, but it was not what he expected. He heard the voice of a girl crying, sobbing. He awoke, his eyes snapping open. He rose up as he viewed the surroundings around him. Where is this? The flash of pink, a circle flashing before him. Itachi's eyes widened as he saw a little girl raise up all sorts of battle equipment and slaughter the people in front of her. His eyes drawing away from the bloodshed, it was just as he had seen in the Third Ninja War, bodies and blood lying everywhere. He watched as her scream died down in a comment. Finish that impudent little slave now. Slave. The slave, bondage to someone in hopes of gaining something, for the most part, it was bearable if the owner of the slave chose to treat the slave as his or her friend. That outcome however was highly unlikely. Itachi's eyes widened as he raced forward grabbing the girl and an old man. A huge blast shook the area as rocks crumbled down. The girl whimpered as her face was buried in his chest. He kept the old man's body down and cheeked for his pulse, it was weak. What caught him off guard was the old man opening his eyes and looking straight at him. With his right hand, he pulled on Itachi's cloak and spoke in a hoarse voice. Please I beg GOFYU, take her away from here, muttered the man, as the child looked wide-eyed as tears fell down her face. Itachi looked at her as a look of shock settled over him. The child was missing an eye, a metal eye patch in its place. Anger slowly grew in his chest as he looked towards the now marching group of people. He didn't say anything as he then disappeared. What? The kick made its way onto the face of one of the men wearing armor. Their eyes in shock as they viewed the sight in front of them. Who are you? Shouted one of the men as he aimed at Itachi. No response as Itachi sidekicked one of them into the whole group. Itachi analyzed each of their attacks, they seemed to attack him with jutsus of different elements, but what caught him off guard was that they were muttering incantations to attack him. He had never come across any of this in the short life he lived. The other thing that he didn't register was that his sight was restored and he felt no illness in his body. He would save it for later as he engaged his opponents. Taking them out with ease and leaving them near the brink of death. He didn't say anything as he walked back to the old man lying on the ground with the girl sobbing onto him. Somehow the elderly man had enough life in him to talk to Itachi. Please take care of her I beg you. Murmured the man as he drew his last breath and closed his eyes. Itachi looked away as the girl began crying once more. He held his gaze but more as he then heard voices below. He walked past her as the girl looked up at his retreating form, tears streaking down from her lone left eye. 3 hours later. The true heir of the Uchiha clan watched as the slaves got onto the ships. His job now done, he turned his back and started walking. He didn't search for the girl again, but he stopped when he heard the shuffling of footsteps. He turned around, his cloak waving in the wind, his eyes widened momentarily as he saw the little girl from before run up to him. She was tattered, and small injuries adorned her body as she came up to him. Itachi kept looking at her as she came and stood in front of him. Can I come with you? Itachi looked on, as a little surprise shone in his face. He knelt down to her level as the form of his younger brother took over her. What purpose would you have accompanying me? She looked down as her feet shifted on the sand. She didn't meet his gaze as Itachi waited for her to answer. Jai-san told me to go with you, he said he felt you were good. Muttered the girl. Itachi blinked as she viewed the girl in front of her. He then came to the conclusion that the old man before was named Rob. He didn't know even where he was. He decided to take her and get her to a town and find out if he was anywhere remotely near the shinobi countries. One way of finding that out would be to search the bingo book in any given town and then find out. Itachi returned his gaze to the small girl. He could tell that she had been crying in excess. He slowly poked her forehead with his 2 forefingers making her stagger back a bit. She looked up at Itachi as a small smile crept onto his face. Why don't we get going then? Asked Itachi. He stopped, his back turned to her. What's your name? The scarlet-haired girl blinked at him and beamed a smile. Erza. After a long pause. Erza scarlet. The color of her hair. Amusing. Thought Itachi. Nai-san, what's yours? Itachi blinked as he answered her. Itachi, he left his last name out so that if any found out that he was an Uchiha, they would target him or her. Half an hour later, they had covered a fair amount of distance, the sounds of panting and of a body hitting the ground. Itachi turned around as he sighed. He came up to her panting full in form as he knelt down. He pulled her up and made her arms wrap around his neck, his right hand holding onto her arms which were wrapped around his neck. She regained consciousness with half-lidded eyes. With his other free hand, he carried her on his back, making sure she was holding on to him tightly. He let go of his right arm and placed it under her thigh, carrying her. She mumbled something about something called fairy tale which Itachi couldn't understand. He smiled a bit as he recalled the way he had carried Sasuke when he was younger. Steadily he treaded down the barren land. His eyes widened as a shadow cast over him. He looked up to see a lizard-like creature with wings flying over him. He watched as it passed him by. Where exactly am I? He started to walk once more as he felt something near his feet. He looked down to see a small pouch filled with notes. He slowly kneeled down and picked it up, examining the notes inside it. He observed the numbers present on it. This must be some form of currency. Strange, I haven't seen anything like this, save for Ryo. He placed it in his cloak. For some reason, he felt the cloak he was wearing to be loose, like it didn't fit him. Nevertheless, he walked on, step by single step. He continued to tread on the barren land as finally he reached a town. Weariness overran him as he came to the entrance of the town. Night had fallen. Itachi knew he needed to find somewhere to stay. He decided that if people wouldn't recognize him, then it was safe to say he wasn't anywhere near the elemental countries. He walked along carrying the girl. He saw a library, its title in bright bold letters. He stored it in his memory as he came into the inn. He took in the air as he entered the building. He hoped that no one would recognize him, and his hope was rewarded when the lady sitting in front of him smiled at him. Itachi went up to her. "Hello there, young man, what can I do for you?" The woman looked to be in her 20s, wearing a black dress, her hair neatly tied into a bun. He silently felt relieved that he wasn't discovered. He then looked up to her. "I require a room for one," came Itachi's voice. "Don't you mean for two?" chuckled the woman as she pointed to the girl on Itachi's back. Itachi didn't smile, he just stared at the woman until she conceded her defeat. That wasn't happening anytime soon. "I think your little sister would appreciate sleeping on a bed, don't you?" asked the lady. "A chair will be sufficient for myself," replied Itachi. The woman smiled as she then took out a key and handed it to Itachi. "That'll be 200 jewels," came her answer. Itachi took out the pouch he had procured. He saw that the paper had numbers on it. He placed 200s and a 50 note on the table as the woman took it. She then raised her hand and showed him the number 2 with her fingers. Itachi looked on. "This is for 2 days, if you want the room for more than 2 days, then the price increases by 100, said the woman. Itachi nodded his head as he turned around. He looked at the key. The number on the key showed the number of the door as he searched for it. He found it, but before he went in, he came back to the woman. She raised an eyebrow at him. "Have you heard of a place called Konoha?" asked Itachi. She blinked. "Konoha?" asked the woman. Itachi patiently waited for her answer. "Never heard of it, kid," came her reply. Itachi then walked back to the room with a young girl on his back. He then entered the room. He observed the room. The bedroom was the living room. There was a door to his right. He opened it to see a bathroom. He closed it as he took in the other part of the surroundings. A table was present to the left of him and a closet. He slowly went to the bed and placed the girl on the bed, making sure her head was on the pillow. He took a sheet and covered her body. He kept his gaze a little more on her and then went into the bathroom. He went to the sink as he let the water run. When he looked at himself in the mirror, he was shocked. His hair was shorter and his cloak didn't fit him. He observed himself in the mirror. He could see clearly as well. Was this a result of using Izanami? Did it determine my fate as well? I look as if I was when I was 16 years old, thought Itachi. As he contemplated this, he shook it off as he looked at himself in the mirror. He watched as his eyes warped into red and then finally into a pinwheel. I still possess the Manjikyu. But I can see clearly, are its effects nullified? He then made a hand sign as a poof echoed in the bathroom. He looked at his clone. You know what you have to do. Understood. His clone then walked out of the room and went out of the building. Itachi just looked on as he slowly seated himself on the chair looking out the window. The last thing he could remember was his fight with Kabuto and meeting his brother once more. It's now all in your hands, Naruto. His attention then turned to the girl sleeping on the bed. He contemplated on who she could be and how she could have that much power. And what could be that pink circle that had appeared when she had cried out to the elderly man's death? He needed answers. He slowly looked back at the girl. She had one eye. A certain silver-haired ninja came into his mind. He then turned his gaze back onto the window, watching the buildings. He slowly drifted to sleep. Next morning. Itachi felt something tugging his clothes as his eyes opened. He saw the small girl looking at him. He rubbed his eyes as he suddenly clutched his head in pain. The information that his clone had gathered had come back to him. He then saw the bag that the clone had placed on the table. As he slowly stood up and took it, he then turned to the small girl as he gave her the bag. She looked at him curiously with her lone left eye. "Open it," said Itachi as he then wore his cloak once more. He decided to go out and get himself some new clothes to blend into this new area. The girl looked at him curiously as her eyes widened when she took out a blood-red dress, complementing her scarlet hair and black shoes. She looked up at him. "Is this mine?" she asked. Itachi just nodded his head, his eyes closed. "Why?" she cried out to him as her lone eye shed tears. "Why? I wanted to honor a dying man's request," said a calm Itachi. Erza looked up in surprise. Flashbacks. Please. I beg GOFYU, take her away from here," muttered the man, as the child looked wide-eyed as tears fell down her face. Itachi looked at her as a look of shock settled over him. The child was missing an eye, a metal eye patch in its place. Anger slowly grew in his chest as he looked towards the now marching group of people. He didn't say anything as he then disappeared. Please take Kari of her eye, I beg you," murmured the man as he drew his last breath and closed his eyes. Itachi looked away as the girl began crying once more. He held his gaze but more as he then heard voices below. He walked past her as the girl looked up at his retreating form, tears streaking down from her lone left eye. Send flashbacks. Itachi's voice brought her out of her musings as she looked up to him. "When you were asleep, you murmured some things fairy tale I believe," said Itachi in a calm voice. Itachi watched as her face turned into joy. She began telling him of how her Jai-san told her about fairy tale and how everyone there was a family. Itachi listened to her explanation intently and then decided he knew where fairy tale was. His clone had amassed the information. He decided to leave her there and travel on his own for a while until he could come to terms that this world was his home now. "I see, and you wish to join this fairy tale?" asked Itachi as she looked at her calmly. She beamed at him and nodded her head. She beamed at him. Itachi recalled a memory where Sasuke had asked him to teach him shuriken jutsu. He couldn't honor that promise, he decided to honor this one. "Get yourself dressed, I'll return shortly," said Itachi as he walked out of the door, leaving a confused-looking little girl in the room. In half an hour, Itachi had gone to the same store where his clone had brought the clothes for the little girl and had come out wearing clothes reminiscent of his past. A plain black shirt with an overturned collar and a dark brown pant, he left the sandals which the Akatsuki had given him on and had sealed his cloak and his previous purple shirt and pant into a piece of paper and had placed it into his pocket. He came back to the inn and once again spoke with the owner. "I see, so you want to leave. You barely spent a day here?" asked the woman. Itachi nodded his head. "Fine then, here's 100 jewels," said the woman as she took it out of the counter and gave it to Itachi. Itachi in turn gave her the key to his room. He then went back to his room to collect the little girl. When he opened the door, he was tackled by a hug from the little girl as he looked down in shock at her. "Nai-san. Thank you," beamed the girl as she looked up at him. Itachi blinked as surprise shone in his face. Flashbacks. "I'm home," called Itachi as he opened the door to his home. "Nai-san," jumped Sasuke as he tackled Itachi. "Nai-san. Would you show me the shuriken jutsu today?" "He has to study," came Mikoto's voice. Sasuke looked crestfallen as Itachi smiled at him. "It's quite easy, I'll do it later." Mikoto sighed in defeat as Sasuke grinned at her. "Nai-san, thank you." Send flashbacks. Itachi shook it off as he looked at the girl hugging him. He slowly pried her off of him and went and took his pouch. Erza looked confused as Itachi told her that they were leaving. "Where are we going?" was her innocent question. "Fairy tale," was his simple answer. She ran up beaming behind him as they both left the inn. Itachi had procured a map, a guide from the library. His clone stole it, but since he was a shinobi, it was a necessity. He opened it before he moved forward. It was half a day way by sea. He now knew he needed to find a port since he was in Bosco at the moment from what information he dug up. He then placed it back inside his sleeve as he then left with Erza. After a few minutes walking, they arrived at the port. He went up to the captain and paid him money, the price being 600 jewels for him and 300 for Erza. The captain welcomed him and Erza onto the ship. Itachi sat down on the floor of the ship as he saw the blue vastness in front of him, while Erza smiled as the wind blew in her face. The ride was boring and uneventful, except for the fact that Erza suddenly had dropped a glass of juice onto Itachi when she tripped. Itachi's eyes slowly opened as he gave her a glare. She smiled a sheepish smile as she muttered a sorry to him. Itachi slowly got up as he kindly asked the chuckling captain for a towel. He glared at the captain, silencing him and taking the towel from his hand and wiping himself with it. He went back to sitting on the floor of the ship. Another event was when a man had commented that Erza would become a fine-looking lass one day and would be a man-eater. That man was mysteriously thrown into the ocean and found muttering something about demon with red eyes all around him. To say Itachi wasn't satisfied was an understatement. He was more than content at the moment. They finally reached Fiora and reached a town called Harem Town. They disembarked from the ship as Erza enthusiastically waved goodbye to her newfound friend and the captain. They were currently south of Magnolia town. Itachi decided to go by a horse-driven carriage as it wasn't very far. After almost a whole day of traveling, they arrived at Magnolia town. Itachi then questioned a passerby where the guild was. He pointed them in that direction. As Itachi and Erza began their trek towards the guild, they reached it after a few minutes of asking passerbys where the guild was. Fairy Tale Guild. Itachi slowly opened the doors of the guild. All the sound inside died out when the people inside saw him and Erza. Itachi watched each of them closely as he entered the guild. He saw children, Erza's age, at a table staring at them. A man then approached them. His outfit was simple and practical, consisting of a dark tattered cape over his bare chest, with a high collar and armored plates on the shoulders, held closed by a belt and covering his whole figure, and loose dark pants, complete with an armored waist guard with plates similar to the ones on his shoulders, tucked inside simple boots. Itachi wearily looked at him as he approached him. He smiled as he came up to Itachi. "Welcome to Fairy Tale, can I help you?" "I'm looking for Makarov-sama, is he present here?" "Ah, I see, wait a moment," said the man as he called out master. Itachi watched as a dwarf of a man came up to him. Itachi gained a serious expression as he approached them. "What can I do for you, young man?" "I'm here to fulfill a request by a man whose name was Rob-san, he was part of your guild I believe," answered Itachi. The man in front of him, Makarov, broke into laughter as he asked him how his friend was and that he didn't hear from him in years. "I'm afraid he's dead, Makarov-sama," said Itachi in a monotone voice. That shocked the two men in front of him as he quietly requested them to talk to them in private. The motion to him to a room with only him, Erza, Makarov and the man Itachi had just met. After some proper introductions, he told them about what happened to Rob. He asked Ezra to step out, she protested, but listened as she went out. Swore the two men to secrecy about what he told them. He told them how he was not part of this world and how he had saved Erza and traveled with her here. "I see, it's unheard of, but I believe you, Itachi," said Makarov as stroked his chin in thought. "Another world. I understand, and the old man told that little girl about us, huh?" asked the man now identified to Itachi as Gildertz. Itachi nodded his head in response. "We'll take her in, Itachi, but what about you?" asked a concerned Makarov to Itachi. The man reminded him of the third Hokage, kind but stern. "I wish to find some way to adapt to this world system of magic," answered Itachi. "We could help you here, surely," protested Gildertz. "I appreciate your willingness to help me, Gildertz-san, but it would not benefit me. I need to adapt to how this world actually is both by sight and feeling," answered Itachi. "And what about Erza? You're just going to leave her here. Itachi nodded his head. "Are you that hurdle?" Before Gildertz could finish, Makarov interrupted him. "Itachi, I will make a deal with you. I know you care about Erza deeply because no one would just make sure that she would make it here safely like that, and so I tell you, we'll accept Erza into our guild only if you promise to return to her and join our guild," said Makarov. "And if I refuse?" "You can find some other guild to put Erza into," said Makarov. Gildertz's eyes widened. "Master. I agree to your terms, Makarov-sama," answered Itachi. Makarov just gazed at the boy in awe. He's willing to throw away his own freedom so that Erza can join us. How selfless is he? Thought Makarov. This kid, we should inform her that the same thing happened to him, wondered Gildertz. "Take this tattoo, this is our seal of promise so that you won't forget." "Forgive me for my rudeness, Makarov-sama, but that's a guild mark. Who are you trying to fool?" asked Itachi. "The seal of remembrance," stated Makarov, not withdrawing. "Fine, place it here," said Itachi as he drew up the left sleeve of his shirt. On his right was his Anbu mark, he didn't want them to see that. Makarov and Gildertz smiled. The three men then walked out of the room. Erza smiled as she saw Itachi come up to her. He knelt down to her level as a sudden poof echoed throughout the building. Gildertz and Makarov looked at the strange kind of magic as a small sword came into Itachi's hand. "Erza, this is for you," stated Itachi as he gave her the small sword. She took it in both of her hands as Itachi stood up and poked her in the head. "Ow," murmured Erza as she glared at Itachi. "That's strong, Erza," said Itachi as he walked past her. "Wait. Itachi Nai-san. Where are you going?" she called out to him. Itachi didn't respond as he kept walking. She ran up to him grabbing the back of his shirt. Itachi sighed as she looked at her. "Forgive me, Erza, maybe next time," said a smiling Itachi as his eyes then warped into his Sharingan. Erza looked confused as she slowly collapsed. Itachi then carried her back to Gildertz and placed her in his care. "Please take care of her," said Itachi. Gildertz and Makarov smiled as they nodded their heads. Itachi muttered a small thank you and made his way out of the guild. "That boy, he's strong with the time he takes to train, he might become the strongest person in our world." "I know, and guess what, Gildertz?" smiled Makarov. Gildertz looked on. Fairy Tail has 2 new members, we keep growing stronger and stronger. That we do, master, agreed Gildert as he watched Itachi leave the guild. That we do, the next generation will always surpass the previous one. Rumors of one holding power as high as that of Zeref or even beyond him floated around the magical world. This new entity, they had come to know, was feared and respected for his power as well, but the most distinct characteristic thing was that the man they talked about was said to possess demon eyes. When Makarov heard this, he didn't know what to think when the annual guild masters meeting came up. Some of the guild masters accused Makarov of having a secret weapon. When he denied these claims, they had told him that the boy who had taken out many of the dark guilds had possessed the tattoo of Fairy Tail on his left arm, even showing photographic evidence. Makarov was dumbstruck, but the council had none of it. As long as the boy was taking out the dark guilds, they would leave him alone, but if he ever posed a problem to the magic world, they would use all their power to bring him down. Makarov chuckled bitterly, he was already a problem to the magic world. News spread of the man known as the visual illusionist. From the barest of descriptions, they said he was helping people, but at the same time didn't care how much damage he did along the way, though according to an onlooker, the damage was done mostly by his opponents. The visual illusionist had used his high-speed magic to defeat his opponent with minimal collateral damage. He was easily above the common S-class mages, in a league of his own. Gilderts knew exactly who it was, as did Makarov. They patiently awaited his return. The 21-year-old illusionist, as christened by various newsletter and magazines, had his face covered by a cloak most of the time. But what associated with him the most was a black cloak with red clouds. Rumors had come up that he had taken on a black dragon, knocking it out with him falling into the ocean. Suffice to say, just a minute later, the illusionist would have died from exhaustion, if not for the kindness of a fisherman who was coincidentally had come out that far into the sea. The next generation of Fairy Tail didn't know what to think of the man. A certain pink-haired dragon slayer knew he wanted to fight the man, not because of the amount of fame it would bring him, but to prove to a certain flying lizard that he had grown stronger. The Strauss siblings didn't know that it was the illusionist that had saved the middle brother and calmed him down when he had failed in his takeover form. Marahin would forever be grateful to the man who had saved her younger brother's life. She described the boy she had met when she was 30 years as a boy whose eyes held great regret and a burden. It had astonished her, but somehow he was kind enough to save her younger brother. He had disappeared into crows without even talking to her. When she confronted her master about it, he laughed it off, saying that she would see him again one day and could talk to him then. She looked forward to that day. Erza Scarlet. She had mixed views of the man christened as the visual illusionist. She had become more withdrawn after her adopted brother left her in the guild and never to be seen again. She would cry every time she remembered him or the old man known as Rob, although they were less frequent outbursts. She had a tendency of social awkwardness, remaining silent until and unless she was addressed to. A year before, she had become an S-class mage. But when she was taking the exam, she had felt eyes on her, she had looked around and had caught a man watching her from a hill. His cloak sprang in the wind and just like glass, it was shattered when he disappeared. She had grown in both body and skill, and as a man so many years ago had commented, she had become a fine young lass, feared for her abilities as well and her strength. She was a master in swordsmanship, especially mastering a sword presented to her by her adopted brother. She had a feeling that the visual illusionist was actually her brother. She had seen his eyes turn red when he had knocked her out in the guild and thrust her into an illusion. She was now 16 years old, surpassing many her age in terms of strength and skills. A small smile played away at a man who was reading a newsletter in a cafe in Magnolia town when he read the interview that Erza had done for a local magazine. A man came and sat opposite to him. "You seem to be enjoying yourself," chuckled the man as he sat down. The man sitting down removed his hood, revealing 2 stress-line birthmarks on his face and a ponytail neatly wrapped, a bead-like necklace adorning his neck, with 2 bangs falling in front of his face. He looked into the eyes of the man who had once called him heartless. "You've grown," smiled Gilderts. "Unfortunately, I cannot say the same for you," came his monotone voice. "Boy. I'm not that old," complained Gilderts in comical fashion. The figure just looked at him and bored him. Glittert settled down as he placed his arms over his chest, looking into the eyes of the man opposite to him. "They say you fought a dragon," stated Gilderts. "And if I did? What possessed you to fight it?" shouted Gilderts in a comical fashion, raising his arms into the air. "Nothing, it chose to attack me," answered the man. "It chose to attack you?" asked a skeptical Gilderts. "Magnolia," stated the man. "The black dragon," continued Gilderts. The figure didn't answer as his order came to him, a simple glass of tomato juice. The waitress blushed as she walked away. Gilderts lied an evil grin. "The ladies' man, eh? You know, I could give you some tips," said Gilderts as he blew some air to his fingernails. "I have no such interest," came the man's voice. "Fine. Be that way. But when you don't find the girl of your dreams, don't come sulking to me about it. Huffed Gilderts. The man looked on board at his outburst. After taking a sip from his glass, he looked at Gilderts with intensity. What do you know about Kana Alberona? Came his voice. Eh? That little girl. She's cute. Squealed Gilderts as the figure in front of him rolled his eyes. An image of a girl with long brown wavy hair came into his mind. She's your daughter. What? Sputtered Gilderts as he spit out the water he was drinking onto the figure in front of him. A glare met his eyes as Gilderts once again nervously gulped and offered up a towel. He took it and wiped his face and his cloak as Gilderts muttered apologies, his head lowered as soon as it met the eyes of the figure in front of him. The towel was thrown at his face with Gilderts falling down onto the floor. The figure then tried to pick up his glass, but it fell from his grasp. Gilderts didn't miss it as he slowly sat down once more. Gilderts saw that the man's eyes were twitching. "You're hurting," stated Gilderts in a matter-of-fact tone. "It's nothing." "That wasn't nothing," came Gilderts' serious voice. The figure looked at him as he took his hand and rested it on the table. "It does not concern you. Why do you act like that? You're joining Fairy Tail, actually you're already in it. Soon I'm not the only one who'll be asking you about your injuries, kid," complained Gilderts. The man just looked at him boredly as he steered the conversation away from his eyes. "Concerning Kana Alberona, as I said earlier, she's your daughter," said the figure. "You can't be serious. If so, who's the mother?" asked Gilderts. "A woman named Cornelia," answered the figure. Gilderts stopped in his tracks as realization finally dawned on him. Cornelia was the only woman who he had loved. The news was shocking to him. "Anna knows this. I suggest you wait until she comes and informs you this herself. There's a reason why she would have not informed you by now," said the figure as he paid the bill for their drinks. "I understand, but you're leaving," completed the figure for Gilderts. "Yeah, 100-year mission," said Gilderts. "Make it 3 years," said the figure. Gilderts chuckled. "I think I will. Until then I trust you to look after her." "Understood, considerate payment for looking after Erza," stated the voice. Gilderts smiled. "Thank you, Itachi." Itachi covered his face with his hood. "She's grown strong, surpassing almost everyone in her generation. She's an S-class, you know," smiled Gilderts. "I am aware," came his voice. "You should be proud of her. She's the strongest woman in Fairy Tail," complained Gilderts. "Stop with that stupid face already," as Gilderts imitated Itachi, copying his face. Itachi looked on board as he issued a threat to him. "Gilderts, and cease your childishness, else I will be forced to take unnecessary measures," said Itachi as he leveled Gilderts with a glare. He gulped. "Hi," said Gilderts as he looked away from him, not meeting his gaze. Itachi then walked past him. "Be perceptive, this world is changing, and I do not know if it is for the worst or for the better," said Prodigy as he disappeared from Gilderts' view. Gilderts held his gaze a bit longer and then sighed. He picked up his bag and began on his own journey. "Fairy Tail. You bastard," hollered a voice. "You had it coming, you pink-haired banshee," hollered another voice. Murahin chuckled at the ongoing fight between Natsu and his longtime rival Grey. "Where's Erza when you need her?" complained Jet as he saw the fight escalate, breaking furniture. The doors slowly opened as Itachi came into the guild. A chair flew past him as he looked back at where the chair was fallen. He slowly entered the building, dodging attacks and making it to the bar table. Murahin was busy wiping a glass when she saw the figure in front of her. The glass dropped from her grasp but didn't shatter as Itachi caught it, giving it back to her. She smiled as she took it back. "It has been a while, Murahin-san. I trust your younger brother is doing well?" asked Itachi in a calm voice as he removed his hood. "He is. I never got to thank you for what you did, and please call me Mira, the suffixes are unnecessary," said a 16-year-old Murahin. "Is Murakurov-sama present?" asked Itachi as he ignored her previous statement. "Master? Why yes, he's." Before she could finish, a small man jumped down to the bar table as he laughed merrily. "Itachi? Gilderts sent word that you were on your way here," laughed the old man as the 21-year-old gave him an amused look. Shocking the other members of the guild as the business of the guild came to a halt, they looked in shock at the man their master was addressing. "I see that we have many things to talk about," said Makarov as he started to walk up the stairs. Itachi followed soon after him. Murahin waved at him. Itachi didn't pay her any mind as he followed Makarov. "But the members of the guild. Who was that guy?" asked Drog as he saw his master go up with him into a room, locking it behind him. "That's a true man," came Elfman's voice. Natsu then grinned sadistically. "I don't care who he is. I'm going to fight him right now." He tried to run but was stopped by a heavy kick to his jaw. "You pink-haired idiot. Master didn't call you over there. You have no right interrupting him." "Shut up, you bastard." "What did you call me?" "You heard me. You stinking pervert. You want to fight, huh? Bring it on, you coward." "That's it." Levy shaked her head at the two as she went to Murahin. "Mira-san, who was that man?" Murahin turned to her as she smiled, that was the visual illusionist. The guild went deathly silence as they looked at her with wide chibi eyes. Even Natsu and Gray stopped their fight as they stared at her. "You've got to be kidding me. That guy," scoffed Jet. "I'm not lying, he's the one who saved Elfman 2 years ago," explained Murahin. Elfman's eyes widened. "Nissan? He's the one who?" Murahin smiled at him and nodded her head. "I should offer him my thanks when he finishes his meeting," said Elfman. "And no way, that's the guy they say, who beat a dragon," stuttered Natsu. Gray was sweating. He was snapped out of his stupor when Murahin placed a hand on his cheek. He slowly looked towards her. "Natsu, don't be afraid of him, he's not bad. He's very polite once you get to know him." "He is?" stuttered Natsu. Murahin smiled as she nodded her head. "So don't be afraid of him, get to know him, maybe then you'll understand. He may look all bad on the outside, but he's a very different person on the inside," said Murahin. Natsu regained his fieriness as he clutched his fist. "Alright. I'll make him my friend. And then challenge him and beat him," shouted Natsu. Some smiled at the declaration, while others just sighed at it. One thing was for certain, Natsu wouldn't learn anytime soon. The door of the guild once again opened, introducing a new face back to the guild as everyone looked on. Natsu gulped as he ran towards Gray and Gray towards him. Both of them began singing a merry tune and dancing as everyone saw who all entered the guild. "We're back," her voice resounded in the hall of the guild. Murahin smiled as she saw who it was that came back. "Welcome back, Erza," Lysana smiled. Murahin. Erza smirked as she entered the guild, followed by Murahin's younger sister. "Miranai. We completed the job in record time," beamed Lysana as Erza came up and inspected each of the members, scolding them for their shortcomings. She came to Gray and Nadu, silently smirking. She was known as the Terra, known as Titania, for a reason. "Where's Master?" asked Erza. Laxus answered for her. "He's talking with a visual illusionist," answered Laxus as he went back to his brooding on the second floor. Erza and Lysana's eyes widened. "He's here?" asked Erza to no one in particular. "Yes, he is," said Murahin, confirming Erza's question. "Could it be? What's a mage well above the S-class doing here?" asked Lysana. "We don't know, he came up to the bar table and talked with Murahin, after that the master called him in and they've been talking ever since," explained Gray as he looked at Lysana. As if on cue, the door where the illusionist had gone through was open once again as Makarov came out first, followed by Itachi. Erza's eyes widened at the sight, she clutched her fist. Natsu caught it as he asked Erza if she was alright. She didn't say anything as her hair covered her face. Itachi and Makarov came down onto the stairs, the attention of the whole guild on them. "All of you, welcome our newest S-class member. Itachi Ache. Also known to all you kiddies as the visual illusionist," exclaimed a hearty Makarov as he laughed. Everyone were wide-eyed, but then started celebrating as they cheered the illusionist. "No way, you mean one of the strongest mages in the world joined our guild?" asked Markow. "That's what happened right now, buddy," said Wakab. All the cheering stopped as Erza jumped towards him. She was holding 2 dual swords, tears streaming down her face as she lunged at him. "Erza!" screamed Natsu. "What is she doing?" said Gray as he gritted his teeth. Sasuke just looked up as she jumped towards him, edging her sword to his body. Makarov just grinned as he came down the stairs and turned to Itachi. "Itachi, please take the fight to the back," chuckled Makarov. Itachi conceded as he disappeared out of the guild, Erza following close behind him. The whole guild ran out with them to see the fight. "Master, will she be alright? Why is she fighting a mage as powerful as him?" asked Elfman. Makarov looked up at him. "You'll see, now come quick, I don't want to miss this." Erza lunged at him with speed that would take down any mage less than an S-class. Lucky for Itachi, he was above it, he was in a league of his own. He dodged each one of her strikes with precision. She tried to slice his head off as he simply moved his neck to the right, dodging it. She stopped, panting from exhaustion. Itachi looked back at the impact of her sword. It had sliced a tower clean off in half. A slow smile curled up to his lips as he turned back to her. "You've gotten taller," commented Itachi as his lips gained a small smile. "Shut up. You leave me alone for 5 years. And have the gall to come back now?" shouted Erza as he lunged at him again. Itachi simply stepped back, moving his body to the sides to avoid the incoming thrusts, effortlessly dodging her attacks. This only fueled her more as she stepped back, trying to find out how she could strike him down. "I had my reasons," stated Itachi as he dodged another slice. "That is no excuse," shouted Erza as she lunged at him again. "What's the deal with Erza? Why is she acting like that?" asked Gray. "Do they know each other?" asked Natsu as he watched Itachi dodge another strike aimed at his waist. Erza screamed as she took the dual swords by the hilt and reversed them, using them as stabbing weapons. Itachi boredly looked on, the smile still plastered on his face. He readied himself as he jumped back when Erza tried to stab him. She glared at him and jumped after him, trying to at least graze him, but to no avail. He landed back on the ground, taking up his normal stance, his cloak waving in the wind. Erza didn't even touch him, muttered Gray in disbelief. What kind of skill does that guy have? Asked Natsu as he viewed the battle in front of him. This guy he's a monster. Muttered Kana as she watched a panting Erza. He decided to give her a little encouragement. Have you grown stronger to test my ability? Or did you just waste your time all these years? Asked Itachi as he narrowed his eyes on her. Erza however was too angry to think as she lunged forward with a battle cry. Tears streaking down her left eye. Erza muttered Natsu. Her battle cry was heard as a sudden explosion of smoke covered the area. When it settled, Itachi stood there waiting. When the smoke cleared, Erza was covered in a sort of metallic armor. Itachi looked on. She's using the Heaven's Wheel armor now. Here. Panicked Makarov, the council will have my head, sulked Makarov. So, she's procured an armor as well, interesting. Thought Itachi, this isn't a fashion show, stated Itachi in a monotone voice as he saw Erza charging at him. Stop running your mouth, Nai-san. Shouted Erza as she lunged at him again. The guild members' eyes widened at the proclamation Nai-san. They all looked to Makarov for explanation. He just shrugged his shoulders and watched the fight smiling. That guy is Erza's brother? Shouted Natsu as he pointed to Sasuke. And no way. Shouted Gray. Murahin looked shocked as well as the rest of the guild members. Laxus was watching from behind them. That guy, he can't be Erza's brother. How could someone so weak have a strong sibling like that? Thought a bitter Laxus. Erza pulled her arms in a delta formation as she sliced at Itachi. Trinity sword. She shouted. Itachi looked on as the slice came up to him. In one swift motion, he deviated it with his left arm, sending it flying and cutting another tower in half. Impossible. How did he deflect it without a sword? Asked a stunned Gray. Erza slowly released her armor as she looked on in shock. Foolish little sister, it seems you've grown stronger, said Itachi. I'm not done. Shouted Erza as she aimed a punch and ran towards Itachi. Itachi didn't move as he met the punch head-on into his gut. He winced at the pain as he took it full on. No magic or anything to protect him. A little blood dripped from his mouth as the pain from the punch slowly subsided, leaving a sobbing Erza hugging Itachi like once long ago when he had brought her some clothes. He pushed the memory away as he remained silent. The blood dripping onto the ground. She slowly removed her head from where she buried it in his cloak and looked up at him. Itachi cocked his head to his side as he drew up his right arm and poked her forehead with two forefingers, sending her staggering her back a bit. Sorry Erza, maybe next time, said Itachi as a small smile crept onto his face. Erza just looked at him, tears streaming down her left eye. Itachi observed Erza's form, he could tell something was different, his eyes widened as he realized what had changed. She had her right eye back, but for some reason, tears fell only from her left eye and not her right eye. Itachi walked up to her, covering the small distance between them as he knelt down. He didn't care who was watching. He kept his right hand on her right eye, asking her to close it. What are you doing? Asked Erza. Itachi didn't answer as Erza felt a tingling sensation in her eye. When Itachi removed his eye, tears were streaming down both her eyes. Erza looked on shock as she felt the tears from her right eye falling. Shedding half-filled tears is no substitute for crying, said Itachi as he wiped his mouth with his Akatsuki cloak. He tried to stand up but couldn't as Erza kept hugging him and crying onto his shoulder. She's grown stronger than Sasuke was at this age, using the air pressure to uphold her attacks like that. Itachi looked up at the tower that was sliced in half, such skill for her age in this world, ingenious, using the armor to boost her attack power when it should be increasing her defense power. He slowly stood up as he and her walked side by side into the guild, ignoring the rest of the members. Makarov had already gone and when Itachi had taken the punch. They came up to him as Itachi spoke. I kept my end of the deal, Makarov-sama. As did I, smiled Makarov. Welcome to fairy tale, Itachi Uchiha. Erza just smiled at the conversation as she looked on at her adopted big brother. A day had passed since Itachi's arrival into Fairy Tail. When asked where he would stay, he said he would find some inn. Erza, however, had none of it as she constantly annoyed the Uchiha to stay with her in her apartment. Itachi did his best, but at the end of the day, he was almost stabbed again by her circle shot. Everyone sweat dropped at the foreseeable request, or in Erza's case, a command. Itachi looked at her with boredom and finally accepted. He was then led out of the guild by Erza to her apartment. The walk to her apartment was uneventful, with Itachi just examining his surroundings and Erza just walking along. She didn't want to face Sasuke just yet. She felt she was weak because she wasn't able to land a hit on him without him letting her do so. Itachi was impressed at the simple apartment, 2 rooms, a single living room, 2 bathrooms and a kitchen, a fairly large apartment. To say she wasn't living well now was an understatement. Itachi, however, needed only the necessities. He told her that he would pay her rent from whatever job he undertook. Erza didn't allow him and scolded her big brother. Itachi leveled her with a glare, making her nervously agree to his command. Itachi knew many things as of this moment of Erza, he had amassed a storage of information about her. Right from when he took her from the Tower of Heaven till his meeting with her now. He didn't let a shred of detail be missed. She had tried to start a conversation with him and ask him where he had been for the last 5 years. He just said he was around, leaving Erza to twitch at his vague answers. Itachi then commented on her sword skills, saying that she needed more practice. Erza knew that, but in a rare turn of events, he had commended her, saying that the use of air pressure when she had tried to strike him down was ingenious and was at the required level. That was rewarded with a beaming smile from Erza. Another thing that caught Erza off guard was his sudden forwardness to teach her. She remembered what he said as she was walking to Fairy Tail at noon. Itachi had already left before her, seemingly taking a job right at the morning and leaving. Erza however was on her day off, she would take up missions the next day. At any duration of time when I'm free, you'll have my undivided attention. At that duration, I'm going to make you master your sword skills. She smiled at the memory as she entered the guild. A chair flew past her as she slowly went up to the bar. Her fists met with the faces of both Natsu and Gray, who had seemingly by chance ignored her when she had told them to stop fighting. Suffice to say they weren't going on any missions anytime soon. Murahin had informed her that Itachi had taken an S-rank mission and had commanded Kana to come with him. Erza gained a curious look, she felt a twinge of jealousy toy at her heart. Questions arose in her mind of why Itachi would want to take Kana on a mission. She sat down in front of Murahin as she ordered a strawberry cake. As if on cue, the doors of the guild opened revealing Kana and Itachi entering it. Kana smiled as she came and sat next to Levy and Jet. While Itachi made his way to Erza. The guild had become silent at the arrival of its strongest member, the silence however was shattered. "Itachi. Fight me you bastard," roared Natsu as he pulled up an imaginary sleeve and raced towards the Uchiha. Gray facepalmed as Natsu was sidestepped, making him crash into a wall. Itachi sighed. He made his way to Erza, only for Natsu to come back running towards him. This time Itachi held back as he sidekicked Natsu, sending him crashing into the wall, creating a small crack. Natsu slowly got up once more, panting. Itachi looked at him square in the eye. "You're weak," stated Itachi. "What did you say? You bastard," he roared as he charged at him once more, this time with a flame-enhanced fist. Itachi narrowed his eyes on the flame as he patiently awaited Natsu's sluggish speed. His arm reached up. As smoke covered the entire guild hall, once it settled down, the only image left was Itachi holding the joint of Natsu's right arm, with him glaring at Itachi. Natsu struggled against his grip, with Itachi reminiscing about how he had done the same thing to Sasuke. He let Natsu go as Natsu jumped back a bit, rubbing his right arm. Slowly Itachi walked up to him as Natsu readied himself. Itachi was then in striking range as Natsu let out a battle cry as his left fist aimed at Itachi's face. Itachi caught his fist and kneed him in the guy, making Natsu spit out some blood. The guild's members' eyes widened. "Natsu?" shouted Gray as he rushed towards him. He was surprised when he was stopped by the most caring member of the guild. "Murahin. Move." "No. But he's going to kill him," shouted Gray. "He won't." "Natsu needs this, Gray. He needs to learn that he's not the only member in the guild." "But. Look, even Erza is not stopping it. You can see that it's making her angry, but she's not interfering," said Murahin. Gray turned his attention to his longtime friend Erza. He could tell that she was angry, she was clutching her fist. He conceded. "I understand," said Gray as he backed down. Itachi then kicked him to the wall as Natsu went flying towards it, crashing into it. Kana gasped, as did the other members of the guild. Laxus stood on his spot from the second floor looking down at them. "Fool," muttered Laxus as he watched Natsu get up. "Natsu. Stay down," called Lisanna as she clutched her hands together. Natsu didn't as he slowly stood up. "Not until I be to Itachi," shouted Natsu as he charged at him once more. A small smirk came onto Itachi's face as he saw Natsu running towards him. "Naruto, your legacy thrives even in other worlds," thought Itachi, his eyes narrowed as he blocked another punch from Natsu. He then slapped Natsu, sending him crashing to the wall again. Natsu spat out some more blood as Levy gasped. She turned her head to the older members of the guild, her eyes pleading, begging with them to stop that. They watched on as Itachi slowly walked up to him. Natsu moaned in pain as Itachi took him by his neck and crashed him into the wall. Everyone heard what Itachi conversed with the semi-conscious Natsu. "Why are you weak?" asked Itachi. He then continued on, "It's not because you're lacking in power," Natsu grunted as he spit out some more blood onto the floor. His legs above the floor as Itachi choked him softly, making sure not to hurt him too badly. "It is because you failed to accept the help of your comrades," stated Itachi. Every member in the guild looked shocked at what Itachi had said. He had told Natsu to seek help when the task was too difficult for him. Natsu listened on intently. Itachi could feel the damage he had done to Natsu from his words. After a short pause, he continued onward. "Never do everything on your own, you are destined to fail." stated Itachi as he let go off Natsu. He slumped to the ground unconscious. He gazed at his form a bit more, then lifted him, placed him over his shoulder, and made his way to the infirmary. He placed Natsu on the bed and exited the infirmary to go to Erza. Bray and Susanoo went in when Itachi came out. Itachi finally made his way to Erza as he seated himself next to her. Erza just glared at him. "That wasn't necessary, Nai-san," said Erza. Itachi didn't respond as he sat down next to her. Before Erza could register what happened, Itachi had taken her strawberry cake and was happily munching down on it. He did this to irk Erza, and it worked. Erza's eyes widened as she looked at where her beloved cake was. The temperature in the guild dropped to a great degree as suddenly everyone felt the coldness. Murahin backed up a bit at where the two siblings sat. Itachi finished the cake as he slowly got up. Erza's face was covered by her hair, her eyes had darkened as her hand formed into a fist. Itachi didn't register anything as he placed 75 jewels on the table. Murahin looked at him curiously. "Itachi-san, it's only 25 jewels," she said nervously, mindful of Erza. Itachi didn't look at her. "She ordered 3, 1 for me, 2 for her." He then slowly began his walk out of the building. He stopped at where Kana sat as he looked at her. "Your delivery time with your cards can be improved tenfold. Work on your speed, it'll be necessary if we go on another similar mission," said Itachi as he placed her share of money for the mission on the table. High smiled Kana as she watched him go. "He's exactly the opposite of Erza, she always scolds us, but he doesn't." Before he went out, he called to a shocked Erza, "Finish your lunch and meet me at Lake Siliora at 4 p.m, don't be late." After a long pause, amusement creeped in his voice. "And stop eating junk food, it's unhealthy," said Itachi as he opened the door and left. A frustrated scream came out of Erza's mouth as the other guild members sweat dropped at the same time and thought the same thing. They're the one who paid her to buy too. Bray and Levy made their way to Kana as she looked at Sasuke's retreating form. Levy couldn't take the suspense as she bombarded her with questions. "He's not as bad as you think," informed Kana as surprise shone in the guild member's face. All the guild had gathered around her waiting to hear their story. The only ones who didn't want to hear or were too busy to hear were Erza, Murahin and Natsu. Natsu as he was knocked out. Erza as she was frustrated and Murahin trying to calm her down. "So tell us, how was it like partnering with the infamous visual illusionist?" asked Markow. As of that moment, Kana brought her two hands together and stars adorned her face. She had gone into the infamous fangirl mode. Loke looked in awe. He now knew he had to ask Itachi to his secret way to the ladies. He made a mental note while keeping a calm composure as he uttered some melodramatic words. "Itachi-san is a master at romance. I know it now. I must seek his guidance on his approach to the ladies," shouted Loke. He then turned to Erza. "Itachi-san is no longer your brother. He is mine. With him at my side, I will ama." He didn't finish the sentence as he was shot out of the room by Erza, her face darkened and her eyes glowing with rage. "Like hell you will." She smacked him out of the guild, with him going through the wall and landing outside. Everyone winced at the impact. Loke twitched uncontrollably on the outside. "Why you see Circa and have him Erza, he's why your beer there and yours Al1." Erza went back to finishing her cake as Kana started talking about Itachi in fangirl mode. "He's strong, silent and he's caring," explained Kana. Wakab spit his drink out as he looked at her. So did Macau. To say the guild wasn't shell-shocked was an understatement. Gray scoffed. "That guy? Caring? You got to be joking, look at what he did to Natsu." "I'm not Gray, he really is, you should have seen him. He took out everyone at the minute he entered the camp. He left me with only 2 bandits to take out. He told me how I should use my shuriken cards. I tried hitting one bandit, but he escaped. Itachi-san dragged him back and pinned him to a tree and told me to use the bandit as target practice." Flashbacks. "But what if I kill him?" asked a concerned Kana. Itachi didn't respond. "But. You won't, I've placed a barrier, throw it," came his voice. Kana nodded her head as she then threw one of her shuriken cards. It hit the unconscious man on the stomach, burying itself into him. She gasped but no blood came out. Itachi took one of her shuriken cards from her hand and knelt down to her height. He showed her how the card should be held between 2 fingers and then thrown at the target. He took 2 of them and showed her as one landed to the man's heart and the other to his head, signaling a clean hit. He then gave her the 2 shuriken cards and asked her to do the same. Again. She hit the cards on the unconscious man's chest. Again. This time she deviated her cards as one buried itself into the man's chest and the other in his leg. Again. At this time, she got it right as the shuriken embedded itself on the man's head and the left part of his chest. She smiled as she turned to look at Itachi. He walked past her without complimenting her and went to the body of the man. She saw Itachi pull out the barrier as the shuriken fell down onto the ground. The unconscious man fell to the ground, but what surprised Kana was that he wasn't injured a bit. Itachi held his gaze on the man, then turned to Kana. "We're leaving," he said as he walked past her. Kana was downtrodden as she followed behind him. Scene skip. "Oh, thank you so much for taking care of the bandit problem, Itachi-san," said the man as he handed over the money to Itachi. Itachi simply nodded his head. "Did they pose a problem?" asked the man. Itachi looked at him, then at Kana, who was standing to his side. "They did," said Itachi. Kana's eyes widened as she looked up at the Avenger in shock. "Really, Itachi-san? I thought you would have been able to take care of a simple problem as that." Itachi glared at the man. "The request was an S rank more, so I am injured, that is why I brought her, both for experience and skill. If it wasn't for her, your bandits would be causing more problems than what they usually did," explained a stern Itachi. "I'm sorry, Itachi-san, I did not know you were injured, please forgive my arrogance," apologized the man. Itachi didn't say anything, but his eyes directed the man in front of him to Kana. "And thank you as well, Kana, we are forever grateful to you," said the man, thanking her. Kana muttered a thank you as she looked at Itachi. "He's injured. Did he just make it up?" thought a concerned Kana. "Kana, hurry up," said a stern Itachi as he began walking. Kana gazed at his retreating form and then smiled as she ran behind him. Send flashbacks. "He really did that?" asked a shocked Wakab. "Yup," smiled Kana, "he's not all that bad, he finished up the mission in just half an hour, he spent 2 hours training me and then we took an hour each to go and come back." "Unbelievable," muttered Gray. Lisana chuckled. They all laughed their worries about Itachi being soft like that. Erza and Marahin had heard it as Erza finished her cake, a twinge of jealousy twirling away at her. "Your brother cares, doesn't he, Erza? He just doesn't show it much?" asked a smiling Marahin. "I guess that would be the case," answered Erza. "You're not jealous, are you?" chided Marahin. "Oh, of course not. Why would I be jealous? What my brother does with his time is his business, not mine," exclaimed Erza. "If you say so, Erza," said Marahin, rolling her eyes. Just then everything stopped as a voice hollered and echoed through the guild. "Itachi? Where is he? I'm going to beat him up," shouted Natsu as he ran out of the recovery room. Gray scoffed at him. And get thrown down again." "Shut up, you bastard." "What did you say?" "You heard me, you pervert." "HMPH. The only reason why Itachi won't fight you is because you have that ridiculous pink hair of yours," said Gray as he shook his head. "Take that back, you bastard," shouted Natsu as his hand clutched into his fist. "You wanna fight, huh? Oh. Bring it on, you banshee." "Enough." Erza's voice brought them to a standstill as they grabbed each other and sang a song with happy sweat dropping. That didn't stop Erza, however, smacking them both into the floor of the guild. Lisana and the others winced at the display of strength. Gray had stars flying over his head as Natsu blubbered something as he stood up again, rubbing his head. "Erza. I want to fight your brother," shouted Natsu. Erza closed her eyes as she sighed. "You heard him, didn't you, Natsu? He wants you to become stronger, he won't fight you as you are now. He wants you to improve your teamwork and rely on your comrades, you're not alone," explained Erza. "I know, but if I can't beat him on my own, then he won't acknowledge me," muttered Natsu as he became sad. Erza sighed as Marahin came up to him. "He won't acknowledge you if you face him on your own again, he's made that clear to you," Natsu explained Marahin. "Then what do I do?" asked Natsu. Gray came up to him and placed a hand on his shoulder. Natsu looked back at him. "Gray? Don't worry yourself, I'll fight alongside with you next time," smiled Gray. The guild members smiled at the declaration. "Thank you, Gray," muttered Natsu. No problem, after all you're weak," said a smug Gray. Natsu's ear twitched. "What did you say? You bastard." "Oh. You wanna fight? You chibi. Bring it on." "Chibi? Shut up. You cross-dressing freak." "What?" Marahin chuckled at the exchange while Erza came up to them and buried them into the floor of the building. Everyone wincing at the impact. Natsu slowly got up once more, determination flowing in his eyes. Erza looked at him. "You can't possibly be thinking that," said Erza. "Fine then. Itachi knows how to use fire magic. I'll ask him to train me. And then I'll beat him," declared Natsu as he ran out the door. Gray sighed. "He just won't learn." "No," said Marahin. They all looked at her in wonder. "He just did," she smiled. Erza looked on as Natsu ran out the door. She had 3 hours left before she had to meet with her adopted brother. She decided to go and check out the armor order she had placed as she said goodbye to everyone. With Natsu. "Hey mister. Did you see Itachi come here?" asked Natsu at a middle-aged man. "Itachi? Oh, you mean the visual illusionist from Fairy Tail?" asked the man. "Yeah. Him. Did you see him?" asked an enthusiastic Natsu. "Why yes, he just passed by here 5 minutes ago, he was heading towards a heart cruise shop at the end of the street," said the man. "Thanks mister," said Natsu as he ran down the street and true to the stranger's word found Itachi at the shop. Natsu looked on curiously as to why Itachi was in a girl's clothing shop, then it hit him. He's a transvestite. Erza's brother is a transvestite. Thought a panicked Natsu. Itachi came out of the store carrying a bag and walked past a hiding Natsu. He stopped at Natsu's supposed hiding location. Natsu gulped as he silently prayed. Natsu stated Itachi in a monotone voice. "I," shouted Natsu as he stood up to his full height saluting Itachi. Itachi observed Natsu, his stance and his posture. He could tell he was really nervous about something. "Why are you here?" asked Itachi in a calm voice. I was waiting for you," stated Natsu as his eyes became determined. Itachi didn't answer as he looked at Natsu pressing him to continue. "I want you to help me train," stated Natsu. Itachi searched his eyes, only determination flowing in them. So he finally realized it. He didn't spare him a second glance as he walked past him, a small smile played at his face. "Wait," shouted Natsu as he ran after him. Itachi didn't stop as he walked along. Natsu tried a different approach of blackmailing him. "If you don't train me then I'll tell everyone that you're a transvestite," stated Natsu. Itachi stopped as he turned towards Natsu raising an eyebrow, prompting him to explain more. "I saw you buying some girly clothes at that store," said Natsu. Itachi looked at the bag in his hand as he raised it to Natsu's face. Natsu backed away a bit. "No. I don't want to see your girly clothes." Itachi just stared at the teenager in a deadpan expression. He turned around and started walking again. Natsu didn't ease up as he quickly ran up to him and took the bag. Itachi just looked at him. "Give it back," stated Itachi. "Not until you train me." Natsu then looked into the packet and paled. "Property of Erza Scarlet." Itachi just looked on as Natsu came up to him and gave him the bag. Itachi blinked at him and then walked past him. "Meet me at Lake Silior in half an hour," said Itachi as he walked away from Natsu, leaving a beaming Natsu. Half an hour later. Natsu was waiting impatiently for Itachi. Itachi arrived late by 10 minutes as Natsu fumed about him. Itachi then told him to show him all that he could do. Natsu grinned as he did what Itachi asked him to. Itachi observed each attack of Natsu and its precision. He decided to make Natsu learn to increase the size of the fireball as he stood up. Natsu eagerly looked at him. "Take in the air as much as you can, making your lungs expand and release it at once. The more air you take in and the more energy you put in increases the size of the fire," explained Itachi. Natsu scratched his head in contemplation. Itachi sighed as he demonstrated it to Natsu. Natsu looked wide-eyed at the size of the fireball. Itachi then sat down behind Natsu on the grass, watching as Natsu tried again and again. He finally released a small fireball. Itachi looked bored. He waited on Natsu. He could see Natsu growing weary, but he wouldn't give up. "Just like you, Naruto," thought Itachi. He was surprised as Natsu finally got it in, releasing a humongous fireball into the lake. Itachi looked on as Natsu smiled back at him. Natsu's eyes rolled and he closed his eyes as he fell down from exhaustion. Itachi walked up to him and gazed at his form. He grunted as he once again carried Natsu back to the guild. In another hour, he said he would meet Erza. He went back to the guild and once again placed him into the infirmary. The others thought that Itachi had knocked him out again. Murahin smiled as Itachi walked past her. When the others went in to check on Natsu, they saw him sleeping soundlessly with a smile implanted on his lips. As Itachi left the guild at the doors, Laxus stood there glaring at him. Itachi didn't even acknowledge his presence as he passed him by. Laxus gritted his teeth in frustration. An hour later. Itachi sat at the lake meditating when the sound of footsteps broke his concentration. "I told you not to be late," said Itachi in a monotone voice. "You also told me to have my lunch," smirked Erza as she sat down next to Sasuke. Itachi opened his eyes as he stood up. "Take off your armor." "What?" "I can't train you if you have bulky armor weighing you down," said Itachi as he turned towards the lake. Erza sighed as she took off her Heart Crew's armor and snapped her fingers, changing into a different set of clothes. This time, she wore a simple white sleeveless shirt and black pants and sandals replacing her shoes. Itachi turned back to her. "Ready?" "I am." In a blink of an eye, Itachi was in front of her as Erza dodged him at the last moment, her eyes widening with the insane amount of speed displayed by Itachi. He had disappeared again. "Behind you," whispered Itachi as she quickly turned around and blocked his hand with both of her own. She jumped back when the strain was too great. "Left," whispered Itachi as Erza turned left and blocked him again, gritting her teeth. Itachi didn't smirk, his face now serious. He disappeared again as Erza searched for him. "Don't use your eyes, feel me out," came Itachi's voice. Erza stopped panicking as she composed herself, closing her eyes. She felt Itachi's movements, although slightly, she could tell he was there. "But," said Itachi. He had appeared in front of Erza. She had blocked his fist from connecting with her gut. He jumped back a bit, gaining a little distance. "Now come at me." Erza smirked as she ran up to him. A punch, easily blocked, a kick, deflected. Erza then disappeared and side-kicked Itachi. As his feet dragged on the grass below him, she appeared behind him and aimed a kick for his head. What? A resounding thud echoed throughout the area as Itachi blocked the kick. He didn't stop there as his hand shifted from blocking and grabbed her ankle. Erza didn't concede as she formed her right hand into a fist intent on hitting Itachi's head. Itachi caught her fist with his right hand. "Brah!" shouted Erza as her right leg came up to meet Itachi's face. He blocked it again with his left elbow. This was Erza's chance as she pulled her left hand into a fist, aiming at Itachi's gut. He didn't give her the time of day as he blocked it with his right leg. Erza looked shocked. Itachi fell back as he let go off Erza. She remained stationary for a moment and then a punch connected to her gut as she cried out in pain. Itachi then grabbed her by her left hand and threw her across the ground as she came to a halt, panting as she glared at him. Itachi knew she was tired, but he decided to test one more thing out before he wrapped up the session. "What would you do if you were in a paralysis state?" asked Itachi as Erza looked at him curiously. "Take down the caster before he or she uses it," said Erza. Itachi disappeared from her view as he appeared in front of her. Erza's eyes widened as he poked her head again with his two forefingers, but this time, she felt a strange sensation as her body didn't move. She fell down. "Now release all the energy you have to the outside and break the spell," explained Itachi. Erza did as commanded as she expelled a great amount of energy, breaking the spell as a flash of red light died down. Erza was tired, she collapsed onto the ground. "Impressive, she managed to keep up with me and even broke through the spell, even though it was a small one," thought Itachi as he walked up to her. He then carried a smiling Erza back home. Everyone on the street watched as he carried her back home. News quickly spread of this, some even went as so far to ask Fairy Tail why the infamous visual illusionist would do that. He returned home placing her on her bed, making sure her head rested on the pillow and covered her with a bedsheet. He watched as she soundlessly slept and closed the door behind. He retired to his own room for the night. Next day at Fairy Tail. Itachi came into the guild closely followed by Erza. Every activity stopped as the members greeted Itachi. Makarov wasn't back from his meeting yet. Itachi then went up to the second floor followed by Erza. They both chose a job. Itachi looked at what Erza had chosen, a relatively simple job. Slay a monster near Harem town, been causing problems for a few days now. Itachi boredly looked on at the board as he also chose a job. Fire mage required for burning excess of wood and to clear a bandit mage camp. Warning. Mages are said to be from a dark guild. A relatively easy job and Itachi knew exactly who he was taking on this mission. Itachi turned to Erza and walked past her down to the ground floor of the guild. Erza just smiled at his retreating form as he saw Natsu arguing with Gray. Itachi went up to them as soon as he did, they stopped fighting and nervously looked up at him. Natsu stated Itachi as he looked into the eyes of the frightened dragon slayer. Natsu gulped. "You're coming with me," said Itachi as he made his way out of the guild. "What was that about?" asked a confused Natsu. Luckily for him Kana came up to him. "Natsu, you better go after him, he called me just like that when we went on a mission yesterday," explained Kana. Natsu's eyes bulged. "Why you mean?" "He wants you to go on a mission with him, I guess it's S-Class 1. Smiled Kana. "An S-Class?" shouted Natsu happy. "We're out of here." "Aye," shouted Happy. And just like that Natsu ran out of the guild, leaving the majority of the guild amused at his antics. Erza looked on as she whispered to herself. "Stay safe Nai-san." Erza knew what it was like to be blind, well blind in one eye at least. When Itachi had come back with a merry Natsu, she caught Itachi clutching his eyes like he was in pain. The other thing that got her attention was when she had brought him dinner. He had trouble catching his chopsticks. When she had asked him about it, he shrugged it off saying that he was tired. Erza was more perceptive than that. Itachi had quickly steered the conversation away to ask how her job went. She had said that it was relatively easily, but it paid well. She then proceeded to tell him that she had to meet Fairy Tail's medicinal advisor the next day. Itachi momentarily grew worried and asked if anything was wrong. She said it was a monthly checkup for her artificial eye. Itachi kept a steady gaze on her. Erza then asked him to accompany her to the guild's medicinal advisor. Itachi was silent for a bit as he then conceded the only thing he needed to do the next day, as so he had planned was to take the smallest member of the guild in stature, Levy McGarden, as Makarov had sent word to him to help her in her word magic. Itachi had a fairly small amount of knowledge on it, but it required the user to write whatever they felt, and hence the object would materialize as words and have the properties of the concerned object. Itachi had grown amazed at the world he was in. Admiring its properties and its nature, Afo myths in his world were alive in this one. His musings were broken when Erza called out to him. "Nai-san, I'd suggest you come with me," Tomro suggested Erza as she looked at Itachi. "Any distinct reason as to why you would want me to?" asked Itachi. "You haven't met the guild's medicinal advisor yet, she would be pleased to see the infamous visual illusionist pay her a visit at least once." explained Erza. Itachi didn't let his title go amiss. Erza was baiting him, he decided to humor her. "I see, is that all?" asked a calm Itachi. "Yes," murmured Erza, not meeting his gaze. Itachi saw that she wouldn't look him in the eye. He knew something was up, respecting her privacy, he didn't pry any further as he got up from the table. "Get to bed, it's getting late," said Itachi. "I will clean up." "No. It's my turn. I'll do it today," protested Erza. Itachi and Erza had set up a system where one would clean up for the day, taking turns each day. Today, however, Itachi had decided to take her turn. "You're weary," said Itachi as he collected the plates. "I'm not. Why do you always do this? You've been cleaning up for the past 3 days when it was my turn," shouted Erza. For the past 3 days, Itachi had taken Erza's turn, smiling. She had protested, but Itachi had silenced her. Itachi, however, ignored her once more as he took her plate as well and made his way to the kitchen sink. Erza stopped him as Itachi looked at her. "I'll do it this time," said Erza. Itachi searched her eyes and sighed. His lips slowly curled into a smile as he poked her forehead with his 2 forefingers, sending her staggering back a little bit. She glared at him. "I'll wash you dry?" came his question. Erza's face remained a defiant no. "Either that or you retire for the night," came Itachi's monotone voice. Erza sighed as she finally conceded. "Agreed," murmured Erza. The adopted siblings spent the better part of the night washing and drying the plates. Erza told him of how her job went, while Itachi listened on intently. They soon retired for the night, however Itachi had gone into his room and had opened a book about solid script. He studied on it for most of the night and then finally slept. Next day, East Forest outside of Magnolia town. Itachi walked behind Erza, admiring the peaceful scenery. Itachi observed the climate of the place as he mentally noted it. The climate seemed rather warm, with a good amount of moisture, which could be inferred by the lush vegetation. He walked behind her as she suddenly stopped. Itachi viewed the side in front of him, a fairly large tree, but on further observation by the Uchiha, it seemed to him that the stalk had been pierced in a few areas, creating openings for windows and a massive ornate door. It looked to be hollow in the middle as they then entered it. "Ursuka-san," called out Erza. Nothing was heard as Itachi entered the unlocked treehouse. "Perhaps she has left for an errand?" asked Itachi. Erza looked back at him. "No, Nai-san, she told me to meet her today at this time." Footsteps caught them both off guard as they turned to the right. Erza smiled as she approached the figure. Itachi, however, drew back a bit as he looked at the approaching figure in front of her. "Oh. Erza-chan," called the figure as she came up and hugged Erza. Erza returned the hug as she looked up to the figure. Itachi kept her gaze on her. The figure was a woman presumably in her late 20s, she had brown hair which was laid back in curls. A simple black shirt and blue pants covering her body. A form of shoes which Itachi didn't recognize. Her brown eyes sparkled at the girl in front of her as she asked her how she was doing. Her attention then turned to Itachi. "Oh, and who have we here?" asked the woman. "That's my older brother, Itachi Rin-san," explained Erza. Itachi's eyes widened as he snapped up his head and looked at her. "Obito-san's teammate. How is she here?" "The reports in the Anbu journal said she was killed in action." "Itachi?" asked Rin as she looked at Erza. "Yes, is anything wrong?" "I once knew a small boy called Itachi, he was my friend's cousin, he was so cute," smiled Rin as she observed the figure in front of her. Itachi twitched, "He had 2 stress line birthmarks like how your brother ha." She let the sentence die down as she looked at him. Itachi didn't meet her gaze. She came up to him as she looked him in the eye. Erza looked on, she could feel the tension building, the air around them became thick. "Is your name Itachi Uchiha?" asked Rin as she looked at him, her eyes searching for the faintest trace of doubt. "I apologize, you must have me confused with someone else," said Itachi. Erza's eyes widened, "But that's his full name." "Don't lie to me, Itachi-chan," said Rin as she pulled his face to look at her. Itachi didn't answer her. "Show me your Sharingan right now," came her stern voice. "Sharingan ... Itachi-chan," thought Erza as she looked at the conversation brewing in front of her. Itachi conceded, his Sharingan blazed to life. Rin stepped back in shock as her right hand covered her mouth as slowly tears began to form at her eyes. "It is you," murmured Rin. Erza then watched as her big brother was enveloped and hugged by the older woman. Itachi remained stationary, not moving, thoughts provocating his mind on how she was here. They had said that she had died. She cried for a bit as she then released the Uchiha and wiped her eyes. Itachi grew serious as he questioned her. "How are you still alive and here nonetheless?" "You were labeled to be killed in action," stated a robotic Itachi. Itachi didn't mention this world when asking her the question as to not send Erza into confusion. "I haven't seen you in years and already you start barking questions, Itachi-chan, didn't Makoto-san teach you to be polite to ladies?" chided Rin. Itachi's eyes flickered at the mention of his mother, he drew back a bit. Please forgive my rudeness Rin-san, it was unnecessary apology to Itachi. It's alright, now how come you're here? Asked Rin as she looked at Itachi straight in the eye. Itachi thrust her straight into a genjutsu, Erza looked on as both of them stopped talking and stared at each other. What happened? Thought a quizzical Erza. Genjutsu world. I see you've become stronger stated Rin as she observed his genjutsu world and you've unlocked your Manjikyu Sharingan as well. How is it that you know about the Manjikyu? Asked Itachi. The same way I ended up here Itachi-chan stated Rin. Itachi was silent, prompting her to continue. After Obito's death, I blamed myself for it, Kakashi and Minato-sensei told me not to, but I couldn't live with myself. I had gained access to the Uchiha clan's forbidden archives through Danzo. Explained Rin. Itachi looked on, he knew where this was going. I had read of a jutsu that would and could determines one fate and changes one fate, as well I'm sure you know of it. The pair Izanagi and Izanami answered Itachi. That explains why she joined Danzo's root division of the Anbu. Correct, but I had used the both of them in conjunction, creating a setback using some eyes I had stolen from Danzo. Explained Rin. You tried to bring Obito-sen back to life, completed Itachi. I did, it was foolish at the time, I should have let it go, but in some twist of fate, I ended up here, and what was more surprising was that my 13-year-old body had become 8 years. I didn't know where I was, but then I met Makarov-sama, he told me to join the guild, and I did, ever since then I have lived my life here, I still practice the medical jutsu that Tsunade-sama taught me before she left the village, improving on her source of strength as well, explained Rin. Itachi looked on at her explanation, many things made sense to him now including the killed in action, it was a cover-up. Rin looked at him curiously. What surprises me is that you are here and Erza's brother nonetheless smiled Rin. Itachi then explained to her of how he had to defeat a powerful enemy using the Izanami, he left the plans of the massacre, and how the shinobi world was engulfed in a war. He had then talked about how his little brother and her sensei's son were best friends under Kakashi as their sensei. After concluding their chats of their origin, Rin asked him to release the genjutsu, which he did so immediately. Only 2 minutes had passed in the real world as Rin regained herself. She then turned to Erza, smiling. Yusuke-san told me you'd come today Erza-chan, so she asked me to come here and check your eye, explained Rin. What? Asked a shocked Erza, it was as if nothing had happened in the room for the past minute as Rin happily spoke to Erza. Is something wrong? Asked Rin. Nothing. Rin-san. Where is Yusuke-san? Asked Erza, she would question her on it when she was looking at her eye. Rin looked to Itachi as she talked. She said she had to collect some herbs Erza-chan, so come on how about we check out that eye? Asked Rin. Erza nodded dumbly as she looked at Itachi, he didn't pay her any mind as he quickly went and sat on a chair, picking up some magazine. Erza would question him later. Itachi-chan, accompany her you are her registered family contact after all asked Rin. I'm afraid I have not been official registered as her older sibling yet, Rin-san stated Itachi. Rin looked at him in observation fine, I will need you to sign some papers, I'll get it done and get the documents ready by tomorrow, is that alright? Agreeable answered Itachi as he followed Erza into the room. Erza sat on a small table as Rin took up observing her right eye. Itachi just looked on and observed his surroundings. The inside of the tree itself was carved into shelves, books adorning the area. He looked on as he saw medicinal cabinets and colorful yet bitterful medicines. Itachi-chan? Asked Rin. Itachi turned towards Rin. It seems Erza's artificial right eye has seemingly been imbued with life magic. Stated Rin. Erza's eyes widened as she heard what Rin said. Life magic was forbidden namely because it drew on the caster's life force. She looked at Itachi who paid no attention to her. I am aware answered Itachi, Erza in all her time that had known Rin, never saw the woman lose her temper, but there was a first time for everything. Rin went up to him and slapped him right in the face. Rin-san. Shouted Erza. Rin paid her no mind as Itachi held his hand on his right cheek. You are well aware of the consequences Itachi-chan. Why are you so reckless? Shouted Rin. Itachi just rubbed his cheek as he looked at Rin, she sighed. I want you to never use life magic again, do you understand? Asked a stern Rin. Itachi nodded his head. That isn't good enough, what would Obito say if he was here? Asked a stern Rin, Itachi didn't meet her eyes. I understand Rin-san said Itachi, he knew why the woman in front of him cared so much, it was her obligation to Obito, just as it was Itachi's obligation to Shisui to protect the village. Rin kept her gaze on him searching his eyes. She then turned and went back to Erza. It seems your eye is still able to negate attacks aimed at the visual nerves Erza-chan, that is a good thing if you ever come across someone who uses visual magic, said Rin, as she side glanced at the lone Uchiha. They soon finished up as Rin told them that she would come by their home the next day and give him the document stating that they were siblings. Erza and Itachi bid goodbye to her as they made their way back to Magnolia town. Rin's house was in Magnolia town as well, but from Itachi had learned from Erza, Rin would stand in when Perusuka was busy. The trek back to Magnolia town was slow and quiet, Erza made every moment an opportunity. "How do you know Rin-san?" came her question. An old acquaintance, came Itachi's monotone voice as his gaze remained on the path ahead of him. "Why did you use life magic? I was content with my artificial eye," came Erza's protest. Itachi didn't answer her as he kept on walking. "Nai-san," shouted Erza. Itachi stopped as he turned towards her. "Why I wanted to honor a dying man's request," said a calm Itachi as he began to walk ahead again. Erza stopped dead in her tracks as a similar memory came forth. "Bixks. Open it," said Itachi as he then wore his cloak once more. He decided to go out and get himself some new clothes to blend into this new area. The girl looked at him curiously as her eyes widened when she took out a blood-red dress, complementing her scarlet hair and black shoes. She looked up at him. "Is this mine?" she asked. Itachi just nodded his head, his eyes closed. "Why?" she cried out to him as her lone eye shed tears. "Why I wanted to honor a dying man's request," said a calm Itachi. Erza looked up in surprise. "Send flashbacks." She snapped out of her stupor as Itachi walked along in front of her. "By killing yourself," shouted Erza. Itachi stopped once more, he didn't turn back. "If it proves necessary," came his cold voice as he began walking once more. Erza gritted her teeth, she knew Itachi cared. But he cared too much, she then made a vow that day that she would become stronger so that Itachi would never risk his life or his health for her again. "You're far away now, but I swear I'll become stronger than you, I will never let you risk your life to protect me ever again." "Don't fall behind," called Itachi as he walked ahead of her. Erza sighed as a small smile curled up her face, she ran after him. Fairy tale. All was well in fairy tale, except for the fact that they were broken pieces of furniture all around the guild's main hall. The exploits of a brawl between two seemingly like-minded individuals. "What did you say? You banshee?" shouted Gray. "Shut up. You bastard," shouted Natsu as he ran towards him. A fist sent Natsu down into the ground as Gray gloated over his strike. Jet sighed, "I can't believe Itachi-san actually trained Natsu." "Yeah, can you believe it? That idiot actually got Itachi-san to train him," muttered Droy as he ate some fries. "Get off me, you pervert," shouted Natsu as he uppercutted Gray. Gray slided and landed in front of Murahin's feet. Murahin blinked. "Gray? Where are your clothes?" "Huh? What the hell? Where are they?" shouted Gray as he magically stood up with all his injuries healed. Natsu grinned as he held up Gray's pants. "Natsu? You bastard. Give it back," shouted Gray as he ran after Natsu. Meanwhile with Loke. "Sigh, I wish I had a brother like Itachi-san," muttered the glasses-wearing mage. "Huh? Why?" asked Kana as she came up and sat next to him. Loke then smirked a devious smile. "Because he knows how to get it on with the ladies. Didn't you see how the women swooned over him when he was walking to the guild yesterday with Erza?" asked Loke. "He has that effect on people, just look at Biska, she's been trying to ask Erza to set her up with Itachi," explained Kana. "He's not interested in things like that, Loke." "And what about you, my dear Kana, are you interested in him?" asked a sly Loke. Kana started stuttering and blushing. He's kind. That's all. I don't think of him like that," shouted Kana as she waved her hands in the air. "Of course you do, see what I mean, he has you all like puppets on strings," said Loke. "No, he doesn't. He's nothing like you," said Kana. "Precisely why I will make him my brother, I will accomplish that feat," said Loke as he pumped his chest and made a nice guy pose. Kana sweat-dropped. "Don't you have any shame at all?" Murahin walked up to Jay, Levy and Droy as they conversed. "Oh? Mira-san," exclaimed a joyous Levy. Murahin smiled as she came up to her and gave her a note. "Master sent this for you," said Murahin as she gave Levy a note. Jay and Droy looked on curiously as Levy read the note. Levy squealed. "I'm going on a job with Itachi-san," exclaimed a joyous Levy as she waved it in the air. All the female members in the guild looked on with jealousy in their eyes. "You better not slow him down, he doesn't have time to waste on weaklings like you," came Laxus's voice from the second floor. Levy looked crestfallen as Murahin glared at Laxus. "Oi Laxus. Shut up," shouted Natsu. "Itachi's nothing like you." "Heh, sooner or later he'll show his true colors, the weak aren't meant to associate with the strong, it's a rule," chuckled Laxus. Gray then came up to Levy. "Levy, don't mind him, he's too arrogant, you won't slow Itachi down." "Indeed, you won't," came a voice. All the guild members grew silent as they looked as their strongest mage entered the guild. Itachi came in first, followed by Erza. "Welcome back," smiled Murahin. "Has master come back yet?" asked Erza as she walked up to Murahin. No, he still hasn't come back yet, however he did send a note to Levy, said Marahan as she then turned to Itachi. Itachi-san, master has commissioned a job for both you and Levy, smiled Marahan. I am aware, said Itachi as he looked up at Laxus, observing his stance. Laxus gritted his teeth as he nervously avoided Itachi's gaze. Natsu however saw this. Heh. Laxus, you're afraid of Itachi. Grinned Natsu, grey facepalmed at Natsu, always stating the obvious. Laxus didn't say anything as he turned his back and walked to the corner of the second floor. Itachi then went up to Levy and asked for the note. Harem town, muttered Itachi. The trip there is short, we can return by evening, however I want to see how much spells she has mastered in the solid script. He then looked at Levy, we're leaving. Levy smiled as she walked behind Itachi, waving at the others. Natsu and the others smiled as they saw them off. But Itachi and Levy. The ride to Harem town was brief and uneventful. Itachi didn't speak to Levy unless she spoken to him. He spent the majority of the ride meditating, leaving a nervous Levy to look out the window of the carriage that they were traveling in. The job was simple, rescue a family member who had been captured by some bandits. Itachi and Levy completed the job in an hour, with the owner of the job thanking them and rewarding them with jewels and to Itachi's surprise, a new spell book for solid script magic. Itachi had taken the book and had then gone to a restaurant to have their lunch. Itachi just ordered some dango which surprised him as there weren't many shops that served dango in Earthland. Itachi looked on as Levy didn't order anything, nervousness prying away at her. He sighed as she asked her why she would not order, she replied stating that it was very expensive. Itachi then ordered for her as Levy protested. He had none of it as she sat until Levy finished eating what he had ordered for her. At the end of the meal, Levy muttered a small thank you, shying away from meeting the elder member's gaze. They then proceeded to leave the town when they were just 2 kilometers away from Magnolia town. Itachi asked the carriage driver to drop the here. Levy looked confused but followed what Itachi had said. Itachi then looked around as he set down the bag, he found a large open space, with trees covering the area, shadows of the tree falling on them. He then motioned for Levy to do the same as he placed her bag on the ground. Markarov-sama requested me to help you to improve your skills. Stated Itachi with his eyes closed and he folded his arms over his chest. With this book we received from the client. I believe this will be more than sufficient to teach you. Before we start, I want you to showcase everything that you know with the solid script spells, said Itachi as he sat down. Hi, murmured Levy as she then started the spells. Levy saw that Itachi didn't watch her perform the spells, but he was busy reading the book he had procured from the client. Once she finished displaying the spells, Itachi got up once more as he looked at a nervous Levy. Good, it seems that you have mastered 3 of the solid script spells. Silent, Storm and Guard, now I will teach you 3 more, explained Itachi. 3 more? Asked a nervous Levy. Discard your worries, I picked these 3 when I was reading through this book, they are relatively easy to learn but I leave the task of mastering them to you. Continued Itachi. Hi. Itachi-san. Said Levy. Itachi then began to teach her 3 more of the solid script spells. Fire, Hole and Iron. The moves were relatively easy to perform due to the hand gestures. At the end Itachi asked her to perform all 6 of them together, she did as he asked, Itachi was content as he then gave the book to her and her share of the money for the mission, and had asked her to learn whichever suited her and ones which did not take much time to perform. Levy nodded her head as they began their trek back to Fairy Tale. Levy fidgeted while walking behind Itachi, Itachi knew this had something to do with what Laxus has said. He walked along as he began to speak to Levy. Are you upset with what Laxus said to you? Asked Itachi without turning to her. Levy gasped in surprise as it slowly died down. Hi, murmured Levy. Don't be, came Itachi's voice. Her head snapped up to hear what Itachi had said. But he's right, I'm weak, that's just how it is, I'm small, murmured Levy as she walked behind Itachi. Itachi kept walking along as Levy looked onto his back, she looked down on the ground as they both walked along. Itachi's voice broke her depression. It's not about how weak you are, this is why you are in a guild, it is a place where your weakness is covered by the strength of the other members. And in turn you cover their weakness with your own strength, explained Itachi as he walked along. Levy looked on at the words of wisdom from the older member. But. Do you remember what I told Natsu? Asked Itachi, his back turned to her. Levy stopped as she recalled the events from the day before. Flashbacks. Why are you weak? Asked Itachi, he then continued on, it's not because you're lacking in power, Natsu grunted as he spit out some more blood onto the floor. His legs above the floor as Itachi choked him softly, making sure not to hurt him too badly. It is because you failed to accept the help of your comrades. Stated Itachi. Every member in the guild looked shocked at what Itachi had said. He had told Natsu to seek help when the task was too difficult for him. Natsu listened on intently. Itachi could feel the damage he had done to Natsu from his words. After a short pause, he continued onward. Never do everything on your own, you are destined to fail. Stated Itachi as he let go off Natsu. He slumped to the ground unconscious. It's in flashbacks. I am your comrade as well, and hence I nullify your weakness and you nullify mine. Never think less of yourself, you are more than what you berate yourself for, said Itachi as he walked along. Levy slowly smiled at his back as she followed behind him. Itachi-san. Called Levy. Itachi turned his head to look at her as he walked along, his cloak spraying in the evening breeze. Yes. Thank you, said Levy as she blushed. Itachi looked onto the road ahead as a smile crept up his face. They continued onward back to their guild, no, back to their home. Itachi watched as the members of the guild enjoyed themselves. Markarov had suggested the guild to go on a little excursion. And so they had set out north to a lush-filled land. 2 years had passed and the members of Fairy Tail had grown both in body, mind and skill, under the watchful eyes of both its master and its strongest mage besides Gildert's. New bonds were made and others broken, a death in the family, sadness rivaled to none. Itachi had regretted not going with Marahin and her siblings. He had arrived a moment too late and had watched Marahin pour her heat out onto him. Elfman as well. They had become even more withdrawn after their younger sibling's death. Erza had seen Itachi at the funeral staying at the back. After Lysana's death, Itachi had become more withdrawn. A little colder. Even with his newfound strength, he couldn't protect a comrade and it angered him. It clawed away at his heart each night. Erza had tried to talk to him. Itachi had shrugged her off. He had grown colder but nevertheless moved on step by single step. The guild members still loved him nonetheless. He would take on other members and go on missions, rectifying their faults and helping them hone their skills. They had grown to respect him more and more. As did Laxus, he had lost his patience with Itachi and had challenged him. He was swiftly defeated by a Jinjutsu. Laxus had called him a demon. Itachi paid him no mind. Rin had approached him and asked him if he was alright. He had coldly replied to her that he was well. The guild members grew worried at his condition as did Laxus. After his defeat, Itachi had taught Laxus of how he reminded him of himself when he had been alone and had shunned his comrades away. Laxus now respected Itachi as his superior and had now begun to treat the members of the guild as his family. Itachi was content. Marahin had approached him and told him that it wasn't his fault. Itachi just nodded his head and moved on. And now? He watched the members of the guild enjoy themselves in a picnic. Markarov sitting next to Itachi. He then began a conversation with Itachi. Itachi, I know you still blame yourself for what happened to Lysana, said Markarov as he watched Natsu's and Gray's fight. Itachi kept silent as he too watched the fight. Lysana's death had occurred in the earlier part of the year of X783. And Itachi had suffered the brunt of it. When he didn't answer, Markarov sighed as he talked to him once more. Itachi, if even one of the members of the guild is unhappy, so is the rest. They can't enjoy themselves if you don't enjoy yourself, said Markarov. Itachi looked on as Rin gave Erza a piece of strawberry cake. He watched as she ate and saw the match in front of her. Itachi bent his head down as he avoided a hit from Markarov. Markarov looked at him with wide chibi eyes as he shouted at Itachi. Listen to me when I'm talking to you. And don't you dare avoid a hit from the master of the guild, shouted Markarov as he held a broom in his hand. Itachi gave him an amused look as he went back to watching the fight. Itachi, go on and enjoy yourself. How about you go fight against Natsu? He has been begging for a fight since 2 years. Chuckled Markarov. Itachi finally conceded as he slowly got up, nodding his head. Yosh. I beat Gray, now then who's next? Erza. Fight me. Shouted Natsu as he pointed to Erza. She smirked. It has been a while since we fought, hasn't it? Very well then, I'll fight you, stated Erza as she got up. Oh Erza-san. You can do it. I. Erza came in front of Natsu and glowed as her clothes changed into the Flame Empress armor, an armor she had made just to fight Natsu with. Oh. That's the Flame Empress armor, it decreases the fire attack power a great fold, exclaimed Levy. Natsu's going to get it now, chuckled Loke. Natsu. If you don't beat her. Then you are not a man, exclaimed Elfman. Stop with the manliness already, muttered Jed as he sat with Droy. I'll beat you with or without your armor, Erza, now let's go, said Natsu as he became serious. Loke became the referee as he readied to fight. Ready? The sound of footsteps broke everyone's concentration as they saw Itachi come up to them and stand in front of Erza. Nai-san, exclaimed a confused Erza. Boy. Itachi. Get out of the way so I can fight, Erza, exclaimed an angered Natsu. Itachi kept looking at the ground as his face slowly met Natsu's. I will be your opponent, stated Itachi. Everyone gasped at the proclamation as Erza looked confused. She turned to look at Markarov, who smiled and nodded his head. Erza nodded her head as her Flame Empress armor died down into her normal clothes. Erza went and stood in the crowd. I've waited for this day. I didn't care about beating Gilderts, not even Laxus, who I wanted to defeat from the very start was not Erza, it was you," Itachi murmured Natsu. "I stand in front of you now Natsu, do you wish to fight me?" asked Itachi, his Akatsuki cloak spraying in the wind. "No," stated Natsu. Itachi looked on as the other members talked among themselves as to why Natsu would refuse. "Doesn't he want to fight Itachi-san?" asked Kana. "Wait and watch," answered Gray as he slowly got up. "I wish to defeat you Itachi," shouted a defiant Natsu as he pointed to the Uchiha. "You taught me that sometimes I have to fight my own battles, but even when I'm fighting those battles alone, you told me that my comrades are there for me always cheering me on, and so I won't lose." Itachi's lips drew into a thin line as he sighed, such confidence but will it waver? "Shut up and fight Itachi," shouted Natsu as he got into a stance. Loke came in between them as he ready to fight. "Ready?" The wind blew across the field where the fight was taking place, Itachi's bang swing in the wing as did Natsu's hair as he smiled. Happy looked on nervously. "Begin." Natsu jumped into the air as he roared Fire Dragon Fist. As he came down onto Itachi. Boom. An explosion rocked the area as everyone braced from the impact. When the dust settled, everyone looked on in shock. Natsu's punch had gone straight through Itachi. Natsu himself looked shocked as he saw what he had done. "Natsu? You went too far," screamed Levy. I stuttered Natsu as he looked at Itachi. A voice came behind me. "Do not let yourself be deceived," came Itachi's voice from behind him. Natsu's eyes widened as Itachi placed a hand on his shoulder and grabbed his shirt. Jumping over him, he threw Natsu to the end of the field as a poof echoed throughout the field. Natsu grunted in pain as flipped back up. Itachi didn't want to use Genjutsu to fight Natsu, he knew if he did, the battle would be over and hence defeating the purpose PF testing Natsu's strength. "That wasn't Itachi-san?" asked a confused Jet. Rin came up and explained to him. "No, that was one of his clones. Itachi-chan can make clones of himself although in limited amount, he knows how to use them effectively," explained Rin. Natsu gritted his teeth as he charged at Itachi once more. Itachi sidestepped him and caught his right arm, this time, kicking him to the end of the field. Natsu flipped back in the air as his hands grazed the ground. "Natsu's serious," said Murahin. "Just look at him. He's smiling, he's enjoying every second of this," added a smiling Erza. Natsu using the momentum from Itachi's kick jumped into the air as Itachi observed what he was going to do. "Roar of the Fire Dragon," screamed Natsu as a huge spit of flame came down onto Itachi. "He's grown," thought Itachi. They all watched as Itachi's formed hand signs and brought his hand to his mouth in a circle as he drew in some air. Fire style. Grand Fireball. A huge ball of flame came out from Itachi's mouth as everyone looked on, it clashed into Natsu's fire as a struggle began, Itachi then let the flame die down as the whole flame seemingly consumed him. Natsu's eyes widened as did the others as they saw him being consumed by the flames. Natsu didn't relent as he increased the force of the fire. "Natsu? That's enough," shouted Kana. Gray placed a hand blocking her, he then shook his head. Natsu came down and landed on the ground as he watched the flames consume his opponent. "Did I beat him?" thought a doubtful Natsu. I could feel that he let his flame die. "Did Natsu beat Itachi-san?" asked Elfman. "No, I doubt it, Itachi-san is second or equal to Gildert-san, he wouldn't be defeated just as easily as that," said Loke. "Natsu? Don't let your guard down," shouted Erza. Natsu blinked as a feeling overwhelmed him, he looked back but was caught off guard as Itachi sent him flying with a roundhouse kick. A scream of pain rang out from his mouth as he crashed into the ground. Itachi slowly put his right leg down as he surveyed the damage. "Battling longer would be pointless, Natsu, you lose," stated Itachi as he began to walk away. "Don't you," whispered Natsu, "don't you dare walk away from me," shouted Natsu as he got up clutching his face. Itachi smiled as he turned back to Natsu, but his lips drew into a thin line as Natsu ran towards him. At half the distance, Itachi was caught off guard. "Itachi, please tell L. Kana I'm sorry Taki. Care of her." Itachi blinked as a seal on his right wrist glowed, that didn't stop Natsu however, as he aimed a punch at Itachi's face. Itachi swiftly caught it as Natsu glared at him. Every one of the guild members knew something was up as Itachi's eyes widened and his face frantically searched around. "This feeling I know it, but where?" thought Itachi as he frantically looked around. It hit him like a flash. "The mountains to the east. Mount Zonia. Transportation spell is the only way, it may drain half of my chakra and magic but..." Itachi then looked directly at Makarov with his panic-stricken face. Makarov straightened up as he saw Itachi stare directly at him. Itachi nodded his head. Makarov immediately understood that something was wrong. Itachi then looked at Kana. Kana saw Itachi look at her, it scared her. He then looked straight at Marahan, the only thing that he saw was her crying face on the day that Lysana died and crying into his shirt. I will not allow it to happen again. He finally looked at Erza once again. Nai-san. She called to him. Itachi ignored her as he then looked to Natsu who was glaring at him as Itachi kept holding his wrist. Our battle is postponed, stated Itachi as he let go off Natsu's hands. A look of confusion shone on Natsu's face. He looked at Erza once more as he smiled an apologetic smile. Forgive me. Erza's eyes widened as she began to run to him. Natsu, I will fight you when I return, as of this moment I have other matters to attend to. What? What does that mean? Where are you going? Shouted Natsu. The guild members looked on in shock as what was happening in front of them. Rin wondered what was going on with Itachi to act like that. It does not concern you, or Atlas not yet, said Itachi as he looked at a running Erza. Erza reached for him, but as soon as she did, he bursted into crows. All of them looked on as the crows flew away to the east. What just happened? Asked a confused Gray. Itachi-san left, answered Loke. But why? Asked a confused Roy. Did you see his face? He looked worried. That's the first time I've seen him like that, said Elfman. Erza looked on towards the sky. Nai-san, why did you ask me to forgive you? Natsu looked on at Erza and then to the sky. Itachi, what happened? But Itachi 5 minutes later. Itachi formed himself from the crows as he looked around at a battle-ravaged land. No doubt, it was here. He walked along slowly as he then heard an earth-shattering roar. He raced to the source, jumping over rocks and crevices. What greeted him was not a scenery, but a bloodied man holed up in a corner and a black dragon trying to get to him. Itachi slowly crept up behind the dragon as he approached it. I won't be beaten by a big old lizard like you. Shouted the man as he blocked the dragon's roar with disassembly magic. Stand your ground, Gildert-san. Time for round 2, thought Itachi. Gildert shouted out in pain as he was thrust by the dragon's tail into the rock. It roared at him. Its mouth then went up front to kill Gildert's. Itachi fired a fireball at the back of the dragon's head as its head bounced down on the floor of the rocky area. It slowly got up as it glared at Itachi. Itachi? Whispered a shocked Gildert's. Itachi. Get out of here. Now. Itachi ignored him as he dodged a tail whip from the dragon. The Sharingan can't tame this beast, it could with the 9 tails, but not this one. I have to be more prepared this time. Itachi then disappeared as he bursted into crows and flew towards the dragon. It let out an earth-shattering roar as Itachi crashed into the rock of the mountain. Just such power. He quickly got out of the crack and fired another fireball, agitating it. My main priority is to get it away from Gildert-san, then use Amaterasu to burn its wing, just like last time. Itachi then saw the right wing of the dragon, regeneration. Reptilians do have that property, but how was it able to get rid of Amaterasu? He then observed the base of the wing and saw that there were bite marks, as if something tore the wing, it bit its own wing off. Itachi then dodged the dragon's swipe at him as he used his ninja movement to draw the dragon to the edge of the mountain. Once he got a certain distance away from Gildert's. He stood at the edge of the mountainous area. The black dragon rushed at him. Itachi closed his right eye as blood then seeped from it. The air around him shifted as the pressure of the air increased. Amaterasu. Black flames erupted onto the precise aim of the dragon's left wing. However, it didn't cease the attack as it charged at Itachi. It screeched out in pain as its wing was burning, but nonetheless charged at the Uchiha. Itachi grabbed his right eye in pain as he panted. He dodged a dragon's swipe at the last second, but its claw scratched his chest as blood splashed out of his chest. Itachi rested on the rock as he watched the dragon fell into the crevice. He grabbed his chest as blood seeped down onto his clothes. The wound wasn't deep and it could be bandaged up. He got up clutching his right eye as he slowly got up panting as he made his way to Gildert's. Gildert's looked on as a lone figure walked up to him. His eyes widened as he saw the blood falling from his chest and his right eye. He wasn't faring too well either, he had lost his left arm and blood seeped down from his mouth. The other parts of his body were safe due to the timely intervention of the Uchiha. Gildert's chuckled. He got you too, huh? Only a man of your stature would make light of this situation, Gildert-san grunted Itachi. Gildert smiled at him as he clutched the place where his left arm once used to be. It's been a long time since I saw you, said Gildert's. Itachi calmly limped up to him and sat next to him, letting his back rest on the rock, waiting for the pain in his right eye to subside. How did you find me? Asked Gildert's as he grunted in pain. I had placed a tracker seal on you, said Itachi. Tracker seal? Asked a curious Gildert's. It's a storage seal which allows me to know where one is, although it can be used only on one person at one time, explained Itachi. A souvenir from your world? Asked a smiling Gildert's. Itachi simply nodded his head. And you placed it on me? And not Erza? I'm touched, grunted Gildert's as he spit out some blood. Erza is in capable hands, I need not worry about her, replied Itachi. By the way, you're such a loser, getting scratched by a tiny lizard like that. said Gilderts as his face formed into what is now known as the troll face. "Cease your childish antics, Gilderts-san, there is a time and place for everything," scolded Itachi. Gilderts let out a small laugh, but it soon stopped as they felt the ground below them shake. "It's coming," stated Gilderts. Itachi slowly stood up as he clutched his chest. His coat now tattered. He watched as the black dragon climbed up back again. He looked on in shock as Amaterasu kept burning its left wing. An energy-like formation slowly formed at its mouth as Itachi and Gilderts' eyes widened. "Gilderts-san, stay behind me," commanded Itachi. "I've still got some strength left, if we're going out, we'll go out together," said Gilderts as he got up. "I died once, I do not plan to repeat it," answered Itachi. "Really now? And when were you going to tell me?" asked an amused Gilderts. "You didn't ask," stated Itachi. Gilderts chuckled as he spat out some more blood. They watched as the black dragon took in the spiraling energy and gulped down on it. "Been nice knowing you," Itachi chuckled Gilderts as he got into a fighting stance. It then fired a massive beam at the both of them, both of Itachi's eyes transformed into the Manjikyu as the beam hit them. Smoke was everywhere as the dragon observed its destruction, seemingly satisfied with itself. It slowly began gnawing away at its left wing. The burned wing containing the black flames fell onto the floor as the black dragon then slowly took jump down the mountain, clawing away at it and finding its grip. At the middle of the crater where the blast had taken place, the rocks became displaced as an orange spirit being came out of the rubble. It slowly died down as two figures came into view. The dust then settled as the battered remains of Fairy Tail's strongest mages stood up. Gilderts didn't know what had happened, he knew he was going to die, but just before the blast hit, he had seen Itachi smirking. He stood in awe as a giant orange shield was placed in front of the both of them. And an orange aura covering them, he looked at Itachi who was panting, with blood seeping down his mouth. The being roared as it slowly died down, the orange aura dying down with it. Itachi struggled to stay on his feet as he fell down on one knee, heavily panting. Gilderts placed his right hand on his shoulder as he slowly helped him up. They looked around at the destruction, only on the ground where they stood was the floor of the mountain intact. The rest had formed a canyon around them. "Remind me never to get on your bad side," said Gilderts to a panting Itachi as he stood up. He fell down again as Gilderts caught him. "Easy, guess that technique takes a lot out of you, doesn't it?" asked Gilderts. Itachi just grunted a response. The two men then began a long trek down the mountain Zonia, both of them using their weight to support each other. "What exactly was that thing you summoned?" asked Gilderts. "Susanoo," answered Itachi as they treaded along the rocky area. Gilderts didn't respond, prompting him to explain more. "It's a technique that I use as a last resort for attacks which cannot be dodged or which have a wide range," explained Itachi. "It's not a summoning. Using Amaterasu and Susanoo, coupled with summoning the Yodamir, was more exhausting than I thought. Although it was necessary since any form of magic barely affects that creature." "I see," muttered Gilderts as they walked along. "We need to tend to your wounds, Gilderts-san." "Can't you use your transportation spell?" asked Gilderts. "No, I can only use it once a year, that is the condition set forth by the spell. If I hadn't used it, I would have arrived here presumably an hour or 2 hours later by flight," answered Itachi. "How's Kana?" asked Gilderts. "Efficient," answered Itachi. Gilderts had a deadpan expression. "Stop talking like a machine and give me a proper answer," shouted Gilderts with a comical expression on his face. Itachi sighed. "She is well," answered Itachi. Gilderts' face drew into a smile. "See? Talking like an average human being isn't so bad now, is it? I consider it an insult to be average if one has the ability to excel," deadpanned Itachi. "Oh sorry," apologized a sheepish-looking Gilderts. "I need to ask you a favor, Gilderts-san," said Itachi. Gilderts looked at Itachi with a curious expression. "After your wounds are tended to, I would like you to return to the guild," said Itachi. "I don't have anything better to do," he sighed. "So much for my 100-year job, it ended in failure," sulked Gilderts. Itachi walked on forward. "Wait, aren't you coming back with me?" asked a curious Gilderts. Itachi didn't answer, forcing Gilderts to wonder. "Itachi?" questioned Gilderts. "No," stated Itachi. "Then why do you want me to go back?" asked Gilderts. "The guild needs someone to guide them. Yes, Markarov-sama is present as the master, but they need someone to help them hone their skills. I played that part for 2 years, I now request you to do the same." "I understand your reasoning, but where will you go?" asked Gilderts. Itachi didn't answer. After a short pause, he answered Gilderts. "The dragons are said to have disappeared, but this black one, Agnologia. Why does it still remain? Does it not follow the orders of the Dragon King? This is the second time that I have faced it," questioned Itachi. "Itachi, there are some things better left not knowing," said Gilderts. "Take it from a man who has been born and has lived for over 40 years in this world." "I see, so you imply and agree that you are actually old," came Itachi's voice. Gilderts' eyes widened into chibi eyes. "What?" "How dare you say that I'm old?" shouted Gilderts. "I never said such a thing, you implied it yourself," Gilderts stated Itachi in a monotone voice as Gilderts complained. They soon reached the foot of the mountain as they disembarked. Gilderts looked to Itachi as he walked. "Itachi, thank you," said Gilderts, gratitude in his voice. Itachi just nodded his head as they moved on. "I ask you to take care of Erza once more. I will return as soon as I have finished my search. If it proves futile then I will return as quickly as possible," said Itachi. "When you're coming back, send word to me. Do I make myself clear?" asked Gilderts. Itachi nodded his head in agreement. 3 months later. "Everyone. Gilderts is coming back," shouted Marahin. "What? Really?" asked Locke as he ran up to Marahin. "No way. This is awesome," shouted Jet. "I can't believe it. When's he coming back?" asked an enthusiastic Levy. "He said in the note that he sent that he would be here in another half an hour," answered Marahin. "This is awesome. I'll beat Gilderts this time," shouted Natsu. "Heh. Really? You got caught by him in one shot," said Gray. "What did you say? Who you trying to pick a fight with, Gray team?" "Natsu. Shut up," shouted Gray as he punched him, and just like that a brawl erupted in the quiet halls of Fairy Tale. However, a lone girl with brown hair contemplated in confusion to reveal a revelation about her. She silently wished it away as she drank a barrel of beer. Laxus looked on. He had taken up the mantle of strongest mage after Makarov, since no word had come to him of Itachi or Gilderts. He had gone back to his old self of the weak and the strong. He became angry with how soft the guild had become. He didn't associate himself with the weak members of the guild. He had formed a group known as the Thunder God Tribe and proclaimed themselves as the elite of the guild. Itachi's departure had caused him frustration as well. He had spouted nonsense and had abandoned his comrades. This didn't sit well with Laxus. He watched as a scarlet-haired girl came into the guild. All activity stopped when she came. Both Natsu and Gray had stopped their bickering and had become solemn. They went and sat on one of the guild's table as everyone cleared a way for her. Marahin, her longtime rival however, stopped her. Erza glared at her. "Erza, Gilderts is coming back," said Marahin. "I see anything else?" Marahin then took out a piece of paper and gave it to her. Erza took it in her hand as she gave her a quizzical look. Marahin smiled at her. "This came from Gilderts. In the letter he sent, it was specifically addressed to you," said Marahin as she handed the neatly folded piece of paper to Erza. Erza took it in her hand as she opened it. The contents were neatly written. "The first friends you make are said to be life-lasting, everlasting, never dying, but what happens when that friend becomes someone who you actually knew? Like a fleeting memory, time is cruel at times, it twists people into someone they don't know. A mere reflection is all that's left of them." For Erza, that was exactly the case as she watched her former childhood friend, Jellal, prepared an attack to finish both her and her teammate Natsu Dragneel off once and for all. She gritted her teeth, this was not the Jellal she knew. And exhaustion eating away at her, she had nothing she could do. Natsu looked on as well helplessly. No idea came to his mind to counter the attack in front of him. He looked on as thoughts ran through his mind. Is this it? The black spiral projection formed into Jellal's hand as he roared. Like a miniature black hole, he cast it onto the two people below him, speed unrivaled. The black space soon made its way quickly to a panting Erza and Natsu. Erza looked wide-eyed as she gritted her teeth. She shouted as a figure blocked the shot. "Simon! Don't!" An explosion occurred as Jellal watched on. He watched as the dust settled and cleared to reveal 4 figures all standing in a straight line, as if blocking Natsu. His eyes widened as he looked on to who it was. So did the 3 figures behind him. "Why you?" gasped Jellal. His face had gone deathly white as if he had seen a ghost. The other members behind the figure didn't see his face. Who are you?" stuttered Simon. He paid him no mind as he looked on at his opponent. His cloak calmly still. He wore a black cloak with a hoodie. The inside of the cloak was grey all around and his shirt was purple in color with no collar. His cloak covered the pants he wore, it looked to be like he was wearing a uniform. And he wore an eerie familiar necklace around his neck. "I believe I told you that if you were to even lay a hand on Erza to do her any harm, I would not let you see the light of another day." Seagrain Sama, said the man, his voice eerie familiar to both Natsu and Erza. Natsu picked up as he saw the sight in front of him. He grew happy, a tad bit disappointed at his late arrival. Erza looked on in shock, no words coming out of her mouth as she watched the conversation in front of her. "You've overstepped your bounds," Jellal-san finished the voice. "This is impossible. How did you escape?" shouted Jellal, "you should be dead." Itachi ignored him as the side of his head turned to the combatants behind him. "Natsu, Erza, fall back." Itachi blinked. "Natsu, I ain't going nowhere. That guy made Erza cry and there's no way I'm going without beating that guy," shouted Natsu, "and after I'm done with him. You're next, Itachi. You owe me a fight." Enough of your proclamations. Itachi almost snapped at Natsu, but willed himself to be patient. This specific tower is rigged to blow in 3 minutes. Fall back and retreat. What? Shouted Jellal, you're bluffing. Itachi calmly stared back at him, your battle with them is over, however it begins with me now. Itachi. I'll fight him. Leave him to me. Shouted Natsu. Itachi blinked as he recalled another similar event. Flashbacks. I'll stop the Ito Tensei, I'll leave Madara to you guys, said Itachi. What? Shouted Naruto. No. I'll stop this war all on my own. He then formed his hands into his famous shadow clone hand sign. His chakra mode then suddenly died down as he started panting heavily. Itachi sighed and shook his head. It's true you have become stronger, but it seems to me you're losing sight of what's more important, stated Itachi as Naruto and Killer Bee looked towards to him. If you try to everything on your own, you will fail, not just that you will one day become like Madara, said Itachi. Naruto gulped. Your dream was your father's, was it not? Asked Itachi. Then listen well. The reason your father, Minato, could become Hokage was because he had your mother Kushina and all his friends, continued Itachi. Naruto looked on as he listened to the advice given by Itachi. He wasn't acknowledged by the village because he became Hokage, he became the Hokage because the village acknowledged him. Do not forget about your friends. Stated Itachi. Send flashbacks. Itachi. Shouted Natsu. Itachi snapped out of his stupor as he turned to Natsu. Leave. No. This time you're coming back with us. Shouted Natsu, you left without telling us anything, I'm not going to let you alone here. I'm taking you back with us. I'll follow you shortly, now go, said Itachi as Jellal gritted his teeth in anger and frustration. We're not going. Did you hear me? I'll fight with you. Shouted a defiant Natsu. Simon looked on, he knew that they should have escaped when this stranger was buying them time, he conceded as he placed a hand on Natsu's shoulder. Natsu, let's go, I can tell, this guy is serious, don't get in his way, said Simon as he dragged Natsu. Wah? Hey. Itachi. We aren't finished, if you don't come back, I'll find you and drag you back. Shouted Natsu. Itachi didn't answer as he kept his gaze on Jellal. Erza, come on, pleaded Simon. Erza didn't respond as she kept staring at her adopted brother, emotions raging inside of her. My tower I spent 8 years building at you, murmured a soon-to-be enraged Jellal. Unforgivable. Itachi looked on. His eyes momentarily flashed in surprise as he saw Jellal brought his hands into X mark above his head. Darkness magic. No, he does not have the skills to contain and handle such a strain. Urutarisu. Itachi saw as the black sphere came towards him, but what caught him off guard was the trajectory, it wasn't aimed at him. He's aiming for Natsu. Itachi then disappeared with his speed and appeared behind Natsu and Erza, he caught both of them by their shoulders and dived out of the way of the attack. Simon followed suit as he too dived and dodged the attack. The tower shook as it began to crumble, Itachi stood up as he gave them a final warning. Leave now, said a calm Itachi as he rushed to get into Genjutsu range with Jellal. Simon then dragged Erza out of the room, Itachi had knocked out Natsu when he had saved him and was being carried by Simon on his shoulder. Simon pulled Erza out of the door as she frantically shouted for Itachi. He ignored her, his eyes now set on Jellal. Impossible. I cannot be defeated. Shouted Jellal as he threw a thunderbolt at Itachi, who easily dodged it. I will create a land of freedom. Zeref called to me softly, through the pain and fear. He asked me if I wanted true freedom. That's right, I am the only one who can sense Zeref's presence. I am the chosen one. Together with Zeref, I will create a nation of true freedom. He then escaped as he jumped up flying above the tower. Itachi used his ninja movement as he followed after Jellal, jumping on falling rocks as it came down on him. Jellal shouted at him as Itachi grew nearer and nearer to him. He then prepared a spell. Abyss break. It's over, stated Itachi. Jellal's eyes widened as he looked around, only darkness covered the surroundings. Where am I? Show yourself. Shouted Jellal as he frantically looked around for Itachi. He then looked out into a distance as he saw a figure with red eyes staring at him. He backed away in fear. He's being controlled, more so infected by some foreign spell. This isn't the real Jellal in front of me, just a crazed mutated illusion, thought Itachi. Visual jutsu powerful calm, stated Itachi. Jellal watched in horror as Itachi's Sharingan arose in front of him, sucking him into it. No. I won't allow myself to be defeated. Zeref and I will create a new land. Shouted Jellal. Calm yourself, Jellal Fernandez, it's almost over, thought Itachi as he watched a figure in front of him struggle for dominance. He slowly gave up as the darkness then died down. Itachi watched as Jellal fell from above the tower. He jumped off the falling rocks as he caught Jellal by his sleeveless shirt. He placed him over his shoulder as he jumped down onto the floors below him. Erza, murmured an unconscious Jellal. Itachi paid him no mind as he rushed down to the lower floors to escape the explosion that he had set up. He caught a glimpse of Natsu escaping the tower carrying Erza. But what caused him worry was that Erza was unconscious and the other boy he had seen was not with them. He wondered what had happened as he jumped on each of the rocks. He didn't make it in time as the explosion occurred and the tower spiraling into a vortex with flames and water. He quickly dodged each of the debris but was overwhelmed by the sheer amount of debris as he braced himself for the impact. Natsu looked back as he saw the tower blow up, flames and water dancing around it as seemingly vanished into thin air. Itachi Simon no. No. I won't allow it. Screamed Natsu as he tried to race back only to fall to his wounds and with the weight of carrying Erza, he looked on helplessly as the tower disappeared into thin air. Regret crawling away at his features. What do I tell Erza now? With Itachi. Itachi walked on the water as he slowly found a large wooden plank floating on it. He slowly placed the body of Jellal onto the plank as he sat down as well. He was amazed that the large wooden plank could support his and the unconscious four of Jellal's weight. He watched as Jellal slowly got up. He was calm, he knew he had erased the spell that had infected his mind and had caused him to go berserk and mad. "Jay, where am I?" asked a now conscious Jellal. Erza, he murmured as he slowly got up. In shock he backed away when he saw a sitting Itachi next to him. "Who are you? Stay away from me," shouted Jellal as he backed away. "My identity is of no concern to you, however your identity is," came Itachi's voice. "What? My identity just who am I?" asked Jellal as he looked up to a confused Itachi. "I see, my Jinjutsu erased the spell controlling him, but in turn it seems he has procured amnesia." Itachi paid him no mind as he slowly got up and took a struggling Jellal's hand and gave him some jewels that he had procured. Itachi then got up and turned in the opposite direction and began to move towards the land. "Wait. Tell me who I am," shouted Jellal as his hand stretched forth to Itachi. Itachi stopped and sighed. "Jellal Fernandez. What? That is your name. Live your life for the prospect of gaining peace and atoning for your sins. Come find me when you realize who you were, your answers will appear in due time," said Itachi as he walked along, ignoring the cries of help from Jellal. "They are still in the area, I will find them tomorrow. I find it wise as of now to rest and recharge my powers," concluded Itachi as he started walking towards the shore. "With Erza. Where am I?" whispered Erza as her eyes slowly opened. "Erza?" Erza turned her head to the side to 3 to 4 people running towards her. "Thank goodness you're okay. Don't make us worry like that, damn it. What's going on?" muttered a confused Erza as she composed herself. She felt as if she was being carried by somebody. She saw as her friends run towards her, splashing the water from the sea as they rushed towards her. She shook her head as the blurriness from her vision disappeared. "I'm alive?" asked a confused Erza as she looked up to see her savior. "Natsu, why are you crying?" Natsu kneeled down as he slowly placed Erza down onto the shallow part of the sea. Kneeling down, he cried. "Don't you ever do that again, never," shouted Natsu. "Natsu. I won't," said Erza as she caressed Natsu's cheek. A small whisper made its way up to Erza's ear as her eyes widened. "I'm sorry." "Natsu, for what? For what are you sorry?" asked Erza as she hugged him and let him cry onto her. "I promised you that I'd bring back Itachi. I failed," muttered a crying Natsu. Erza stopped as if she had been shot. Her eyes widening at what Natsu said. "He was in arm's reach. I'm sorry. I let him go," cried Natsu as Erza was motionless. She then looked back behind Natsu at the spiraling vortex as it finally died down. "Nai-san, why do you always do this? Jellal thought a saddened Erza as she pushed them from her mind. "Natsu, don't worry, I'm sure Itachi will show up sooner or later," said Gray. "That guy won't die that easily." "Yeah, I guess you're right," muttered Natsu. "Fairy tale, I can't really imagine a world without my comrades," whispered Erza. "It's the same for all of us," whispered Natsu. "You're a member of Fairy Tail, you're one of us, and we weren't going to let anyone take you away." "That's right," nodded Lucy, signaling her agreement. You all. Erza closed her eyes with a smile. "Thank you. That's right, I don't have to die for my comrades' sake, I have to live for their sake. Because that's the only way to bring about a happy future," thought Erza as tears flowed down from her eyes. "Nai-san, I know you're out there, I will see you again." Next day, Fiore Southern Beach Hotel. "I caused so much trouble to all of you in this incident," spoke Erza. "Please accept my apology." "Will you stop it? You've been saying the same thing again." "It's alright," spoke Lucy as she waved her right hand, silencing a smiling Erza. "Whatever happened to that element 4 girl?" asked Erza, trying to change the subject. "Juvia. Oh, she's headed back already," answered Grey. "She said she wanted to join Fairy Tail as soon as possible, so she ran off to find the old man." "I see, I hear she helped us out a lot, so I would have liked to be there to back her up," but Erza mused. "But?" questioned a voice as the door opened to reveal none other than the elder Ichiha. Gray's eyes widened as he saw Itachi enter the room. Lucy looked confused as she wondered who the older man could be. Erza grew speechless for the 3rd time in the week. Itachi then looked at a sleeping Natsu as an amused expression crossed his face when he entered the room. "You were injured and Markarov-sama is always willing to accept new members," completed Itachi. Gray gritted his teeth as he began to question Itachi. "Where the hell have you been for the past year?" shouted Gray. "Happy back up a bit, so did Lucy." Itachi blinked. "I trusted Gildert-san to relay the information to you, did he not do so?" asked Itachi. "He didn't tell us anything. He was with us for about 4 months and then he took off," shouted Gray. Erza stopped him. "He did?" A small whisper. "He asked me to tell the rest of the guild, I didn't convey it," said Erza. "I apologize." "The Erza?" stuttered Gray. "It's quite alright." After a short pause, Itachi continued on, "You've grown stronger in the time I haven't seen you." Erza didn't answer as her bangs covered her face. Gray looked on as did Lucy and Happy, but Lucy was confused at what was happening. She didn't know who the man in front of her was. "Erza?" questioned Itachi as he got up. He wasn't prepared as he was tackled by Erza. He stood his ground, preventing himself from falling. "Gildert said you were hurt when fighting the dragon, how could you just leave like that? You could have died," scolded Erza. Itachi sighed as he pushed his forefingers to Erza's forehead, sending her staggering back a bit. "As I said previously, I had other matters of importance to attend to, besides that Markarov-sama sent me a letter to bring you back to the guild," stopped Itachi as he turned to see a snoring Natsu. "Once you have properly rested up, of course." "Hey Gray. Who's that?" whispered Lucy. Gray looked at her like she had grown a second head. "That's Erza's older brother," answered Gray. "They call him that visual illusionist or whatever, I don't know." "You mean that's the visual illusionist and he's Erza's brother?" asked a shocked Lucy. "Yup. He's so handsome he's even in the magazine for top 10 handsome bachelors, but they never got a photo of him," she squealed with joy. "Wha?" asked a confused Gray. "I'm sorry for not being there with you for the past year, however I will be returning with you to the guild," said Itachi. Erza brightened up at this. "PFFT, you're just gonna leave again," muttered Gray. "Gray," scolded Erza. "No, due to Gildert's abrupt sense of withdrawal, I am forced to cut my journey short, so I will be returning with you to the guild as soon as Natsu awakes from his slumber," explained Itachi. "Boy Natsu, wake up, Itachi's here, he says he wants to fight you," said Gray as he poked Natsu with an object. "Aye. Itachi's here. Fight me," shouted Natsu as he magically got up. Itachi sighed as Natsu pointed at him. "Once when we return to the guild, I will fight you then," answered Itachi. Natsu grew shocked as shook the drowsiness from his eyes. He rubbed his eyes with his hands as he looked at Itachi again. "It is you," shouted a joyous Natsu as he jumped at Itachi. Itachi moved to his right as Natsu fell down onto the floor. "Ow. My nose," shouted a frantic Natsu as he clutched his undurate nose. Itachi looked bored as he then proceeded to leave the room. "Meet me at the entrance of the hotel in an hour, the construction on the guild has also been finished," completed Itachi as he went out of the room, leaving a smiling Erza, a fuming Gray, a confused Lucy and a happy Natsu. "Things are finally going to go back to normal," thought a smiling Erza. No way," shouted Natsu as he pointed to the building in front of him. "The guild's all fixed up," beamed Lucy. "Looks like a castle now," added Gray as they entered the gates of the guild. Erza walked along with them, impressed that the construction on the guild was finished. "Hey guys. You're back," greeted Max as he came up to them. "Did you check the new guild out? We got a lot of new things going on." "Oh?" questioned Erza. "For starters, we have an open-air cafe now and we have shops too. Check this out, fairy tale t-shirts, mugs and we have toys too, see here," stated an enthusiastic Max as he guided them to the action figures. Lucy looked downtrodden as she looked at her figure. "It just doesn't feel the same," muttered Natsu as he folded his arms over his chest and looking skeptical at everything. He was ignored as Max showed them in. "We've even got a pool now at the back of the guild, but what's the best thing about this new guild is that everyone's allowed on the second floor now, but of course you need to be S-rank to take on missions or at least have an S-rank mage to accompany for such a mission," explained Max. "It still doesn't feel the same," muttered Natsu as he looked around, skeptical of everything around the new guild. "Even the waitresses have cool uniforms now," said Max as he pointed towards the waitress wearing bunny suits, asked an indecorous Lucy. Erza looked on, calmness etched in her features. "It seems they tried to copy my Nico armor suit but failed, hence they settled for this." "Nico armor?" asked a frantic Lucy as she pointed at Erza. Erza looked at her in a calm state. "I would request you to not let my brother know about this, he has a certain distaste for revealing attires," said Erza as she looked around for the master. Lucy's sweat dropped, which older brother in this world would ever let her younger sister wear revealing attire, no wonder she's so nervous around Itachi-san. "What are you doing here?" shouted Natsu as he glared at a figure. "Gajeel," muttered Gray. Lucy drew back a bit as she looked on, a little fear etched in her. Gajeel, why are you here? Answer, said Erza as she looked at him. Gajeel drew his eyes away from them. HMPH. Well, answer. Shouted Natsu. Calm down, Natsu, said Makarov as he came up to the young dragon slayer. I asked him to join our guild after Juvia joined as well, she brought him along, explained a smiling Makarov. Gray-sama. Juvia is so sorry. Gajeel was always lonely in our previous guild. So Juvia couldn't bear to leave him alone. Pleaded Juvia behind Gray. I don't necessarily care, one guild is as good as the next, muttered Gajeel. What was that? You punk. Said Natsu. You try anything and you're done for, stated Gray. Master, if this is your wish then I will go along with it, but it would be wise to have him watched, said Erza. Makarov didn't say as he looked on. From the sides of the guild stood two figures standing and glaring at the new arrival. Jet and Droy wouldn't forgive Gajeel for what he had done. Boy. Guys, settle down. Marahin is going to sing. Shouted Warren as the lights went out, everyone took their place, the curtains then opened revealing Marahin with a guitar, with one leg over another on a chair. She then began to sing a melodious song as everyone quieted down, except for Natsu who kept muttering. It still doesn't feel the same, muttered Natsu. He was quickly silenced by Gajeel who stamped Natsu's foot and smirked. Natsu stood up in full-blown rage as he shouted at Gajeel and started a fight. Oh, Natsu. Shouted Gray as he got up, pulling up his right sleeve. What he didn't register was that he had accidentally pushed Erza's cake out of her hands, causing her to go into a sudden depression. You idiots. Shut up and listen to Marini sing. Shouted Elfman as he coincidentally stamped Erza's strawberry cake. Shut up. Shouted Erza as she kicked Elfman right in the face, sending him sprawling across the guild hall. Soon after a brawl erupted with Marahin looking curiously at it and Lucy sighing. You fools. Stop your bickering. We will be interviewed tomorrow. And you're making a mess of things, shouted Makarov as he jumped into the fray. This is the fairy tale I know, smiled Lucy. Let's rock. Shouted Marahin as she magically changed her appearance into a rock star's outfit. Lucy looked on as the fight escalated. You want your strawberry cake, Erza? Then here. Shouted Elfman as he threw it at Erza. She dodged it and sent a punch to Elfman's gut. A splat was heard across at the entrance of the guild, where everyone turned their attention to. Uh-oh, thought a nervous Lucy. This is bad, thought Kana as she nervously shifted in her seat, holding the barrel of her favorite liquor. Itachi stepped into the guild, but as he had done so, a piece of cake had splattered in his face. Normally he would have dodged, but this time he was so transfixed on the new renovation of the guild that he forgot to mind his surroundings. Granted, he always kept his guard up, but he felt the guild to be his home, and so he would naturally let his guard down. The cake slowly slided off his face and fell onto the floor. Itachi didn't wipe his face, instead he picked up the fallen piece of cake and searched for a trash can. Once he did find it, he dumped the splattered dirty cake into the bin and made his way to Makarov. Elfman gulped as Itachi walked to him. Marahin feared for her brother's life as she watched Itachi walk past Levi towards Elfman. He stopped in front of Elfman as he turned his strawberry cream face towards him. May I know where the washroom is located? Elfman-kun. Asked Itachi as he looked at a nervous Elfman. Note. Itachi uses suffixes for almost all members of the guild. He uses san and sama when he respects someone or when someone is older than him. He uses kun only at times, and he doesn't use any suffix for those he considers equals or have the ability to surpass him, as in Natsu's case. To your right eye at Itachi-san, muttered a nervous Elfman. Itachi looked to his right and found the washroom. He nodded his head to Elfman as he moved to the washroom. The guild was deathly silent as they watched Itachi go into the washroom. Elfman. What the hell were you thinking? Shouted Gray. You should be grateful he didn't put you in the infirmary. Added Jet as they berated Elfman. I can't believe he's back, added a smiling Marahin. Yeah, it sure has been a while, smiled Aslak. I'll say, added Biska. Now that he's back, no one will dare lay a hand on Fairy Tail, shouted Macau. You get too ahead of yourself, Macau. It's not like Itachi-kun is the only member in the guild. He said it himself, he relies more on the strength of comrades than alone. Said Wakab. But still, Mon. It's awesome that he's back, said Droy. I'll drink to that, said a smiling Kana. Gray-sama. Who was that man? Asked Juvia. Juvia says he's handsome. Gray groaned, not with this again, first Lucy and now her sheesh. Gray then turned to her, but not as handsome as you, Gray-sama. Gray groaned again, he compassed himself as he then explained to Juvia who that was that passed them by. Oi, Chibi, asked Gajeel as he stood next to Levi. Huh? Who was that guy? Asked Gajeel as Levi looked towards him in surprise. You don't know who Itachi-san is? Gajeel shook his head indicating that he didn't. Levi looked speechless as some of the others in the guild. You really don't know? Gajeel grew agitated. Of course I don't. That's why I asked. Darn it. Shouted Gajeel. Quiet down, Gajeel. Shouted Gray. That guy was Fairy Tail's strongest mage besides Gildertsan, explained Marahin from the stage. Gajeel's eyes widened in disbelief. He's also Erza's older brother, added Natsu as he sagely nodded his head. Quit acting all wise, you cherry blossom, shouted Gray. Gajeel looked at Erza for confirmation. When Erza met Gajeel's gaze, she just nodded head. I better be careful when I deal with her now. TCH, Salamander's my only concern. I'll beat him to a pulp, then I'll deal with this Itachi guy. I guess you'll know him by his title, he's called the visual illusionist. Explained Levi. And exactly at that moment, all activity ceased in Gajeel's body. That's the guy Master Oze warned me about. Is that guy really strong? Thought a stupefied Gajeel. Haha. Gajeel's all scared like an itty-bitty cat, chuckled Natsu as Happy agreed with him. Urusai. Salamander. Just because that visual illusionist guy is here doesn't mean you can go hide behind his skirt, shouted Gajeel as he formed his hand into a fist. You shut your mouth. I don't need to hide behind Itachi for the likes of you. Heh. I already beat you, said a smug Natsu. What was that? You only won because of that stupid girl over there, said Gajeel as he pointed to Lucy. Hey. Scolded Lucy. But I still beat you, said a smug Natsu. Gajeel let out a frustrated growl as he charged at Natsu and Natsu at him. As their hands formed into fists, both of them were stopped by Itachi holding both their wrists. What insane speed, thought Gajeel. The guild is no place for a one-on-one brawl. If you wish to fight, then take it behind or out of it, said Itachi as he let go off both of their hands. Gajeel clutched his wrist and rubbed it to soothe the pain. Itachi then turned his glare on Natsu. Natsu stated Itachi in a monotone voice. Natsu gulped. Do I make myself clear? Hi, Itachi muttered Natsu, but he's the one who started it. The guild members sweat dropped at Natsu's childishness. Itachi then looked to Natsu's alleged assailant. Your name is Gajeel Red Fox, former member of the Phantom Lord Guild? Asked Itachi as he looked on at Gajeel. Yeah, and if I am? Asked Gajeel feeling a little threatened. Behind Itachi, Natsu made hand signs and stupid faces provoking Gajeel. Natsu, enough, stated Itachi as Natsu slumped down. Since you and Natsu are alike in nature, both of you will be accompanying me on a job tomorrow. Itachi, there's an interview for the whole guild tomorrow, I expect you to stay as well, came Markarov's voice. Itachi didn't look at Markarov as he leveled Gajeel with a glare. No way. Why do I have to go with him? Complained Natsu. He even destroyed the old guild. I am aware, but he is your comrade now and hence you will treat him like you do your other comrades, said Itachi. Fine, agreed Natsu. Itachi looked at Natsu once more then proceeded towards Markarov. Itachi looked at him once and Markarov knew what he wanted. Markarov then led Itachi into the guild's meeting place. Everyone watched as Markarov and Itachi made their way towards the meeting place. With Itachi and Markarov. I can tell you've grown stronger, but for some abrupt feeling, your health seems to be bad. Are you alright? Asked Markarov as he sat down. You do not need to worry about my condition, I am well, replied Itachi. It's those eyes of yours, I thought Rin warned you not to use them in excess, said Markarov as he observed Itachi. It was necessary when rescuing Gildertsan, answered Itachi. Are you alright now? Asked Markarov. Itachi nodded his head. Sit down, Itachi, you don't need to stand all the time when talking with me. I am comfortable standing, Markarov-sama answered Itachi. He moved his head to the side as he dodged a box thrown at his face. Listen to me when I tell you something, shouted Markarov as he waved his hands comically. Itachi felt amused as he slowly sat down on the chair across from Markarov. See, that wasn't so bad now, was it? Chuckled Markarov. Itachi looked on board. And stop with that stupid face. Smile a bit, shouted Markarov. Itachi tilted his head to his side as he waited for Markarov to finish his childish rants. Once finished he grew serious. I assume you're aware of what happened while you were gone? Asked Markarov. Itachi nodded his head. Regarding Gajeel, I asked him to join the guild, but I also told him to keep an eye on my son, said Markarov. The guild master of Raventail? Asked Itachi. Correct, he's grown quite ambitious, said Markarov. Itachi looked on. Is this also one of the reasons for Laxus-kun's disposition within the guild? Asked Itachi. I'm afraid so, it's my fault. He believes he needs to create a name for himself and not take on mine, answered Markarov. Itachi felt similarly as well. For years he had been under the shadow of the Uchiha name. It was only after he slaughtered it that he was free. Gildert's left on a mission again, his 100-year one, he decided to retake it. He said he'll come back after he finishes it or if he feels it's too much, explained Markarov. Itachi processed all that was given to him. We have two new members, one is Gajeel and the other is Juvia, she specializes in ice make just like Gray does. I understand. You should get ready as well, Itachi. Fantasia is coming up, it takes place next week, smiled Markarov. I suggest you join. I am not one for festivities, Makarov-sama answered Itachi. Nonsense, everyone takes part in the parade, so should you. Smiled Makarov. Itachi looked unsure. Listen, you've been away for almost a year, so why don't you relax, it is a festival. Shouted a joyous Makarov. I will consider it. Answered Itachi. You have no idea how worried everyone was about you, they thought you abandoned the guild. Marahin and Elfman thought it was because you were unable to save Lysana. I was forced to calm them down by driving them on jobs and asking Marahin to tend to the people in the guild. It's a good thing you sent word with Gilderts, chuckled Makarov. It would seem due to Erza's emotional instability, she failed to relay the information to the other members of the guild, said Itachi. Don't worry, after Erza left on a mission, I had informed them, they were angry at Erza, but then they understood how hard it was for her, I told them not to say anything, explained Makarov. Itachi looked grateful as he thanked Makarov. But the members of the guild. You think he'll tell us about his fight with the Black Dragon? Rumors are going around that he fought it twice, asked a curious Mikao. Erza looked on, she grew a bit confused as to how they knew that information. Hell yeah. I would love to hear how he fought that lizard, said Wakub. I should thank him for saving my father, but if I do that, he'll know as well, thought a depressed Kana as her shoulders slumped down. I'm just glad he's back. Hey, do you think he'll start taking us along for jobs like how he did before? Asked Jet. I think he will, whispered a happy Levi. I want to go on a job with Itachi-sen again, he was so understanding, I want to show him I've gotten stronger with the solid script spells. Yeah, added Azlak. Flashbacks. It Itachi-san? Asked Azlak as he slowly approached Itachi, who was sitting near a tree, reading a solid script spell book. Itachi looked up, signaling he was listening. Yes. May I ask you something? Asked Azlak. Itachi nodded his head. Well, if someone like Marahin-san can't said that the Ylo ved you, what would Yut do? Asked a nervous Azlak. Itachi raised a skeptical eyebrow at this, did Murjane-san say that she has some misguided affection towards me? Well no. But what would you do if she said that? It's not what I would do, but it's what you would do since you are the one asking this, I assume this person is someone you harbor affection for? Asked Itachi. Why yes, revealed Azlak. Itachi closed his eyes in thought, after a few seconds, he broke out of thought and looked towards him. If you feel the need to confess your love to Bisca-san, then by all means move forward and question her if she shares the same affection you have, answered Itachi. Oh, how do YUKN know I like Bisca? Asked a frantic Azlak. Itachi let a small smile creep up his face. I already answered your question, one is sufficient for a day, wouldn't you agree? Asked Itachi as he opened the book once more. Right, thank you Itachi-san, smiled Azlak as he turned around and started walking back to the guild, leaving Itachi to his reading. Send flashbacks. I still didn't tell her, Itachi-san, but I will, I promise you that, thought a determined Azlak. Lucy, however, was skeptical of Itachi as he had left and just appeared out of the blue, and what drew her attention more was that he was Erza's older brother. Good thing Loke's not here, he'd be trying to get Itachi to come with him to get a date with the ladies, chuckled Roy. So Loke knows about him, huh? I'll ask him about it later, thought Lucy. She then got up and went to the bar table where Marahin was cleaning some of the glasses. She sat down on one of the chairs as Marahin turned towards her. Lucy? Blinked Marahin, what's the matter? Marahin-san, I really don't get what the fuss is all about, it's like the guild has become even more chaotic since Itachi-san came back, even Natsu talks about him almost all the time, said a confused Lucy. Lucy, as you know, to many people in the guild, if not all, we are like a family, and almost all of the people here have nowhere else to go, said a smiling Marahin. Lucy listened on intently to their explanation. Itachi-san came here with Erza about 4 years back, since then he's taken care of everyone, to some he's like an older brother that they never had, he's helped each of the members hone their skills and abilities. Even going so far as to take them on S-class jobs, explained Marahin. He's taken people on S-class jobs. But doesn't Master prohibit it? Asked a surprised Lucy. Not with Itachi-san, you can talk to everyone here, they'll have at least one job in which they went with Itachi-san, smiled Marahin. Oh, but what do you think of him, Marahin-san? Asked Lucy. Marahin blinked at her as she stuttered, he's kind and he's circa caring, and he helps whenever he's free, smiled Marahin. Marahin-san, you're blushing. Teased Lucy. I meant not. Denied Marahin as Happy came up to the both of them. That's because Marahin likes Itachi-san a lot. Added Happy, every girl in the guild does. I see, muttered Lucy, I wouldn't be surprised if he takes you on a job next, Lucy, added Marahin as she washed the glasses. Erza came up to them as they conversed. I agree, he might take you, Juvia and Gajeel on a job next, because you're new, he might want to test your skills, said Erza as she sat down next to Lucy. Really? Asked a shocked Lucy. Erza just nodded her head, she then turned to Marahin. Mira. Why are you blushing? Well, it's nothing, answered Marahan as she returned to her work. Erza looked on confused as Happy raised his hand. I know what's wrong with Marahan. Lucy raised her hand and smacked Happy, sending him down to the floor. Don't play with Marahan-san's feelings. I. Muttered Happy as he magically stood up, unfazed by Lucy's hit. What are you, Natsu version 2? Asked a frantic Lucy. I. Quit that. Erza grew oblivious as she waited for Itachi to finish his meeting with the master. Natsu and Gray, however, were in deep contemplation. So how do we do this then? Asked Natsu. The old-fashioned way. That'll never work out, said Gray. It's the only way. Shouted Natsu. It won't work, you idiot, get that through your head. How many times have we tried that? Asked Gray. Then what do you think will work? Asked a frantic Natsu. A more quiet approach. Answered Gray. That won't help me. Answered Natsu. Fine. We'll do it your way then. It'll be fair too. Answered Gray as he finally conceded. The other members looked on as to what Gray and Natsu were talking about, as did Gajeel as he slowly looked on. On three, ready? Asked Gray. Ready. They all looked on as Erza got up from the table. She sighed to what was to come. Rock. Paper. Scissors. Everyone's sweat dropped at the display as the two of them battled it out. Ha. I win, Gray. Rock beat scissors any day. Smiled Natsu. TCH fine, I'll get it next time, said Gray. Don't count on it, added a grinning Natsu. He then readied himself as he aimed at the door. Natsu, don't do anything foolish, you very well know what happened last time, said Erza from her seat. That was last time. This time I'm stronger. Grinned Natsu. Erza sighed as Gray moved away from Natsu. The door slowly opened as a figure came out first, followed by another. This is my chance. Thought Natsu. Roar of the fire dragon. Shouted Natsu as a huge bolt of flame came out from his mouth, aiming for its target. Boom. Heh, I got him this time. Smiled a smug Natsu as he rubbed his nose in triumph. The smoke then began clearing as the figure came out from the smoke. Natsu shook in fear. Jai-chan. Where the hell is Itachi? Shouted a crazed Natsu. Just then the door was once again opened behind Natsu, revealing Itachi holding onto a dango stick. Natsu looked at Itachi with wide eyes as he slowly turned back. Why, you little brat, this time no mercy, Natsu. Shouted Makarov as Natsu grew terrified. Hey, see you later, Jai-chan. I'm going to go search for Igneel. Shouted Natsu as he ran past Itachi. Itachi raised a curious eyebrow as he watched Natsu run, followed closely by a furious Makarov. Itachi moved in front once more, but stopped as he heard the doors open again. He didn't turn back as he made his way to a seat. Where is that damn Uchiha? Came a shrill female shriek. Itachi grew surprised as he momentarily turned around. To have a lady run up and grab him by the collar. You overused it, didn't you? I told you not to. Shouted the female. I apologize, Rin-san, but it was necessary in order to provide support to Gildert-san, answered Itachi. Don't you give me that excuse. I fear I have to cut this conversation a little short, Rin-san, I have other matters of importance to attend to, answered Itachi. Don't you dare give me a stupid excuse like that. You're eating dango. And I know you won't leave until you finish it. Scolded Rin. A common misconception, said Itachi as he disappeared before their eyes. Itachi Uchiha. We are not finished talking. Shouted Rin. TCH, darn him, muttered Rin. She then saw Erza at the table. Erza-chan, do me a favor and give this to your stupid older brother, make sure he uses it. I understand, Rin-san, but what is this? Eye drops. Answered Rin, a specialized one I made myself. Is Nai-san unwell? Asked Susanoo. He complains about the dust collecting in his eyes, and since he relies on his eyes to use magic or jutsu, he needs to use this. I see, I will ask him to do just that, answered Erza. Rin smiled and nodded her head as she placed a hand on Erza's shoulder. Take care of your brother, Erza-chan, smiled Rin as she exited the guild. Erza looked skeptical at her as she went up and conversed with Mikao and Wakab. She then looked down onto the bottle given to her and placed it in her armor. Get out my way, you weakling, came a voice as he shoved a fruit vendor to the side. Weak, absolutely hopeless, muttered another man next to him. I can't believe it's still the same, you'd think they would actually change this place a bit, came a woman's voice. TCH, loser, get out of our way, can't you see we're walking? Asked a tall man in a knight's armor, his tongue swing out like a serpent. What a waste of space, they should just clear this place up and make it a shopping mall, said the woman as she adjusted her glasses. Why waste it on something as trivial as that evergreen? Asked a man holding a sword. This tastes good, muttered the man with an armor. I was just saying, Freed, it would be so much better, muttered the woman now known as Evergreen. Dixlow, are you done? Asked Freed as he turned to his compatriot. Those guys, aren't they? Asked a Bistinger. Yeah, they are, answered another of the bystanders. The Thunder God tribe. No, please, I have children to feed, at least pay for it, pleaded the vendor. Bixlow's tongue swayed out in front of the man, and why would I do that? You already received your answer, came a voice from behind them. They turned around as they came to lock eyes with Itachi. Did Itachi-san, whispered a shocked Evergreen. So, he came back. So you finally returned? Asked Fried as he placed his hand near his sword's cover. Bixlow drew back a bit, a little fear embedded within him as he gulped. Your misconduct tarnishes the guild's reputation. Be on your way to the specified job you have procured, said Itachi as he calmly stood in front of them. They stood their ground as they stared at the older member of the guild. I will not allow you the liberty of myself asking you again, beggin', said Itachi. Bixlow formed his hand into a fist ready to attack Itachi. Fried stopped him as he shook his head. It's not yet time, Bixlow, let's go, said Fried as he then settled his glare on Itachi. We apologize for our misconduct, we will be on our way now, Itachi-san, said Fried as he apologetically bowed and started walking, followed by a fuming Bixlow and a submissive Evergreen. Walking past Itachi could feel Bixlow's hatred towards him. He paid him no mind, he could take him out if he needed to. But what troubled him was Laxus's private team. It seemed to him that they were planning something. It's not yet time. What are they planning? Itachi pushed it off as he walked back to the guild carrying a bag filled with grocery items. He offered an apology to the vendor and paid for the damages and then made his way back to the guild. Fairy tale. The guild's usual participants were out on a mission and hence the guild was surprisingly quiet, but they were to return in an hour since they needed to be interviewed by the weekly Sorcerer's magazine. Only Makarov, Marahin and Gajeel, Aslak and Biska remained in the guild. Gajeel more so because Makarov had commanded him to stay. It was currently 1 p.m. and the rest of the guild would return by 2 p.m. That is why Makarov had sent them on small jobs. While others went back home to prepare for it and also in Makarov's case to prevent any more further damage to his new beloved guild. The sound of footsteps turned their attention to the entrance. Oh. Itachi-san. Smiled Marahin as she watched the lone Uchiha enter the blue lighting. Itachi came up to her and placed the bag on the bar table. Here are the items you requested, where would you like me to place them? Asked Itachi. Don't worry Itachi-san, I'll take care of it, keep it here, smiled Marahin. Itachi placed it on the table and turned around trying to make his way out of the guild. I hope it wasn't too much trouble, came Marahin's voice. It did not prove to be a hindrance, stated Itachi as he proceeded to walk out again only for him to stop abruptly. Gajeel looked down from the second floor as he viewed Itachi suddenly stop, he looked on as his eyes narrowed. Makarov was in his office and hence he was unaware. His eyes widened as he watched Itachi fall to one knee. Itachi panted hard as he clutched his shirt. Why now? Why is it affecting me now? At this rate. His thinking was stopped as he collapsed onto the floor of the guild. A thud echoed throughout the guild as Gajeel's eyes widened. Flashbacks. Gajeel-kun, you need to get closer to everyone, don't be all by yourself, said Juvia. HMPH. Scene skip. What do you want? Asked Gajeel as he leveled Itachi with a glare. Itachi paid him no mind as he stood next to Gajeel on the second floor. Answer me, shouted Gajeel. Regarding your mission to spy on Makarov-sama's son, if you feel it is of too much of a burden, I will take it on. Heh. I can do it. Stated a proud Gajeel. I would not expect anything less, said Itachi as he looked down from the second floor. Gajeel grew agitated at Itachi as he finally questioned him. How come you accepted me so readily? Asked a curious Gajeel. A comrade is a comrade regardless of their past, I would rather look to the future than the past, and you should do similarly, explained Itachi. HMPH. It's in flashbacks. Itachi-san. Screamed Marahin as she rushed to the fallen Uchiha. His musings were broken when she heard Marahin scream, he quickly raced down to the ground floor as well. Marahin rolled him over as she looked at his face was covered with sweat as his breathing was uneven. Alzak and Biska also raced to their fallen comrade. What happened? Asked a frantic Biska. I don't know. He just collapsed. Said a frantic Marahin, she that turned her attention to Biska, get me a wet cloth from the washroom, hurry. Alright, stuttered Biska as she ran to the washroom. I'll go get the master, said Alzak as he ran to his office. Gajeel looked on helplessly as he saw the fallen form of the Uchiha panting, with steady uneven breaths. Marahin looked on helplessly, this reminded her too much of her younger sister's death. Hold on Itachi-san, muttered Marahin, Erza will never forgive me if I let anything happen to her brother. Biska raced back to Marahin as she gave the cloth to her. Marahin did her best as she wiped the sweat from Itachi's face. What happened? Asked Makarov as he ran down towards them, he suddenly collapsed, stated a frantic Alzak. This is bad, muttered Makarov. Flashbacks. You already used your eyes 2 times using both Amaterasu and Susanoo, overusing them as well, you're bound to be hit by that sickness for overusing it, said Rin. I am aware of the consequences, muttered Itachi. This is serious. Itachi-chan. Snapped Rin. Itachi, I suggest you listen to her, make sure you don't use your eyes, said Makarov. Lucky for you, I'm creating a healing liquid that should render that illness for overusing the Sharingan null for at least 6 months at a time, but once those 6 months are over, you will feel the brunt of the sickness. In that case, you have to take this medicine again. Do I make myself clear, Itachi? Itachi nodded his head as Makarov looked on. Good, but once you take this medicine, you will be out of commission for about a maximum of 2 days. I understand. It's in flashbacks. Makarov then turned to Gajeel. Gajeel. Help Marahin and Alzak get Itachi to the infirmary, don't waste time. Do it now. He then turned to Biska. Biska, go to Rin's apartment and bring her here and tell her that Itachi needs his medicine, she'll understand. Now go. Ordered Makarov. Alzak and Gajeel slowly lifted Itachi off the ground and took him carefully to the infirmary, placing him on the bed. Alzak held his gaze as he watched Itachi's uneven breathing. I've never seen Itachi-san this vulnerable, thought a shocked Alzak. Gajeel didn't say anything as he went out of the infirmary and waited outside it. Marahin sat next to Itachi's bed while Alzak stood at the rear of Itachi's bed looking down at him. Makarov then entered the room as he watched Itachi's chest rise and fall with his uneven breaths. Master? What's wrong with him? Asked a frantic Marahin. Makarov didn't answer as he then asked Alzak to take Marahin and leave the room. But, protested Marahin. No, Marahin, I know you're thinking about Lasana while looking at him, you need to stop, keeping you here will only bring back bad memories, so move out of the room. Come on, Mira-san, said Alzak as he led her out through the door. Makarov then looked back at Itachi's retching form. Itachi, you're too stubborn. Muttered Makarov, I hope Rin and Polyusica can bring him back to speed after Rin treats him. I should take him back to Erza's apartment. We don't need the interviewer to know that he's unwell. Flashbacks. You're saying Itachi is sick, Gilderts? Asked Makarov. Yes, Rin has asked me to search for a specific herb to treat his illness. I will return once I find it. Hopefully it will be less troublesome than that 100-year job. Muttered Gilderts as he rubbed the back of his head. I see, but why didn't he tell us? Asked Makarov. Rin told me that it's a sickness from overusing his eyes, it seems he dealt with it before coming to our world, answered Gilderts. I see, then be on your way, Gilderts, find it and bring it back as soon as possible. Said Makarov. Gotcha, smiled Gilderts as he saluted Makarov and left the guild. It's in flashbacks. The cry of pain rang out from Itachi as he struggled on the bed he was laying on. Makarov could only look on. The sound of running footsteps caught Makarov's attention as Rin entered the room. Without greeting Makarov, Rin called on both Gajeel and Alzak to hold Itachi down as she injected him with a liquid. Gajeel and Alzak held on Itachi's arms as they kept him down. They then watched as Itachi's breathing steadied as he settled down. Rin let out a sigh of relief as she looked on at Itachi's now sleeping form. She then looked to Makarov. It's a good thing you arrived here fast, Rin, said Makarov. Luckily, I was in my apartment. I was just going to go meet Polyusica-san when Biska-chan knocked on the door. I see, so is he alright now? Asked Makarov. For the most part, yes, but like I said before, it nullifies the sickness for just 6 months until Gilderts-san arrives with the herb. This is all I can do, said Rin. Should we move him back to Erza's apartment? Asked Makarov. Yes, he's going to be out for 2 days. He needs all the rest he can get, answered Rin. It seems we'll have one less member for Fantasia. The health of a guild member comes before everything else. Thought Makarov. Gajeel, Alzak, help me get Itachi to Erza's apartment, and when she returns, don't say anything but tell her to see me, understand? Now help me get him out of the guild, said Makarov as he transformed into his semi-titan body. They then carried Itachi back to Erza's apartment, with Rin following behind them. Fairy tale. Mira-san, it's not your fault, calm down, said Biska as she tried to soothe Marahin's worrisome form. I shouldn't have asked him to go buy those things from the market, said a worried Marahin seated on a chair. What do I tell Erza? Asked a frantic Marahin. Calm down, the master said, he'll handle it. Stop blaming yourself, it's not your fault, no one could have known that Itachi-san was sick. He didn't tell anyone, even Erza doesn't know about it, spoke a calm Biska. But, stuttered Marahin, her voice was cut off by footsteps from the entrance of the guild. Elfman, thought Biska as she watched the semi-giant approach them along with Jet, Droy and Levi. Hey guys. What's going on? Asked Jet as he came up to them. Biska and Marahin didn't answer as they looked solemn. Hey guys. Questioned Droy. Geez, what's with this down atmosphere? Usually Mira-san's always happy and doing her work. Mirini-chan. Is anything wrong? Asked Elfman as he came up to her. She's just tired, Elfman, said Biska, she overworked herself. Oh? Again? Mirini-chan, I told you not to do that anymore. You don't need to work so hard, we're all here to help too, said Elfman. When Marahan didn't respond, he knew something else was wrong. If you're unable to do something by your own power, then don't be afraid to ask others for assistance. Isn't that what Itachi-san usually says? Asked a smiling Levi as she knelt down to Marahan's level. When Levi talked about Itachi, both Bisca's and Marahan's breathing stopped for a moment as they recalled the events of the previous hour. Speaking of which, where is Itachi-san anyway? I wanted to show him that I improved my speed with the high-speed magic, heh. I bet he'll be impressed, said a smug Jet as he folded his arms over his chest. Bisca then looked down at Marahan with Marahan not meeting their gazes. She contemplated on telling them now or wait until Makarov returned. Well, he said he went out for a bit, said he had something to buy from the market, answered Bisca. Really? Itachi-san? Shopping? I bet since Fantasia is coming up, I think he'd want to buy something for Erza, wondered Jet. Haha. I bet, we all know Itachi-san has a big soft spot for his little sister, chuckled Roy. I wonder how Erza hides those revealing armors of hers. Itachi-san doesn't actually give her so much freedom when it comes to that, asked Levi. The sound of footsteps again moved their attention to the entrance as they watched Max and Kana enter. Oh man, I knew we were early, muttered Max. Quit your winning, you big baby, muttered Kana as she went and sat near the bar table. Hey guys. Greeted Max as he came up to them. Elfman however still looked on at Marahan's form. She hadn't responded, it worried Elfman, this was the same state she was in when she had watched Lisana die. He decided to question her sternly. He knew it had something to do with Itachi, since both Bisca and Marahan stopped their usual happy demeanor when Itachi was brought up. So guys, did you see Itachi-san yet? Asked Kana as she held onto her usual barrel of her favorite liquid. Bisca said that he's gone to buy something from the market, answered Jet, he should be back in a couple of minutes. Really? Itachi-san went shopping? Asked a surprised Kana. That's how I felt. Added Jet, can you believe it, huh? Well, this is fairy tale, weirder stuff has happened, added Kana. I'll say, remember when Natsu got an egg and thought it was a dragon's egg? It ended up being happy, chuckled Roy. Who could forget that? Asked an amused Kana. And lo and behold, the devil half-arrived. Where the hell is Itachi? He promised me a fight. Shouted Natsu as he barged in. Happy in tow, followed by Lucy who was pepped up for the interview. Calm down Natsu, Itachi-san went out to buy something, he'll come back in a while, answered Elfman. Oh, he then turned to a sitting Marahan. What happened to Marahan? She looks all sad and stuff. Lucy blinked as she came to realize Marahan sitting on a chair with her hand holding her forehead and her elbow supporting her head's weight. She went up to Marahan to try and start a conversation but was stopped when Gray and Erza entered the guild. Did any of you see my brother? Asked Erza as she came up to them. Gray followed suit before Bisca or Marahan could answer her, Kana answered for them. Bisca said that he's gone to the market to pick up some stuff. Answered Kana from her seat. Erza raised an eyebrow at this, which didn't go amiss by anyone in the guild. Just then laughter echoed from the second floor as the sound of a door closing caught everyone's attention. Laxus, is the hell are you laughing at? You wanna fight, huh? Shouted Natsu. Fight? With a weakling like you? No thanks. There'll be plenty of time for that later, said a smug Laxus as he placed his arms over his chest and tilted his head to the side. You can't even beat Erza and you expect to beat me, Natsu? You got guts, I'll give you that. And what's that supposed to mean, Laxus? Asked an angry Erza. Laxus is just chuckled. You don't need to worry about me, Erza, but what you do need to worry about is your precious older brother, spat Laxus. Erza's eyes widened as she grew curious. What are you talking about? Asked Elfman. Itachi-san is at the market. HMPH, fool, maybe he isn't, chuckled Laxus. Natsu grew angry at Laxus as he pointed to him. What are you talking about, Laxus? Where's Itachi? Why don't you try asking Marahan and Bisca over there? Said Laxus as he tilted his head once more. The gathered guild members' attention turned towards Marahan and Bisca as they glanced at each other. Mira? Where's my brother? Asked a concerned Erza. Marahan looked at Bisca as she sighed. Erza-san, I'll tell you, said Bisca. Erza turned her attention towards Bisca. Itachi-san already came back from the market an hour ago, getting the items Mira-san had asked, but drawed out Bisca. But what? Asked Gray as he stood beside Natsu, his hands in his pockets. He collapsed, whispered Marahan. There was a deathly silence in the guild as Natsu finally broke it after a long pause. He collapsed. What's that supposed to mean? Asked a confused Natsu. Erza didn't respond as she snapped her head to Marahan's voice. Bisca then began explaining what had happened in the previous hour. Itachi-san just collapsed after he placed the bag on the table. After that Rin-san came in and they treated him, he's alright but we don't know anything else, explained Bisca. Heh, he could take on a dragon, but he couldn't take a small walk to get some worthless items from a market, weakling muttered a smug Laxus. He was awarded by glares from everyone in the guild. Shut your mouth, Laxus, shouted Elfman. You know better than anyone he can take you out if he wanted to. Heh. If he could take me out, then why didn't he do it yet? All his nonsense about comrades and how they help each other are all idealistic garbage, explained Laxus. When this guild becomes mine, all this nonsense about comrades will be done, leaving only the strong. Why you? Shouted an enraged Natsu. Natsu, don't, shouted Gray as he held him in place. Let go off me, Gray. He needs an ass kicking, shouted Natsu. Shut up. And let it go, shouted Gray. Hey, what's the matter, baby? Too scared to fight me since Itachi's not here? Asked a smug Laxus as he teased Natsu. I don't need Itachi's help to beat you, shouted Natsu as he struggled to break free from Gray's grasp. They watched as Laxus laughed Nad, then went back inside his room. That guy, muttered Jet. Leave it, commanded Bisca. Erza hadn't said a word since she heard what had happened to Itachi. Her bangs covered her face as she contemplated on what happened to him. You didn't need to lie to us, Bisca, Marahin, said Gray. Marahin looked up at him from where she sat, a nervous wreck. Erza, I am sorry, I shouldn't have asked him to go to the market, said Marahin as she asked Erza for forgiveness. Where is he now? Came Erza's voice. Erza whispered a troubled Marahin. Where is he? Asked Erza, her voice edgier than before. Both Natsu and Gray backed up a bit by the sudden aggressiveness. In your apartment, answered Bisca. Erza then turned to Marahin once more. Mira, it wasn't your fault, stop blaming yourself, I will return shortly, said Erza as she rushed out of the guild. Is she going to be alright? Asked Elfman as she watched Erza sprint out of the guild. I don't know, muttered Kana. I hope Itachi-san's alright, hoped Levi. Yeah, me too, agreed Gray. Of course he will be. He owes me a match. He's going to be 100% no problem, shouted Natsu as he did a nice guy pose. Everyone sighed as finally they smiled at Natsu's optimistic proclamation. Erza's apartment. The door was smacked open as Erza entered the apartment. Nai-san, shouted Erza as she searched for where Itachi could be. The sound of footsteps alerted her as Rin came into the living room. Erza-chan, quiet down, it's alright, your brother's resting, said Rin as she led Erza to Itachi's bedroom. Erza slowly entered Itachi's bedroom, sure not to make any sound that would wake the Uchiha from his slumber. Is he alright? Asked Erza in a whispered tone. He's fine, he's just going to be out of commission for at least another day. I see, murmured Erza as she looked on at Itachi's resting form. They then went out of the room as Rin slowly closed the door. Itachi's room. Makarov-sama and the others just left a little while ago, you don't need to worry about Itachi, he'll be fine, reassured Rin. What happened to him? Asked a curious Erza. Rin searched Erza's eyes and remained quiet for a bit. After a short pause she answered her. Erza, Itachi and I are not of this world, said Rin. Erza looked on as she was momentarily shocked. What? It's true, you see, both Itachi and I came here after using a specialized technique. Only Makarov-sama and Gildert-san knows this, so I suggest you do not tell anyone else about this, said Rin. Erza just looked on, confusion etched in her face. When I say, we're not of this world, it means that we are not of this dimension, so don't think we're aliens or monsters, chuckled Rin. Where we come from, we're humans as well, but we're shinobis, just like how you are mages, explained Rin. Ninjas? Asked a shocked Erza. Rin nodded her head. So you see, Itachi-chan is from a clan known as the Uchiha clan, hence his last name. They specialize in eye techniques and are feared for their pride and their intelligence in battle, explained Rin. Erza looked on as she headed Rin's explanation. The Pacisis is something known as the Sharingan, I think you know it by now, his eyes turn red when he activates it, explained Rin. Flashbacks. Wait. Itachi Nai-san. Where are you going? She called out to him. Itachi didn't respond as he kept walking. She ran up to him, grabbing the back of his shirt. Itachi sighed as she looked at her. Forgive me, Erza, maybe next time, said a smiling Itachi as his eyes then warped into his Sharingan. Erza looked confused as she slowly lost consciousness. Scene skip. Is your name Itachi Uchiha? Asked Rin as she looked at him, her eyes searching for the faintest trace of doubt. I apologize, you must have me confused with someone else, said Itachi. Erza's eyes widened, but that's his full name. Don't lie to me, Itachi-chan, said Rin as she pulled his face to look at her. Itachi didn't answer her. Show me your Sharingan right now, came her stern voice. Sharingan ... Itachi-chan. Thought Erza as she looked at the conversation brewing in front of her. Itachi conceded, his Sharingan blazed to life. Scene skip. Where is that damn Uchiha? Came a shrill female shriek. Itachi grew surprised as he momentarily turned around. To have a lady run up and grab him by the collar. You overused it, didn't you? I told you not to. Shouted the female. I apologize, Rin-san, but it was necessary in order to provide support to Gildert-san, answered Itachi. Don't you give me that excuse. I fear I have to cut this conversation a little short, Rin-san. I have other matters of more importance to attend to, answered Itachi. Scene skip. Erza-chan, do me a favor and give this to your stupid older brother, make sure he uses it. I understand, Rin-san, but what is this? Eye drops. Answered Rin, a specialized one I made myself. Is nice and unwell? Asked Susanoo. He complains about the dust collecting in his eyes, and since he relies on his eyes to use magic or jutsu, he needs to use this. I see, I will ask him to do just that, answered Erza. Rin smiled and nodded her head as she placed a hand on Erza's shoulder. Take care of your brother, Erza-chan, smiled Rin as she exited the guild. Send flashbacks. Yes, answered Erza. Now, there is a level beyond that known as the Mangekyou Sharingan. Itachi's is only one of the few who has achieved this. It's not a surprise considering he was a prodigy in our world, explained Rin. The prodigy thought in awe-struck Erza, just like how you are now, smiled Rin. Now, since he has acquired the Mangekyou Sharingan, if he overexerts it, he experiences intense amount of pain and also acquires a sickness for overusing it. Every power has a price, muttered Erza. Flashbacks. Do not be so keen on obtaining new magical powers, Erza, master the ones you have already learned, they will be more than sufficient for you. Said Itachi as he viewed Erza's panting form. But protested Erza. Every power has a price, you'd be wise to remember that, explained Itachi. Send flashbacks. Exactly, and since barely any magic affects the dragon he fought, he had to rely on his Mangekyou Sharingan for both encounters, both for saving himself and Gildert-san, explained Rin. Does it affect his sight? Asked Erza. Rin blinked. To a certain degree, yes, but he's been careful not to overuse them ever since he arrived here, said Rin. You need not worry, the special thing about your world is that it consists of botanical gardens which possess certain healing properties as opposed to our world. Gildert-san left the guild just to search for that, don't tell Itachi about this though, said Rin. I won't, obeyed Erza. Good, now you better return to the guild, I heard they're doing an interview, I'll take care of Itachi until you come back, said Rin. Fine, conceded Erza, remember not to tell anyone about this, only you, Makarov-sama and Gildert-san, know about this, alright. You need not worry, he's my older brother even if he's not of this world, that won't change, said Erza as she made her way out of the apartment. Rin smiled as she watched Erza leave. She then sighed as she went back to Itachi's room. No wonder you're so proud of her, Itachi-chan, she's just like you, thought a smiling Rin as she took a book from a shelf and started to read. Laxuses don't screw around. Shouted Makarov. Far from it actually, it's simple, you guys beat us, and the lovely ladies over here will be de-petrified, assuming you can beat us of course, if you don't, then in an hour they'll all be dead, crumbled to dust, said a smiling Laxus as he placed an arm over Lucy's stone form. What are you trying to pull, Laxus? Shouted an enraged Elfman. Laxus just chuckled. Time's wasting, you better get to it, said a smug Laxus as he disappeared. TCH, darn him. Shouted an enraged Elzak. All of you search the whole town, find him and the others, we have only an hour. Make it count. Commanded Makarov. All the guild members proceeded to leave the area as Makarov and Natsu followed behind them. A loud thud caught Gray's attention as he turned back to see Makarov not coming out from the area. Gramps. What's wrong? Asked a concerned Gray. I can't come out of the area, is there an invisible wall? Questioned Makarov as he touched the invisible object in front of him, his eyes bulged out when he saw what was written above him and in front of him. Ah. This is Fried's enchantment. Shouted an enraged Makarov, those fools. The sound of running footsteps broke his concentration as he looked up Gray. Wait. Don't worry about me, Gramps. I'll take care of things. Said Gray as he ran. Gray, whispered Makarov. Boy. Natsu. Get up and get going. Shouted Makarov as he reprimanded Natsu. Right. Said Natsu as he started to move out of the enchanted area but hit himself on the invisible wall. Makarov's sweat dropped. What? Let me out of here. Shouted Natsu as he banged on the invisible wall. This is not good, muttered Makarov. Suddenly numbers appeared on the rune in front of them, as Makarov observed them intently, his eyes widened as he came to a sudden realization. Darn it. Laxus. What are you playing at? Shouted an enraged Makarov. Natsu looked on confused. Jai-chan. What's with those numbers? Asked a confused Natsu. Makarov regained himself as he explained to Natsu. Laxus is pitting one member of the guild against the other until none of them are left except him and his team. Laxus. Fight me. Don't you go winning like a cheater. Shouted an enraged Natsu. Makarov began sweating. We're running out of time, if Natsu can't partake then it's a problem, Erza is out, wait, that's it. Natsu? Where's Gajeel? Asked Makarov. I don't know, Gramps answered Natsu as he looked around. The sound of someone crunching on objects brought their attention to a table. Gajeel. Exclaimed Natsu. Gajeel however was busy eating the holdings of the table. Yes. thought Markarov. Boy. You idiot. Stop eating. And get going and fight. Shouted Natsu. Urusei. Salamander. I'm going. Muttered Gajeel as he tried to exit the enchanted area. Only to fail with both Natsu and Markarov's eyes bulging outwards at the sight. Oh no, muttered a worried Markarov. This is bad, time's running out, we need to get Natsu and Gajeel into the fight, getting the potion to heal the others is a no-go now. Darn it all. Crack. Markarov raised a curious eyebrow as he turned towards the sound of the crack, his eyes bulged out to find Natsu and Gajeel dealing with the petrified girls. You idiot. You broke her. Shouted Gajeel. I can fix her. Shouted a worried Natsu. Ichi has going to kill you. Shouted Gajeel. I know. Shouted Natsu as he tried to fix the cracked statue of Erza. They stopped as they watched Erza's stone form become human. She blinked as she recovered. I feel hot, muttered Erza. Natsu grew nervous, as did Gajeel, both backing away from the de-petrified Erza. Natsu, it's your fault isn't it? Asked a now serious Erza. Or wait. Erza. No. It was Gajeel. It was his idea. Gajeel's eyes bulged out of the accusation. You idiot. Don't blame it on me. Shouted Gajeel. Both of them were knocked towards Fried's enchanted invisible wall in broken forms, muttering about sheep demons with red hair. Master? Asked Erza. Markarov beamed as he finally explained the situation to Erza. Explaining how her main priority was to search for Evergreen and make her undo the spell that was holding the girls in stone bondage. She quickly conceded and escaped out of the barrier, intent on finding Evergreen. If we at least gain back the girls, then Laxus can be dealt with later on. Itachi, you picked a fine time to rest up, you two Gilderts always with your stupid traveling, thought Markarov. Wait. What's this? Said a shocked Markarov as the number increased by 1 for his mages. His eyes widened as he came to a sudden realization, a big grin grew on his face as he watched the number. Even if Itachi and Gilderts aren't here, Mistigan can cover for them. Erza has some backup now with Misotin in this fight, we just might have a chance. Thought a happy Markarov. With Mistigan. Laxus has gone to a great length, but where is Itachi-san? He would have dealt with this situation in a minute, thought Mistigan as he walked forward. No time to think about what might have happened, I must find where Laxus is, perhaps I'll get my answers from him. Mistigan walked on forward as he saw members of Fairy Tail bloodied and beaten on the ground. He saw other people trying to help them and tend to their wounds. It chewed away at his heart as he stopped and rotated his pole. Tracking spell should tell me where he is, thought Mistigan as he rotated the pole in front of him. A small bubble formed in front of him as he watched it flash with color. Scenarios and places of importance came into the bubble as it suddenly stopped onto a cathedral. There. Thought Mistigan, he's in the Cardia Cathedral, I better make a move on and stop this madness. Mistigan then started jumping onto the rooftops of each building as he moved quick and fast to his destination. With Erza. I'm taking your title, Erza spat Evergreen. The great Titania HMPH, so worthless. Erza just looked on, she didn't answer back as she observed her opponent. If you're not going to make the first move, then I will. Shouted Evergreen as she flew towards Erza. She readied herself but was caught off guard when Evergreen deviated her course and flew around her in a circle. Erza looked confused as dust sparkled around her. Evergreen smirked. Fairy bomb. Gremlin. The massive explosion encompassed the area as Evergreen flew out of the smoke and surveyed the damage around her. Is that all the great Erza has? Chided Evergreen, she made the mistake of turning around as she narrowly dodged a sword strike to her hair. My beautiful hair. Screamed an enraged Evergreen. She turned around too at a smirking Erza. Her sword disappearing, Evergreen blinked as Erza began jogging in the place she stood, her hands curled into fists and positioned in front of her chest, smirking. Just. Take in the scene from where Vegeta fights Pui Pui and DBZ when Babidi changes the fight's location and Vegeta starts acting all cocky. Is that the best you can do? Asked a smirking Erza as her taunting came to a halt. Don't get cocky. And don't you dare underestimate me. Shouted Evergreen as she formed her hands into an open palm and smirked, try to dodge this. Erza looked on. Fairy machine gun. Leprechaun. A barrage of needles emitted from Evergreen as Erza dodged each one of them. Impressive speed, but what would happen if I double them? Twice the amount then fell into Erza, this provoked her to re-equip her swords and deflect each and every one of them. Evergreen raised and smushed eyebrow. Well then, let's see how you do when it multiplies times 5. Shouted an enraged Evergreen as she let loose the barrage once more. Erza's eyes widened as she tried to dodge and deflect at the same time, only to fail as some of the needles pierced her skin. Evergreen began to then laugh. I believe your title belongs to me now, don't worry, I'll tell Itachi-san that you did your best. Teased Evergreen. Who knows? Maybe I can have him all to myself after I finish with you. Erza's eyes widened as she gave Evergreen a death glare. Don't talk about my brother like you own him. Especially in front of me. She then re-equipped 2 more swords in the air as she grabbed them with her toes and started deflecting each of the needles aimed at her. Evergreen's eyes widened as she looked on at the sight. Erza kept deflecting each of the minute needles as they came onto her. Flashbacks. X782. Erza, you do understand that in any fight, you will be distracted by an innumerable number of projectiles if the enemy has that ability, said Itachi, who was sitting down on the ground. Erza, who was sitting next to Itachi, just nodded her head. There will always be an opportune moment to deflect the enemy's projectiles back at him or her. Erza watched as Itachi got up and asked her to re-equip 2 swords. She watched as Itachi did hand signs at breakneck speeds and brought his hand near his mouth. "Ready?" asked Itachi. Erza just nodded her head as she took up a stance. Itachi took in some air as he swayed his head from right to left. Fire style. Phoenix flower. Oval-shaped spits of fire blew out of Itachi's mouth aimed at Erza. She deflected them. Itachi then began to increase the number of fireballs as Erza deflected them with ease. The same scenario continued with Itachi increasing the number of fireballs, which prompted Erza to drop her footwear and equip 2 swords with her toes. Itachi momentarily was caught off guard as she deflected it back at him, and what astounded him was that Erza had used her feet to catch the swords and throw it back at him. The plume of smoke erupted from the place where Itachi stood as Erza looked on at the site where the phoenix fireballs had collided onto Itachi. She heard the sound of clapping as she turned around surprised. She saw Itachi behind her smiling at her and clapping. "Astounding, I believe you've surpassed me in your swordsmanship," congratulated Itachi. Erza beamed a smile at him. "Compared to her at this age and this world, I pale in comparison," thought a smiling Itachi. "Nai-san, since you lost, I win my bet, don't I?" asked a smiling Erza. Itachi blinked as a slow smile crept onto his face as he closed his eyes. "Perhaps. But you promised," insisted Erza. Itachi just shook his head. "Strawberry or chocolate?" asked Itachi as he began walking out of the area. Erza then smiled as she put on her sandals and ran after Itachi. "Don't act like you don't know," shouted Erza as she ran after him. Send flashbacks. Erza's eyes widened as she flipped all the swords and kicked them towards Evergreen. Evergreen, shocked at the outcome, was pinned to the wall as Erza landed on the ground and slowly walked up to her. "You're still a member of Fairy Tail. If you want the name Titania, then by all means take it. I do not know who gave it to me in the first place, now release the ones under your spell," said Erza as she walked up to Evergreen. Evergreen scoffed at her. "Do you think you've won? Think again, my eyes don't have just the ability to turn people to stone, but also to remote control," said Evergreen as her eyes flashed. Erza was caught momentarily off guard as she felt confused. "Now go kill yourself," commanded Evergreen. Erza seemingly complies as she re-equips her Heaven's Wheel armor, shocking Evergreen. "If you value winning over the value of your own life, then I'll kill you myself and avenge those maidens who are going to crumble to dust," said a defiant Erza as the swords lined up behind her. Evergreen then began to panic and scream as Erza silenced her to a punch to the face. "And that's why you don't talk about my brother like you own him," stated Erza as she glared at Evergreen's shivering form. "With Makarov." Crack. Makarov heard the sound as he turned around to find the girls of his guild returned to normal and not stone anymore. A smile crossed his face as Natsu and Gajeel looked on in shock at the depetrified maidens. "What happened?" asked a confused Marahan as she looked around. Makarov then went up to them with Gajeel and Natsu, explaining to them what had transpired in the time that they had been petrified, shocking the lot of them. "Master, I think I can rewrite his enchantments," stated Levy. Natsu looked at her with happiness. "You can do that, Levy? Then come on. Let's get this on already," shouted an enthusiastic Natsu. Levy just nodded her head as she began her work. Just then Laxus's voice rang out, making everyone put their attention up to them. "You want to play like that? Fine. For all you fairies, the Thunder Palace is now activated. You took away my hostages. Think again. I've taken the whole town as hostage." Makarov grew in anger as he shouted at his foolish grandson. "Laxus. Don't play around, they're innocent people." He suddenly clutched his chest in pain as he knelt down. "Master? Jai-chan. What's wrong?" called a worried Natsu as he watched Makarov collapse onto the floor. "With Erza." Erza looked on at the sky as she saw lacrima-induced into spherical structures hover over the town. She also saw that the people around her had fallen asleep, signaling her to come to a realization. "Mistigan is here as well. That evens things up with Nai-san resting up," thought Erza as she continued her search for Laxuses. Erza looked on as she walked, contemplating where Laxus could be. She began racing to the important parts of Magnolia town. She then ran to the lake where she and Itachi used to train. Cardia Cathedral. "I can't believe this. How could Evergreen have grown so weak?" shouted Laxus as he looked on at the timer of his Thunder Palace bell. His musings were broken as Fried entered the cathedral. "Fried?" questioned Laxus. Laxus, this has gone on far enough, too much blood has been shed, said Fried as he came to a halt. Do you think I care? They brought it on themselves, if the old man doesn't want to give it up, fine then. I'll take it myself. Kill any other fairies you encounter. Shouted an enraged Laxus. Fried's eyes widened at the proclamation. Kill? Asked a shocked Fried. You can't be serious. Do I look like I'm screwing around? Just do it. Shouted Laxus as he turned his back once more on Fried. If this is the dark path you have chosen, I'll follow you there till the end, stated Fried as he made his way out of the cathedral, leaving a fuming Laxus to himself. With Mystigan. Lacrima. Surrounding the whole town, has he lost his mind? Thought an enraged Mystigan, they're innocent people not mages. He then began quickening his pace to the cathedral, he must have set a timer on it, is he that desperate? Time is short, muttered Mystigan as he began his journey to the cathedral. Fairy Tale Infirmary. Tell Laxus to come here, said Prusika as she looked on at Markarov's sleeping form. But why? Asked a concerned Levy. Prusika turned to her with tears in her eyes, he doesn't have much time left. Levy gasped as she looked on, snapping out of her stupor, she ran out of the guild. I should tell Itachi-san as well but he's sick, I don't know if he can help, thought a worried Levy. Flashbacks. My brother is just exhausted, Rin-san said he should be able to recover by 2 days, so until then I can't allow any of you to see him. Stated a defiant Erza. But Erza-san. Called Biska, you're lying Erza. Shouted Natsu. Yeah. Tell us what really happened to Itachi. Added Gray. Enough. He's sick, that's all you need to know, he'll explain it to you when he's recovered. Said an enraged Erza. Erza, calm down, said Markarov as he came down the stairs. Master, muttered Erza. Like Erza said, Itachi is exhausted, you can talk to him once he's up and running again, added a smiling Markarov. Send flashbacks. First Itachi-san and now Master is unwell, it's a long shot but if Natsu and Gajeel are going to fight Laxus, they need help, thought a frantic Levy as she stopped and started running towards Erza's apartment. Natsu was perched onto a cliff as he looked around Magnolia from the vantage point, looking down onto the site below him. Levy had suggested to split up since it would be a problem if both of them would get caught in Fried's runes, which had prompted both of them to split up. Darn it. Where is Laxus? Shouted a frustrated Natsu as he looked onto the town below him, hoping to find the older guild member. Gajeel however had the same idea, he was perched onto a cliff a little away from Natsu, but not in visible range as he looked down onto the Tuan below him. I owe that guy one for those little sparks he threw at me, let's hope that salamander doesn't find him before I do. Magnolia Town Bridge. Forgive me, Elfman, but this is Laxus's wish, stated Fried Enchantment version 12. Pain. Elfman screeched out in pain as his body contorted, spasms echoing throughout his body. No. Stop. Screamed Marahin as she watched her younger brother shake in pain. Fried, you're nothing but a coward, stop this. Shouted Kana as she held onto an injured Juvia. I can't do that, Laxus told me to kill every one of the weak, that includes you and her, said Fried. You can watch on helplessly as Elman dies, stated Fried. No, please. Shouted Marahin, it proved futile as her pleas fell on deaf ears. If you all weren't so weak then maybe you could have stopped him from dying, watch now as he perishes, I will be with you momentarily, it's time all of you perish as well, said Fried as he watched Elfman scream in agony. Tears rolled down Marahin's eyes as she closed her eyes and clutched her head. A storm of confusion rolled into her mind. Fried. Stop this right now. Screamed Kana. Die. Whispered Marahin. Flashbacks. X783. Elfnai-chan. It's me Lisanna, you know who I am don't you? Smiled Lisanna as she drew her arms to her side and smiled at Elfman's takeover form. He roared as he swiped Lisanna, sending her flying. Lisanna. Screamed Marahin. Scene skip. Marahin held one of Lisanna's hand, crying, don't cry Miranai, smiled Lisanna. It's alright. Lee Lisanna muttered Marahin as tears ran down her face. Scene skip. The berserk Elfman came running towards Marahin roaring. Elfman. No. Shouted a crying Marahin as she tried to halt the beast's path. A blaze of fire separated them as a line of fire was drawn in front of Marahin. Marahin gasped as her brother was forced to the side by 5 circular drills of water from the lake opposite to them, making him crash into the mountainous rock. Itachi arrived in front of her, his Akatsuki clothes settling down. He didn't turn back as his concentration stayed on Elfman's takeover form. Marahin. Where is Lisanna? Asked Itachi. The fire line drawing between them. Itachi heard only muttered sobs as he grew confused. She stuttered a crying Marahin. Itachi didn't need to be told, he knew what had happened as she heard the broken girl's sobs. He then watched as Elfman got up. His eyes narrowed as he lifted a finger at him. Bindings emitted from his finger as it grabbed Elfman and attached him to the side of the mountain. Itachi slowly approached him and watched as he struggled to break free. Itachi's eyes warped into the Sharingan. Calm down, stated Itachi as he watched the beast calm down, returning himself to Elfman's human form. Itachi let loose a breath of relief as he checked for Elfman's pulse. Once he made sure he was in no immediate harm, he walked back to Marahin's sobbing form. Kneeling down on one knee. He wasn't prepared as Marahin threw herself onto him, sobbing onto him. Itachi was momentarily shocked. Itachi didn't say anything as he let the girl cry. Cow LDN apostrophe T protect her Itachi-san. Screamed a sobbing Marahin. She died because of me. Forgive me, it is my fault as well, I shouldn't have let the three of you leave on this job by yourself, said Itachi as he helped Marahin onto her feet. Marahin looked on shocked at Itachi. It wasn't why your fault Itachi-san. Itachi didn't answer as he went over to Elfman and carried him over his shoulder. Where is Lisana's body? Asked Itachi. I don't know stuttered Marahin. Itachi looked back at her confused. He didn't pry any further looking at Marahin's broken form. Do not blame yourself, I will take full responsibility for this, said Itachi as he began to walk forward. This is her magic C, the T take over F form Satan's soul. Thought a shocked Fried as he was stupefied by her transformation. His momentary shock cost him as he was punched to the sky, sending him flying by Marahin. Grunted Fried in pain as he recovered himself in the air and called onto his own magic, dark creature. Wings. 6 thin wings encompassed in a purple aura were created from his back as he began to fly away from Marahin and rethink what he was going to do in order to face her. He saw the angry glare given by Marahin as he began to flee. Marahin placed her hands at her back arching it, 2 black wings emitted from her back as she charged at Fried. Speed blitzing, she appeared behind him and punched him once more sending him flying to a halt, gritting his teeth, he glared at Marahin. Nuisance muttered Marahin as she observed the opponent in front of her. Fried gritted his teeth in anger as he glared at her. Only a demon can take on a demon. Dark creature. Darkness. Shouted Fried as he was encompassed by a blob of darkness. Marahin looked on a little surprised at the sudden transformation. She wasn't scared, the only thing emitting from her at the time was anger. Without a moment's hesitation, Marahin crashed into Fried, their fists meeting at breakneck speeds. Marahin won the short scuffle as her knee connected to Fried's chin, sending him flying once more. They met again, fists and legs shooting away at each other. With one swift punch Fried was sent into a mountain, a cave created from the impact of Marahin's punch. Marahin then attached herself onto Fried's chest as she cried out for her attack, Evil Spark. Blitzes of black electricity shocked Fried sending him flying to the floor of the cave. He slowly gets up, recovering from the last attack. I won't lose to you. It's a vow. Stated Fried as he got up. Marahin looked on as she relaxed a bit and placed a hand on her hip and smugly looked down on her opponent. HMPH. Don't look down on me. Shouted an enraged Fried. Darkness breath. Shouted Fried as both of them were blasted out of the cave and into the sky once more. Marahin released her hands blocking Fried's attack. She was momentarily caught off guard as an orb of dark energy in Fried's hand connected with her face sending her into the river. Fried momentarily got some respite as he looked on to see if he had defeated to Fried's surprise. Marahin began to gather the water of the river around herself. Twirling around and finally aiming at him. Just how strong is she? Thought a shocked Fried. I can't lose. Flashbacks. X783. You're not taking me seriously. Are you? Shouted an enraged Laxus as he threw a lightning bolt. Itachi just sidestepped the bolt and looked on at Laxus. I'll teach you to look down on me. Shouted Laxus once more as he transformed himself into lightning and moved to hit Itachi. He appeared behind him and smirked. Now die. Shouted Laxus as he hit Itachi, an explosion ensued rocking the area. The guild members felt the shock as they rushed out of the guild to find Itachi stabbed in the gut by Laxus's punch. Laxus? Shouted Makarov. Laxus milled a smug smirk as he turned to look at his grandfather. The others looked on in shock at the view in front of them. Itachi had been punched starite through his stomach. Itachi-san. Screamed Kana as she looked on in shock. Laxus. How dare you attack a member of the guild? Shouted an enraged Makarov. He brought it upon himself smiled a smug Laxus, he's not the strongest, I am. Laxus. Leave Itachi alone. Shouted Natsu as he charged at Laxus. This isn't good, Itachi is severely injured, thought Riitas as he looked on in shock. You want some too? Huh? Natsu. Chided Laxus as he aimed an electric fist to Natsu's head. Laxus. Don't. Shouted Makarov. Natsu stopped just as Laxus's fist touched his forehead. Natsu looked on confused as Laxus's face contorted into a struggle. Natsu looked on confused. What? Why? Can't I move? Shouted Laxus. The next thing he registered was that Itachi's body had dissipated into crows flying away from the site. Itachi appeared behind Laxus and stepped to his left as he looked at Natsu. Natsu, I appreciate your concern, but do not run into battle by surveying the situation at first sight. Think before you act, said Itachi as he tilted his head to the left, his arms folded over his chest. Natsu looked on shocked and confused. But. How? You. He. Began Natsu. An illusion Natsu, nothing more, explained Itachi. Now stated Itachi as he turned his eyes to Laxus. Laxus gritted his teeth in anger. You worthless punk. How dare you take me lightly? Shouted an enraged Laxus. I believe speaking to you by peaceful means is utterly useless. Said Itachi as he turned to Laxus. Itachi then slowly released the binding magic he had cast on Laxus. You fool. You want to die, don't you? Chuckled Laxus as he charged at Itachi. Itachi glared at him as in a moment he appeared in front of Laxus, stopping him in his tracks as Laxus moved his neck back in surprise, with Itachi's face devoid of any emotion looking at him. Ah! Shouted Laxus as he was kicked in the gut, sending him flying into a wall, the wall crashing over him. Laxus slowly crawled out of the rubble looking at Itachi. We're just a year apart in age. How can you be stronger than me? Shouted Laxus as he clucked his gut in pain. The answer is simple, stated Itachi as he looked on at Laxus, the guild members watching as well. I possess something that you don't, said Itachi. Laxus's eyes widened in rage. What? Power? You don't have more power than me. I'm stronger than you. No, said Itachi as he showed his back to Laxus and went back to Natsu. Itachi ruffled Natsu's hair with the latter getting angry comically. As he did that he turned back to Laxus. What I possess is, drawled out Itachi as he looked at Natsu. Someone to protect. This is the difference between your power and mine, said Itachi as he stopped ruffling Natsu's hair and walked away from the battle site. Laxus muttered at disappointed Freed. Send flashbacks. Is that the reason why Marahin is strong? Is that why her power came back to her to help Elfman? Because she wanted to protect him? Thought Freed. He was then hit by the torrent of water, sending him staggering back. Marahin appeared in front of him as a dark ball of energy collected in her hand as she threw it at him. A torrent of black energy hitting him. Soul extinction. The result. Freed was sent crashing into the ground, crashing, his magic fading away and his demonese form fading away. He laid flat on the ground, his wounds hurting him to a great extent. As he tried to get up, Marahin landed opposite to him, glaring at him, her eyes now turned into red slits. Freed. Came her demonic voice as she aimed a punch to his face to end his life. Mirani. Came Lysana's cheerful voice. That stopped her right on time as her demonic form then dissipated, leaving her in her human form, looking down at Freed smiling. Is this battle so meaningless to you? Came her shaking voice. Stop pitying me. And finish it. Shouted Freed, his teeth grinding away in anger. We're allies, members of the same guild who smile together, laugh together and even cry together, smiled Marahin. My only ally is Laxus, no one else, muttered Freed as he turned his gaze away from her. That's not true, I know you've already realized, it's good to have a single person, but there's a number of people all around you connected to you and you to them, smiled Marahin. His eyes momentarily widened at the fact as he recalled his memories with everyone including Natsu, Gray, Lysana, Marahin, Erza and the other members of the guild. Streams of tears raced down from his eyes. Marahin then took Freed's head and trying to help him up. It's when people realize how lonely it is being on their own that they become kind, said a smiling Marahin. I didn't want to do this. Cried Freed. I know it's alright, we can all enjoy the festival next year. Smiled Marahin as she helped a crying Freed up onto his feet. Cardia Cathedral. What I possess is, drawled out Itachi as he looked at Natsu. Someone to protect. This is the difference between your power and mine, said Itachi. Not power. Someone to protect. Foolish. This is the difference between your power and mine. If you're strong and not weak, you don't need to be protected. The answer is simple. To protect? Questioned Laxus as a memory came to him about his grandfather. Flashbacks. Hey Gramps, but how can I see you then? Asked a 5-year-old Laxus. Don't worry. I'll find you somehow. Smiled Makarov. I got it. Smiled Laxus. Oh? He then raised his right hand up with his index finger pointing upwards. I'll do this, and you can see me easily. Right. Makarov chuckled, of course Laxus, that's a great idea. Send flashbacks. DCH nonsense, 6 minutes left, muttered Laxus as he got up from the stairs and looked on upwards of the cathedral. The opening of the doors caught him by surprise as he turned around dryly. Mystigan, muttered Laxus. Deactivate the Thunder Palace, we can merely just shrug this off as an addition to the festivities if you do, said Mystigan as he entered the cathedral and stood before Laxus. Did you hear the rumors? Everyone's wondering who's the strongest, you or me. Explained Laxus as a smile crept onto his face. I have little interest in such things, but I propose either Gilderts or Itachi, and even in time Erza, stated Mystigan in a monotone voice. Laxus scoffed at his suggestion. That old geezer probably ain't coming back and Itachi ... HMPH, he's on his deathbed, chuckled Laxus. On his deathbed? Asked a curious Mystigan. Don't you know? He overused his magic, his time is nearing, he's going to die either way, and Erza. She's on the right track, but she's still too weak, scoffed Laxus. You're blind for calling her weak, stated Mystigan. Heh, I'm just recognizing your abilities. You should know by now that fairy tale's strongest mate is either you or me, it's time we settle this once and for all Mystigan, or should I say another. Mystigan's eyes widened as he rushed at Laxus, silencing him with a blast of his magic. Laxus smirked as he countered with his own lightning magic, creating an explosion inside the cathedral. As the smoke cleared, Laxus stood smirking as Mystigan looked on boredly at him. Where did you learn that? Heh, I'll tell you if you beat me, chuckled Laxus. I see you will regret this, Laxus, you're about to see magic that you've never seen before, said Mystigan as he placed his magic staves on the ground around him. Bring it on, I'll show you how worthless it is and where it stands, scoffed Laxus as he stood in front of his opponent. Laxus's eyes widened as he felt a pull. Boom. What? The cathedral. It blew up, what is this? Muttered Laxus as he was thrust into the air, he looked on as darkness hovered around him. The ruins of the cathedral below him. He struggled to move as he was caught by tentacle-like projections. He looked up as he suddenly felt another pre-scene. His eyes widened as he looked up and saw a frog-like monster descend on him. Crack. Is that the best you can do? Pitiful. Scoffed Laxus as he shattered the illusion that had consumed him. Impressive, I did not think you would dispel it at that speed, congratulated Mystigan. I've been faced with far better illusions than that. This was barely even worth the effect, guffawed Laxus. Itachi's? Questioned a knowing Mystigan. Seems though you respect him. Maybe for his strength, nothing else. Added Laxus. I applaud you, but you failed to realize something a little too late, said Mystigan. Mystigan watched as Laxus's lips crawled into a smirk. Which one of us actually failed? Smirked Laxus. A 5-layered circle surrounded Laxus and a yellow circle surrounded Mystigan, as both of them were hit by each other's magical attacks. They both skidded backwards, regaining their stances. They then both disappeared at breakneck speeds, firing at each other. Both of them dodging each other's attack by turning into lightning in Laxus's case and smoke in case of Mystigan. I have to end this quickly and deactivate the Thunder Palace, thought a calm Mystigan as he looked on at Laxus from his levitating position. Beat this? Roared Laxus as he threw a bolt of thunder at Mystigan. His eyes widened in panic. It has too wide a range. Using his magic staves, he called forth another spell, 3-layered magic circle. Mirror water. The lightning bolt was sent directly back at Laxus, who dodged it by turning himself into lightning. Laxus was momentarily caught off guard as Mystigan appeared behind him. What? Boo off. Grunted Laxus as he was punched by Mystigan and sent to the ground, crashing into it. Mystigan calmly landed onto the ground waiting for Laxus to get up. Laxus, that is enough, deactivate the Thunder Palace. There's only 3 minutes left. Came Mystigan's cry. Laxus got up, wiping his mouth with his sleeve. Lucky shot, muttered Laxus. But. Mystigan's eyes widened as he was caught in a circle once more and was electrocuted by Laxus's lightning. He skidded out of the circle and stood to his full height. Again? Asked Mystigan as Laxus was then hit by Mystigan's 5-layered song spell, sending Laxus skidding back once more. Scoffed Laxus as he stood to his full height once more. He glanced at the timer to his left. What is that old man playing at? Does he want everyone to die? Worried Laxus? Asked Mystigan. Shut your mouth, said a calm Laxus as he turned back to Mystigan. I'm calling your bluff, Laxus, I know you don't wish to do this, said Mystigan as he readied himself for another onslaught. HMPH, you know nothing, stated Laxus as he glared at Mystigan. You know you don't want to do this. Persisted Mystigan. Laxus had enough as he began to retaliate verbally as well. You either shut up and fight or I tell everyone that you're just another gel. Before Laxus could finish, Mystigan rushed at him. Laxus smirked, he dodged one of Mystigan's stave and kneed him in the gut. It was momentary as they both disappeared once more, throwing their magic at each other. They were caught off guard as the doors to the cathedral were open, revealing Erza and Natsu. Erza? Asked a shocked Mystigan as he was caught off guard. Huh? Who's that guy? Asked a confused Natsu. That's Mystigan, answered Erza as she looked on at the fight before her. You're wide open, muttered Laxus. What? Thought a shocked Mystigan as he was punched right in the face by Laxus's lightning fist, sending him crashing into the ground. His mask now tattered, he slowly got up as he saw that his mask was torn off. He looked up at Erza as she looked speechless at him, and Natsu was left gaping. He regained his stance. Jellal? Asked a shocked Erza. I didn't want you of all people to see me like this Erza, I know of Jellal, but I am not him, I'm sorry, I leave the rest to you, apologized Mystigan as he disappears into smoke. Boy. Wait. Calls Natsu but to no avail as Mystigan disappeared into smoke. Erza still was left in shock at what had transpired before her, was completely open as Natsu grew angry. I'll deal with Laxus myself. Erza, you just sit back. Declared Natsu as he readied himself. Erza was left speechless as Laxus smirked. The bolt of lightning zapped Erza as she fell onto the ground, paralyzed Erza. Shouted a worried Natsu as he turned his gaze to Laxus. What was that for? Laxus. I said I'll be your opponent. Shouted Natsu. Erza, stop making such ugly faces and come and fight. Chided Laxus as he turned to Natsu. Yo Natsu, you're still here. What? That's it. Fumed Natsu as he charged at Laxus. I'm getting tired of you charging in recklessly and like that, muttered Laxus as he threw a lightning bolt towards Natsu, who jumped and dodged it. Natsu aimed a punch at Laxus as he caught it. Laxus proceeded to punch Natsu with his electric enhanced fist. Natsu grabbed his fist, blocking the punch. Both of them stood at a standstill as electricity and fire danced around them. Neither relenting as the ground below them clawed away at the pressure. You better not underestimate me, Laxus. Shouted Natsu as he headbutted him. Laxus retaliated with his own headbutt, smirking at Natsu, sending him staggering back a bit. Natsu released Laxus's fists as Laxus did the same, sending them both at a standstill. Natsu then aimed a punch at Laxus as the latter caught it and threw him to the ground. And then punched him, sending him flying away from him. Brah! Grunted Natsu as he balanced himself, using the momentum he aimed to get back into the fight, but was stopped when Erza used him as a launching pad, sending him flying back and Erza towards Laxus. She re-equipped her black armor and proceeded to swipe a Laxus, with the latter dodging the swipe. Laxus? What are those things in the sky? Questioned Erza. Laxus simply smirked as he replied. It's known as the Thunder Palace, surely you must have heard of it. Erza then swung her blade once more at Laxus, with him blocking it with ease. Are you seriously going to attack the town? Are you out of your mind? It's the new rule, smirked Laxus as he held onto her sword. Erza then tried to kick him with her right leg, only for it to be blocked by Laxus's left arm. Erza then turned to a recovering Natsu. Natsu? Destroy the Thunder Palace, I'll deal with Laxus. Shouted Erza. Natsu protested, I can't. If I do that then it'll take me out. Erza's eyes widened as she dodged a thunderbolt from Laxus and jumped back to Natsu Link magic. She then turned an angry glare to Laxus, you're a coward for using that. Her armor then glowed as she changed it back into her Lightning Empress armor, blocking another one of Laxus's attack. She then used her rod as a shield as she sent her own bolt of electricity at Laxus. Laxus simply negated the attack with his own lightning magic. When two mages of the same power clash, the one who has more power wins. Explained Laxus. It's also the one who has more heart. You should have learned that from Master. Exclaimed an angered Erza. What's important is power. Chuckled Laxus as Erza glared at him. An irritated Natsu appeared next to Erza. Oy. What the heck do you think you're doing, Erza? I thought I told you I'll deal with him. Erza, momentarily caught off guard, looks at Natsu and smiles. I trust you with this then, said Erza as she turned around and ran out of the cathedral. Natsu looked on confused. Just destroying one crystal will cost you your life. Laxus chuckled uncontrollably, there are 300 of them. I don't care, I vow I will destroy them all, even if I die at least the town will be safe. Shouted Erza as she ran out of the cathedral. Heh, looks like both brother and sister are going to die, such a pity, chuckled Laxus. Erza, don't die. Shouted Natsu. Erza ran forward smiling, you saved my life once, I don't have any plan on wasting it, besides it would be an insult to my brother. Natsu then turned his glare on Laxus as he blocked a lightning bolt aimed at Erza. He then reversed it. Fire Dragon's Roar. Shouted Natsu as the flame erupted from his mouth at Laxus, stunning him. Now. Fire Dragon's Brilliant Flame. The oncoming flame was negated by Laxus's lightning as he charged at him. You already know how weak the guild is. Once I become the guild master, I'll change it all. Shouted Laxus as he threw a barrage at Natsu. Natsu skillfully dodged each one of them, but was shot by the last one, sending him rocketing to a pillar. Laxus was then alerted to the runes, signaling that there was only a minute left before the pulse activates. What is that old man playing at? Asked an enraged Laxus. His concentration was broken as Natsu slowly got up, taunting Laxus. You want to stop it yourself, don't you, Laxus? But don't worry, Erza's got it all handled. Said Natsu as he charged at him, it's not so easy to keep a bluff, is it, Laxus? Stop acting cocky, Natsu. Shouted Laxus as both of them charged at each other, each aiming to end the strike. With Erza and Fairy Tail. This is bad, there's still 150 of them and I'm out of magic, muttered Erza. Me too. Feel so exhausted but we can't give up. Shouted Lucy. We're one, we're fairy tale, we can't give up, so everybody get up. We can do this. Even though Lucy called her guildmates to arms, almost all of them had already fallen over due to fighting with each. Warren's telepathy had caused them to connect their communications. The voice broke all of their concentrations as they looked on at the lacrima surrounding the town. Members of Fairy Tale, you have done your part, now rest, we will deal with this. Wah? Asked a confused Gray. Who was that? Asked a confused Kana. Mystigan, muttered Erza. All of you fall back and rest, let Mystigan handle it, if he has a plan, then let him carry it out. We? Questioned a confused Marahin. Who else is he talking about, Mirani-chan? Asked a confused Elfman. Their question was answered as they watched all the 150 lacrima explode and a bolt of thunder fell down, aiming at the mountain covering the north side of Magnolia town. They watched on in shock as the thunder hit the area and then in one motion disappeared into the air. It's over? Questioned a now conscious Juvia. I think it is, answered Warren. Did that Mystigan guy finish it? Is he alright? Asked a concerned Kana. We just have to wait, answered Lucy. But Mystigan. Are you alright? It took a lot out of you to deflect that much amount of electricity, asked Mystigan. I'm quite alright, came the man's voice. Laxus said you were on your deathbed, continued Mystigan. Itachi just looked at him with a raised eyebrow. And if I am? Came Itachi's daring voice. Mystigan didn't answer as an eerie silence settled around both of them. Itachi just sat at the edge of the cliff looking onto the town. I shouldn't have left Natsu and Erza to fight Laxus on their own, muttered Mystigan. You need not worry, they are more than capable to handle things on their own, said Itachi. You place too much faith in Natsu. Itachi just looked on. After a short pause, he answered Mystigan. Perhaps as do you. Mystigan ignored the latter part of the statement. Are you at 100% now? Or do you still need to rest? Asked Mystigan. The latter, came Itachi's answer. Erza knows, added Mystigan. It was bound to be revealed sooner or later, came Itachi's voice once more as the wind made his bang sway across his face. I think I'll go back to lend a hand just in case things get out of hand, said Mystigan. Itachi looked on and then turned his gaze to the sky as he closed his eyes. No, I will keep Natsu from harm, you appearing once more would only distract him, I will interfere only if Natsu is unable to continue, answered Itachi as he slowly got up, opening his eyes. But you're still healing. Protested Mystigan. Save your worries, said Itachi as he then broke down into crows flying into the town. Even suffering from an illness, he was able to deflect that much amount of electricity. True rumors are floating about how he fought Agnologia, twice defeating it, but just how powerful is he? Thought an astonished Mystigan. Hardia Cathedral. Fire dragons roar. Iron dragons roar. In perfect sync, both attacks collided on Laxus, making a huge explosion rise up out of the area where they had hit. Gajeel had also seen the rumbling from the cathedral and had raced there, saving Natsu from a devastating attack. The two of them had then made a one-time alliance and had concluded Laxus was an enemy of the guild and not the member. As the dust settled, the two dragon slayers watched in awe as their attacks had barely scratched Laxus. Laxus smirked as he got up. Is that all that you two have? Asked a smug Laxus. Natsu and Gajeel stood in shock as to how Laxus had taken the brunt of their attacks and was still standing. Laxus smiled once more. I'll show you how special I really am. Shouted Laxus as his shirt began to tear and his muscles bulking up. His mouth suddenly opened as he drew in some air. And no way. Him? Asked a shocked Gajeel. Laxus? Don't tell me you're a dragon slayer too? Demanded Natsu. Their questions fell on deaf ears as Laxus released a breath attack on the both of them. Lightning dragons roar. A huge explosion occurred with smoke dancing around them. When it cleared, both of them had fallen onto the ground, desperately crawling to reach Laxus and stop his madness. I'm tired of you, I'm tired of Fairy Tale, muttered Laxus as he glared at his opponents, electricity dancing around his whole form. I will kill all of you. You too. Erza, Mystigan, that old geezer. And even all those who live in Magnolia town. And Fairy Tale. Shouted a crazed Laxus. Natsu and Gajeel desperately crawled on the ground, willing their bodies to reach Laxus and stop him from casting the all-too-familiar attack. Laxus? Called out a desperate voice. Laxus stopped as he glared to the entrance of the cathedral. Levy? Whispered a shocked Natsu. You fool, what are you doing here? Asked a concerned Gajeel as he desperately crawled towards Laxus. Ignoring Gajeel's berating, tears formed at her eyes. Laxus? Master is dying. You have to go see him. Cried Levy. Laxus's eyes momentarily widened at the outburst. After a few moments he began laughing uncontrollably as he gazed upwards. Looks like my chances of becoming guildmaster just went up, stated a smug Laxus, now die. A bright light shined all throughout the town. As the smoke cleared, Laxus begins to announce that he has surpassed Markarov only for his eyes to widen in shock that Natsu, Gajeel and Levy are still there unharmed. What? What happened? Shouted an enraged Laxus as he began sputtering obscenities as to why fairy law didn't work. His mutterings were broken when a voice rang out to him. He looked up to see his teammate, Freed at the door clutching his right hand in pain. The reason why fairy law didn't work, Laxus, is because of your heart. Your strength and your magical powers aren't the only thing you inherited from the master. Just give it up and go see him, said Freed as he leaned on the door of the cathedral. Laxus. The guild is the only family we need. I won't let you have it cause it's our family. Shouted Natsu as he regained his stance. Salamander, whispered Gajeel. Gajeel then watched as another fight ensued. It didn't last long as Natsu was blasted to the floor of the cathedral once more. An enraged Laxus shouted at Natsu to stay down, but to no avail. Natsu, bleeding heavily, slowly got up once more, clutching his left arm in pain. Beat this and die. Shouted Laxus as he prepared another spell. That's the heavenward halberd. Natsu can die from an attack like that. Thought a shocked Freed. Laxus, stop it. That can kill Natsu. Shouted Freed as he tried to stop Laxus, but to no avail as he fired the spell. A bright light enveloped Natsu as Levy screamed out in shock. The light was then diverted to Gajeel. Natsu looked on in shock as Gajeel was electrocuted, using his own body as a lightning rod to save Natsu. With the little strength that he could muster, Gajeel signaled to Natsu. Natsu charged towards Laxus using all the remaining magic in him. He beat Laxus with his signature moves and finally ending with Crimson Lotus. Exploding Flame Blade. Shouted Natsu as Laxus was eaten up by the spiraling flame, sending him flying. Laxus's body landed with a thud on the ground. Natsu, now victorious, roared into the open sky as Gajeel smirked and Levy and Freed looking on. Don't ye get too cocky, came a voice. Natsu's eyes widened as he turned back to see Laxus standing up once more, forming the same spell yet again. This is bad. Natsu doesn't have any strength left, neither does Gajeel, thought Freed as he looked on in shock. Now you finally die. Shouted Laxus as he threw the spell at Natsu, who was next to Gajeel. An explosion occurred once more as Laxus laughed out maniacally. I am the strongest. Shouted a crazed Laxus. As the smoke cleared, Laxus's eyes widened at the sight. Itachi-san, whispered a shocked Levy. He's alright. Whispered a shocked Freed as he looked on at the sight before him. Itachi slowly turned his head towards Natsu and Gajeel. Natsu looked up at him smiling. He took you long enough, muttered Gajeel. Why yeah, agreed a weary Natsu. Both of you exceeded my expectations, stated Itachi in a monotone voice as he turned his gaze onto Laxus. Itachi muttered an enraged Laxus. Itachi just lifted his right hand and swayed it from his right to his left. Ninjutsu. Shiranui, stated Itachi. Demonic illusion. Burning paper body. Darkness covered Laxus as he looked around frantically. You think an illusion like this can hold me? I broke through Mystigans. This is nothing. I'm not Mystigan, came Itachi's voice. Laxus's body then turned into paper as he looked on in shock. The next he registered was Itachi watching him with red eyes. His body then ignited into blue flames as he screamed out in pain. Itachi turned his back on Laxus as mist covered him. In the real world, Laxus fell onto his knees and collapsed. It's over? Asked Natsu. Levy and Freed just looked on as Itachi went up to Natsu and Gajeel. Natsu, I believe you now know to trust and ask your comrades for their help. Asked Itachi as he kneeled down to Natsu's level. Natsu, too weary to answer, just gave Itachi a thumbs up and a smile as he collapsed onto the floor. Itachi let a small smile creep onto his face as he looked up to the damaged roof of the cathedral. Next day, fairy tale. The atmosphere tensed when a bandaged Laxus entered the guild, shocking everybody and halting the fun and joy. What are you doing here? Get out of the guild. How dare you show your face after all that you've done? You traitor. Were some of the obscenities thrown at Laxus, who shrugged it off and walked on forward. He was a bit surprised as Erza came into the picture. Enough. Shouted Erza as she then turned to Laxus. Master is waiting for you on the second floor. Laxus didn't spare her a second glance as he walked along. A mummified Natsu ran past him and pointed at him standing in front of Laxus. He began speaking gibberish as Gajeel translated for him. I'm not settling for this 2-on-1 crap, and with Itachi added to it as well. Next time, you're going down for sure. You better fight me again sometime, Laxus, 1-on-1. Said Gajeel, translating Natsu's gibberish. Laxus walked past Natsu, ignoring him and irritating him, but in a rare turn of events, Laxus waved a hand at him as he moved into the inner clinic of the guild, where Makarov waited for him. Shocking Natsu and the rest of the guild, they then began to discuss Fantasia and arguing like old times. In the inner clinic, Laxus came into and sat down on a chair. Makarov slowly got up from his bed as he looked at Laxus once more, explaining how the guild was a family to everyone and an agency for missions. "I understand, I was just trying to make the guild stronger," said Laxus. Markarov just looked on and sighed. "Watching you grow up was the only reason I lived on, I just wanted you to be happy," muttered Markarov. With tears in his eyes he then gave an ultimatum to Laxus. "You are hereby excommunicated from the guild, Laxus," said Markarov as he turned around, not meeting his gaze. Laxus looked on in shock as he sighed. "I understand, you take care of yourself, Gramps, and thanks for everything," said Laxus as he began to leave. "Just go," whispered Markarov. YouTube watch V equals P9 Ebwazmk, watch this while you read the rest of the ending. Next day, evening, Fantasia parade. Fireworks of different colors adorned the sky as everyone cheered and looked on at the beautiful sight. Decorations adorned the area as everyone jumped with joy. All activity halted as they saw the floats approaching them. "Look, Miss Fairy Tale has arrived. It's the girls. They look so cute. They look just like fairies." Laxus looked on as the floats passed him by. He had hidden himself in an alleyway and looked on as the parade escalated. "Look. It's Elfman. Wow. Is that his takeover form?" Elfman roared as he walked along the road, getting cheers and hoots from the citizens from Magnolia town. "What's that? An ice castle. It's beautiful. Water is spraying everywhere." Everyone were in awe as they watched each member move along with their respective stages. All of them in awe as to the commitment of the members to the festival. "Look, it's Natsu. And Gajeel. Haha, what's with all those bandages? Both of them look completely worn out." Natsu and Gajeel then stopped as Gajeel let out a metallic board above them. Natsu then looked up at the board and blew out some fire onto the board. With all the strength he could muster, the word fairy was embedded onto the plate of iron. Natsu coughed as his flame died out, but to his surprise, someone's lightning had embedded the word tail on the plate, making the crowd roar out in joy as the plate sparkled with flame and lightning, red and yellow dancing on the plate. Natsu and Gajeel frantically looked around but didn't find anyone. Laxus smiled as he watched them go. "Look. Titania has arrived. The swords are dancing. What? Hey. Where's her brother? Yeah. Where's that illusionist guy?" Erza paid them no mind as she twirled around on her float, with her swords dancing around her. On twirling around, she saw a figure standing on a roof, wearing a black cloak with red clouds. Which was open, revealing a purple mesh shirt and a purple pant with sandals mixed with a heel of shoes, white with black stripes, looking down at her plainly. His arms folded over his chest and his two bangs falling in front of his face and swaying in the wind. Erza, on seeing that it was her older brother, smiled at him. As she thought of something, she sent half of her twirling swords to the roof. The crowd looked on as Erza pointed the swords which were in her hands and pointed the crowd upwards. Itachi looked on in surprise as the swords twirled around him, dancing around. The crowd looked on as the light shone on him, catching him by surprise as well. Erza looked on smiling as her gown then flashed with her clothes changing into ones, which were much more revealing in nature, with white cloths attached to her swords, and her hair braided into twirls giving her a warrior look. She continued to twirl and dance on the float. "Oh. There he is. There's Titania's brother. Whoa. He looks so handsome. Oh man. He looks cool. That's Fairy Tale's visual illusionist." Itachi, wanting to divert the attention from himself as soon as possible, took out some shuriken which he had saved ever since he had arrived in Earthland. He felt as it was as good as time as any to use it. He blew out fire from his mouth, making some more hand seals and calling forth gravitational magic. The shuriken bursted into flames as it surrounded Erza, sparkling. Making another set of hand seals as quickly as he could. The crowd watched as the water from Grey and Juvia's float flew over to Erza. They all watched in awe as two dragons made of water floated above her, circling around her float with the flaming shurikens twirling around her, making her float sparkle. Erza gasped as she looked on surprised. It slowly turned into a smile as she watched Itachi disappear into crows. "Wow. Look at that. That's a water dragon. How awesome is that? Erza is so lucky to have a brother like that. Look at those dragons." Laxus watched on and felt a twinge of jealousy that Itachi had managed to make Erza's float more beautiful than Natsu's. He then looked on as everyone turned their attention to the main attraction. "It's the master. Haha. Look at him. He's enjoying himself." Laxus smiled once more as he began to walk away. He felt a breeze as he suddenly looked back to everyone. All the members of Fairy Tale raising their right hand to the sky, with their index fingers raising upwards. Laxus looked on in shock at his grandfather, who had the same expression. Even Natsu and Gajeel, Erza, and the rest had the same sign that he had pot rate. Tears fell from his eyes as he walked forward. He stopped once more, looking back onto a roof, this time seeing his self-proclaimed rival looking at him. Laxus glared at him as Itachi, in a rare turn of events, lifted his right hand with his index finger pointing upward. Laxus looked on in shock as Itachi then turned around on the roof, walking away from the festivities. The crow came and sat on his shoulder holding a note. Laxus took the note as the crow disappeared. He opened it. "We will always be watching over you. From Markarov and your family from Fairy Tail." He folded the paper as he walked forward, tears falling from his eyes. Regret shining in them as he walked forward, step by single step. What a fool I was. A few days had passed since the civil battle of Fairy Tail, but that didn't stop its members from going back to how they were. Merriment and joy had accompanied them after Fantasia, and life had returned to normal for all of them. The Thunder God tribe had now grown closer to the guild after their leader left, taking part in discussions and even helping each member on missions. Even the easiest of jobs were now done in pairs, showing the resolve of a new strength in the guild. Markarov had decided to leave the post-ion of Guildmaster, but it was quickly declined by all the members of the guild, stating that no one could replace him and that it was too early. He had conceded and had become the Guildmaster once more. All was well in Fairy Tail, except for an eerie feeling of dread that was unshakable. Gilderts had sent word to Rin about finding the herb and said that he would return in a month, or he would send it via special transport in 3 to 4 days. Rin had chosen the latter and was now patiently awaiting it so that she could make the appropriate medicine for Itachi. Speaking of whom, the silent member of the guild was now in a cafe eating dango and some sweet bean soup. He had nothing better to do and was awaiting a contact. As if on cue, his contact arrived, taking a seat in front of him, smiling at him. The figure was wearing a blue jacket, black jeans and a red tank top. "You let your hair out. How many times have I told you that you look like a girl?" chided the figure. Itachi didn't answer as he finished his dango and used a tissue to wipe his mouth. Once done, he looked at the figure in front of him. "Jealousy is an unhealthy emotion. I can understand your anger since you do not possess hair as long as mine," said Itachi as he gazed at the figure. The figure's eyes twitched. "Shut up, you brat. I love my hair being short. I can grow it if I want to," shouted the figure, making everyone look at them. The waiter came up to them. "Ma'am, if you would please quiet down, you are disturbing the other customers," said the waiter. The figure looked at the waiter and muttered a small nervous apology and turned to the other customers. "Sorry everyone. My immature son over here doesn't know when to shut up," muttered the figure as she leveled Itachi with a glare. Itachi just raised an eyebrow at the term son. He watched as she sat down once more, compassing herself as she turned her glare on Itachi once more as he paid the bill. "You seem famished. Do you require sustenance?" asked Itachi. The figure kept glaring at him. "Stop talking like some high-end scholar brat and speak like a normal human," scolded the figure. Itachi sighed. "Would you like something to eat?" She then compassed herself as she slight an evil smirk which didn't go amiss by Itachi. "Never expected you to be the kind to hit on older women, what's the matter? Didn't you find anyone else your age?" chided the figure. Itachi's eyebrows momentarily knitted together in confusion as his face became stoic as ever. "I have no such desire," stated Itachi in a monotone voice as the figure in front of him sweat dropped. "You're really something, you know that." Itachi didn't answer as he kept his gaze on the woman. "Fine. Just ask the 2-bit silencer over there for a sandwich or something," muttered the woman. Itachi just called on the waiter and ordered the sandwich. While they waited, they conversed. "So how is he?" asked the figure. Itachi just looked on and then answered, level-headed than most of his teammates, extremely loyal. He seemed to have acquired caution whenever undertaking a job, laid back. "I didn't ask for a damn personality analysis," shouted the figure once more, glaring at Itachi. Itachi sighed. "He's fine," answered Itachi as the figure in front of him settled down, placing her arms over her chest as she turned to him once more. "And how are you doing?" asked the woman. Itachi didn't answer as he turned his gaze away from her. "Well, answer me. I know what you know. You're dying, aren't you?" asked the enraged figure. Itachi didn't answer. "Look at me," called the figure. Itachi looked back at her. "Discharge your worries, there are other things of importance to converse about." "Don't shift the topic," scolded the figure once more. Itachi grew agitated but willed himself to be patient as he stared at her and she stared back at him. "I owe you my life, Atlas, let me help you save yours," pleaded the woman in front of him. Itachi didn't answer her as he got up. "Where are you going?" "To a job. You're free to accompany me if it pleases you. Meet me at Lake Solara in half an hour. I trust you will be able to find the route there?" asked Itachi. "Yeah, fine," muttered the woman as she ate the sandwich and watched Itachi leave. Once she finished the sandwich, she proceeded to pay the bill. "I'm sorry ma'am, you must be confused, your son already paid for you," explained the waiter as he went back to serving the other customers. "Stupid brat," smiled the figure as she got up once more. "Fairy Tail. Ah. I told him to come here early. Where is he?" shouted Markarov as he walked around the bar tail yelling obscenities towards a certain raven-haired member. "Erza? Where is he?" asked Markarov. "Forgive me master, I do not know, he left home early, I assume he had come here directly." "Oh come on Gramps, why do we need Itachi anyway? Just tell us already," complained Natsu. Markarov grumbled a bit before complying. Fine. Natsu, Gray, Erza and Lucy. I'm sending all of you on a job, this one is of extreme importance, it consists of dealing with an association of dark guilds, their alliance is known as the Balam Alliance. Stated Markarov as everyone listened on intently. There will be a legal alliance between some of the guilds in order to take them down, namely the Blue Pegasus, Lamina Scale and Kate Shelter, they will be joining you on this job. This needs to be done and completed as soon as possible, do you understand? You have to set out right this instant, commanded Markarov, it's a job that you cannot fail. All right. Finally. Shouted an enthusiastic Natsu, Gray nodded his head as well in agreement. Natsu then made fun of Gajeel, stating that he was too weak to come on the mission. HMPH. I'm too good for missions like that. Go play baby, salamander. Teased Gajeel as he sat on the second floor showing his back to an enraged Natsu. Itachi slowly entered the door and tilted his head to the right as a box went flying past him. Itachi raised a curious eyebrow as he turned his head back once more and dodged another box sent towards his head. Itachi. You brat. I told you to come here early. And didn't I tell you never to evade a hit from the master of the guild? Shouted Markarov, the others chuckled at the sight with Natsu grinning and Lucy smiling. Itachi paid him no mind as he went to the second floor, ignoring a fuming Markarov. He gazed at the board and picked a job. And where are you going, Itachi? Asked an enraged Markarov as Itachi came down from the second floor. A simple job, Markarov-sama, answered Itachi. Oh no you don't. Drop that flyer. You're going with Natsu's team. Itachi raised an eyebrow as he turned towards a grinning Natsu. I refuse, stated Itachi as he began walking away. Markarov's jaw dropped down to the ground as his eyes bulged out, as did the others in the guild. Whispers abounding around them. Itachi-san never refused a job from the master before, whispered Levy. Yeah, wonder what happened? Asked Kana. Reed looked on confused, as did the other members of the guild. Regaining himself, Markarov shouted at Itachi. Itachi. You are going on this mission whether you like it or not. Shouted Markarov as he grabbed Itachi with his enlarged titan hand. Only for Itachi to go. Poof. The clone. Thought a shocked Markarov. Gajeel roared out in laughter. Jahehehe. See. I'm not the only one who thinks that the job is a baby's job. Oi Gajeel. Shut your mouth. You stupid beaver. Shouted Natsu. What did you say? In the midst of the daily argument, a crow flew in and sat on a surprised Erza's shoulder. Erza looked on skeptically as the crow then glowed a dark purple color and formed itself into a band, attaching it to her hand. Erza looked on curiously and then smiled as she watched where Itachi had disappeared. Stupid Itachi and his stupid arrogance, HMPH. Steal my thunder, will he? No one upstages the master of the guild. Shouted Markarov as everyone sweat dropped at his proclamation. Lake Solara. Took you long enough, scoffed the woman who was leaning back on one of the rails. Itachi didn't answer as he walked past her. She sighed as she walked beside him. So where are we going? Oaktown, answered Itachi as they began their walk towards the northeastern part of Fiore. The woman blinked at him. Isn't that where the Phantom Lord Guild is? Was corrected Itachi. Really? What happened? Markarov-sama dismantled it, said Itachi as he walked along. Oh, now I remember. There was a guild war, wasn't there? Asked the woman. Itachi just nodded his head. Any particular reason why it happened? Asked the woman. Lucy Hertfilia was the cause. Her father had sanctioned the guild to retrieve her from Fairy Tail. It seems she ran away from home due to the abuses from her father, explained Itachi. Poor kid, muttered the woman. Itachi didn't answer as they treaded along. How's Rin? It's been a while since I saw her. She's fine, answered Itachi. The woman chuckled. Looks like I'm finally teaching you to talk normally, aren't I? Her herps. So what's the job you picked? Asked the woman as she walked beside Itachi. A relatively simple one, answered Itachi as he gave her the flyer. The woman took it as she began to read it. You have got to be kidding me, muttered the woman. Itachi smirked as he walked in front of her, but the woman didn't see it. She walked behind him, grumbling and throwing obscenities at the younger man in front of her. Fairy Tail. I can't believe him, muttered a stunned Markarov as he looked at the copy of the job Itachi had taken. Murahin came over to him. Master? Is something wrong? Asked a curious Murahin as she came up to him. That idiot, muttered Markarov. Master? Asked Murahin once more. Oh. Exclaimed a surprised Markarov as he turned to see Murahin looking at him curiously. It's nothing you need to concern yourself with, Murahin, said a hearty Markarov. Master. Glared Murahin. Markarov immediately began sweating profusely. Just then Elfman came up to them. Mirani-chan, did you see where Itachi-san went? Asked Elfman. He raised an eyebrow when he saw his master sweating profusely. Master, anything wrong? Oh, nothing, muttered a nervous Markarov. So did you see Itachi-san? Only a true man would have caught him to talk to him. I feel so ashamed. Sulked Elfman. Didn't he take a job in the morning? Asked a curious Murahin. Master? Called Levy as she came up to them as well. Did you see Itachi-san? I wanted to show him my solid script spells, I thought he would have come back by now. He's still on the job, now all of you. Get yourselves busy. Shouted Markarov as he comically waved a broom at them, scaring every one of them away, except for Murahin and a now newly arrived Gajeel. You should just tell them, old man, I saw the job as well, muttered Gajeel as he leaned on one of the pillars. Master? Which job did he take? Asked a now curious Murahin. It's not the job he's taken that concerns me, Gajeel, Murahin. Then? Asked Gajeel. It's the rumors floating about, answered a now serious Markarov. Rumors? Asked Murahin. Gajeel remained silent. Markarov nodded his head. There are rumors abounding that after Phantom Lord's defeat, a lieutenant of the Dark Guild known as Grimwar Heat had come there excavating for something, we still don't know what, but if I know Itachi, he's going there now to confront both the master and the lieutenant, explained Markarov. But that's suicide. Yes, I know, as strong as he may be, taking two opponents on at once, especially with those rivaling such power, could prove disastrous, said Markarov. You don't mean? Asked a now surprised Gajeel. Markarov nodded his head. He could die. Both of them looked on in shock at the statement that had come out from their master's mouth. The reality had set in. Oaktown, unknown location. Boom. Two figures skidded out of the smoke as they locked eyes with each other. The taller of two regained his stance as he looked at the opponent. I always wanted to fight the illusionist, smirked the man. Itachi didn't say anything as he observed the man in front of him. Your reputation precedes you, Itachi-acha. Unfortunately, I cannot say the same for you, Stinger-san, said Itachi as he stood to his full height. I must use only magic when facing him, using the Sharingan as a last resort. Heh, such arrogance, stated Blue Note as he glared at Itachi. But can you fly? Itachi's eyes momentarily widened as he felt a pull on his body, he withstood it as his surroundings crashed into the ground. Itachi took his right hand and raised his index finger upward. Her eyes whispered Itachi as everything came back to stable motion. Oh? You can use gravity magic as well. Interesting, muttered Blue Note as he disappeared and aimed a kick at Itachi's head. Itachi dodged it as he used his right hand as leverage supporting his whole body. He twirled around, making his right leg hit both of Blue Note's legs. He made Blue Note trip. Blue Note was caught off guard as Itachi then kicked him in the stomach, sending him upward and Itachi reeling back from the impact. Blue Note then readjusted his stance in the air as he jumped back to the ground. As you drew the first shot, muttered Blue Note. But Itachi felt a pull on his body as he was pulled towards Blue Note. He smirked and punched through Itachi, making blood splatter around him. I drew first blood. Your confidence is your downfall, came Itachi's voice from his bloody body as it disappeared. Blue Note gritted his teeth in illusion. Where is he? Itachi then aimed a kick at his head as he missed. Blue Note took the opportunity to punch the aerial Uchiha. Itachi blocked it with his shoulder as he was sent skidding to the south of Blue Note. He regained his stance as Blue Note did the same. Itachi then decided to question him. What is your purpose here, Stinger-san? Came Itachi's question as Blue Note's eyes glared at Itachi. That you would cause these people such misery. Enslaving them. Since you're giving me such a workout, I'll tell you, we're trying to recreate Xera's destroyed demon's lullaby and Dele Ori using the device you saw before we battled, explained Blue Note. I better be careful with him, one wrong move and I could die. It goes either way, if I can catch Itachi messing up just once, I can kill him, but he's not using his full power, more like 60%. Why are you doing such a thing? Asked Itachi. It's not me who's doing it, Itachi, but it's my master, I could care less of what he does. Itachi didn't answer as he looked on at another battle taking place on a cliff to his right. Worried, Itachi? Came Blue Note's voice. Itachi returned his gaze to Blue Note. You shouldn't be, after all she is one of the 10 wizard saints, even though she hasn't been named as yet. Surprising though, I thought she had died, said Blue Note. Itachi didn't want to reveal anything as he got into a stance once more. Blue Note then jumped forward aiming at Itachi. Itachi's neck tilted to the right as the force from the impact shattered a rock behind him. Itachi caught his sleeve as he aimed a punch towards his face, only for Blue Note to duck. 2 trees behind Blue Note fell down, as they both then locked their hands together, Blue Note smirking at him and Itachi calmly staring at him, the ground beneath them shattered. You've lost, stated Itachi as he jumped away from Blue Note, leaving him confused. It struck him then as he couldn't move. Restriction magic. When did he ... the illusion? When he disappeared. It isn't my desire to kill you, I will tell you this once, leave with your master and never return here, said Itachi as he glared at his opponent in front of him. Blue Note gritted his teeth as he struggled. If I use my magic power to break this, then I will be even more vulnerable. I have to wait on master. Itachi looked on and then turned his gaze upwards to the cliff where he watched a woman and an old man battle. On the cliff. Where is she? Screamed the woman as she lunged at the old man. The old man dodged her and flipped over her, aiming his finger at her back. She dodged a black bullet-like projection from his finger as she came skidding to a halt. "She does not know that you are alive, but she thinks of you as weak," muttered the old man. "Don't screw around with me, Purahito," shouted the woman. "It surprises me that you would call me by that name, but I go by Hades now." "I don't care. Where is she?" shouted the woman once more. "As I said before, she does not think of you as her mother anymore." Made some hand signs as Hades then shot forth some more bullets. She didn't dodge it as SH waited for the impact. "Ice make. Shield." An explosion occurred. Once it cleared, Hades' eyes widened as he was hit from behind from a hammer made of ice, sending him skidding to a halt, with glaring at him. Hades got up once more, regaining his stance. His eyes widened as he looked at her hand. "I will only say this once, return what you have stolen." Smirked. "Sorry, no deal." Hades then watched as froze the device in front of him, smashing it into tiny pieces. She then threw the pieces into the ravine behind her. "I do not care if you're a ghost. You will die here, arrogant child," shouted Hades as he drew a formula. Looked on as she regained her stance. Amaterasu Formula 28. Eyes widened as a blast consumed her. Hades smirked as he waited for the smoke to clear, only to scoff when he found Itachi in front of her. "Purple flare. Ingenious, using it as a counter to stop the blast. I commend you, child," stated Hades, watching a weary Itachi in front of him. Itachi was doing his best to hide his weariness, but it proved futile as the sweat dripped down from his brow. The cancellation had taken a great amount. Normally he would have dodged it, but this time he needed to protect. The ship then appeared above them, covering them. Itachi whispered a shock to her. "I look forward to battling you next time, child, but for now, you have caused my plans to go down the drain, a minor setback, farewell," said Hades as Blue Note then came and stood next to him. Hades just regarded him. "You were beaten by a child. Unforgivable," stated Hades. "Sorry master, he caught me off guard." "As expected of the illusionist," said Hades as he disappeared with Blue Note following quickly behind him. "Wait," shouted as she raced to them. The ship then disappeared into the sky above them. "Tch darn it." Itachi collapsed on one knee as sweat encompassed his forehead. Raced to him and helped him up. "Stubborn, aren't you?" Itachi gladly accepted the help as he got up. "The Amaterasu spells are highly difficult to cancel, especially with the purple flare flames," explained Itachi. "Coupled with him being sick and dying, I'm surprised he's able to stand at all after that attack," thought "What about that little device?" They didn't seem to be worried that they lost it, asked "You need not worry, when I used restriction magic on Blue Note Stinger, I had placed a timer destructor spell on him. Now if there are more of those devices in their ship, they will be rendered useless," explained Itachi as he stood to his full height. "Sneaky little devil, aren't you?" asked smirking Itachi didn't reply as he began the trek down the cliff, followed by They began walking down the cliff, with the ruins of a mine now destroyed behind them. They concentrated on reaching back home. "Will you join Fairy Tail?" asked Itachi. "Why not? I've got nothing better to do, hehe. I can't wait to see my little pupil's face when he gets back and also beat the living hell out of Gilderts. That man owes me a ton of money," chuckled an evil Itachi raised an amused eyebrow as he continued to walk. "And your daughter?" asked Itachi. "She's joined up with them," answered "Do not worry, I believe you will see her sooner than later." "Maybe," muttered They then collected their money and made their trip back to Magnolia town. 3.5 hours later, Fairy Tail. Itachi and slowly entered the guild as all activity stopped, signaling Itachi's arrival. Itachi went ahead, followed by "Hey, who's that old lady?" asked Warren. Ears twitched when she heard that. Grabbing the nearest glass cup, she threw it at Warren. "Who the hell you calling old? You ugly little midget." Itachi looked back at the sight and sighed. Once when he turned back, he tilted his head to the right as he dodged another box thrown at him. "You stupid brat. Who told you to go on such a mission? You could have died," shouted Makarov as all activity in the guild turned back to Itachi and Makarov. "Forgive me, Makarov-sama, my untimely demise was postponed since san had accompanied me," explained Itachi. Makarov blinked. Long time no see, Makarov-sama, I hope you're taking good care of Gray," smiled as she came up to him. Markarov's eyes widened as his jaw dropped to the ground. "You Gray," sputtered Makarov as he turned his glare to Itachi. "You have a lot of explaining to do." "I am aware. It was a year after I left Erza and your care that I traveled to the land of Islevan. I had heard of a powerful mage capable of freezing even the vast oceans," said Itachi as Makarov looked on in his seat. "Gee, I'm flattered," said a bored Itachi paid her no mind as he continued on. "I had seeked her out for training. I believed perhaps I could master the ice, make molding magic, but my body proved incompatible with it, hence I abandoned the quest," said Itachi. I had then gone into the town known as Brago. To my surprise I had found people digging away at the ice, explained Itachi. But I thought the ice shelled spell was permanent, asked a curious Markarov, and no amount of tools or magic could destroy it. It is came Erza's voice. She was sitting on a chair with her hands folded over her chest and her legs crossed over each other. She opened her eyes as she began her explanation. I don't know who but someone had managed to melt the ice, but what was really surprising was that my body was intact, like it had been restored, but I felt very weak at the time, explained her. The tools had done barely any damage, I had ignored them and had gone back on my journey. A day later I had heard that Xerath's demon was alive and it was wreaking havoc. This proved very surprising, so I journeyed there once more. There was an immeasurable amount of damage present. After searching for a minute duration of time, I had found Erza unconscious, explained Itachi. But what was really surprising was when I woke up, interrupted her. Markarov looked on curiously. Had a serious expression on her face as she looked at Markarov. Somebody had implanted dragon lacrima into my body, that of an ice dragon, stated her. Markarov's eyes widened at the fact. Just like Laxus. So now you can use Dragon Slayer magic. Yeah, stated her. Itachi however was silent after that. He had felt a presence that day, an evil one. When I asked some of the people around me, they said a man with eyes which turned from red to purple had melted to ice. As for who implanted the lacrima, I don't know, stated her. Markarov immediately turned to the now silent Itachi. Itachi? Asked a curious Markarov. Itachi didn't answer as he was lost in thought. He looks worried, thought her. Itachi? Called out Markarov once more. Itachi blinked as he looked up to Markarov. My apologies, I was lost in thought. As Erza said, after that, I had tended to her wounds, but she ran away when she heard that the demon was alive in order to face it once more, explained Itachi. It was reckless, yeah, I know, so shut up already, brat. Scolded her. Markarov just smirked. Flashbacks. X 777. Oi kid. Just leave me alone already. I'll deal with that stupid monster. Shouted her. Itachi paid her no mind as he watched Eliora approach them. You would wish to die once more? Asked Itachi. That's none of your business. Now get out of here. Shouted and enraged her. Itachi didn't respond as he dodged a swipe from the monster. TCH, stubborn brat, muttered her as she jumped back as well. Itachi observed Eliora as a jewel on its head began glittering. Her immediately grew alarmed as she shouted at Itachi. Brat. Get out of there now. Boom. As the smoke cleared, looked on frantically. Kid. You alright? Your worries are misplaced, Erza, came his voice from behind her as turned back to see Itachi with his hands folded over his chest and his cloak spraying in the wind. Itachi dodged a slap from her as she shouted at him. What the hell is wrong with you? You're treating that monster like some game. Shouted her. Itachi didn't say anything as he pointed a finger to the monster's chest. It's already weakened from the spell that you had cast, hence heed my request. Talk in English, you stupid brat. Shouted her once more. Itachi sighed. Use your ice make magic and form a spear, take aim and throw it at Eliora's chest. I'm not taking orders from a stupid brat. Itachi didn't answer as he dodged the magic beam from Eliora. The next thing that saw was a purple flame like lance formed into Itachi's hand as he jumped. She watched as he threw it at the monster's chest. Purple flame erupted onto its chest as it cried out in pain. Itachi then brought 2 fingers in front of his face. Disappear. The flame stopped as it turned into ice and froze the monster, it then crumbled to bits. Looked on in shock, no words emitting from her mouth, as Itachi jumped down in front of her and looked at her. How did? It was because of your efforts, it was already weakened since you had cast the ice-shelled spell, this is why I had asked you to do such a thing, explained Itachi. Full of surprises, aren't you, brat? Smirked her as she got up. Itachi didn't answer as he gazed at the fallen bits of ice. Flashback within a FLASHBACK, just roll with it. Do not tell her that it was me who implanted the lacrima into her body, this is the least I can do since I abandoned her and left her alone to raise our daughter, muttered the man. I understand, said Itachi. I'm dying, at best I'll be alive for another 2 years, please take care of her, I know it's a great burden I'm placing on you since you are just a child, but please. Itachi just nodded his head as he watched the man leave the building. Send flashbacks. I see, said Markarov, but how do you plan on explaining this to Grey? You leave that to me, Markarov-sama stated her as she let her hands fall freely to her side. Markarov turned towards her. Itachi then opened his eyes as he looked to Markarov. Markarov-sama, what do you know of a man known as Purito? Asked Itachi. Markarov looked surprised as he turned to Itachi. He was the 2nd guild master of Fairy Tail before me, said Markarov. Itachi didn't answer as he held a questioning look. He's the master of the dark guild known as Grimoire Heart, stated her. Markarov's eyes widened. I refuse to believe that. It's true Makarov-sama, on our previous mission, we encountered both him and his lieutenant, Blue Note Stinger, we managed to subdue both of them by destroying a device, said Itachi. That device's sole purpose was to recreate Zeref's destroyed demons namely Lullaby and Deliora, continued Itachi. Does it still exist? Asked Makarov. No, I destroyed it, said I see, mused Makarov. We'll deal with them when the time comes. As for now, we have to induct our newest S-class mage, shouldn't we? Agreed, said Itachi. Looked on as Makarov came up to her. Where would you like your guild mark? She then placed her hand on her stomach, right here. Makarov then gave her the fairy tail mark on her stomach, it was black in color and of considerable size. Welcome to Fairy Tail, smiled Makarov. It's an honor, said a smiling Itachi looked on plainly as Makarov then led her out of the room. He leaned on the railings of the room as he looked upwards, lost in thought. Black eyes transitioning to red, mused Itachi as he looked on upwards. With Makarov. All of you. Let me introduce you to our newest S-class member. She is also a candidate for the 10 Wizard Saints. Shouted Makarov. Whoa, that old lady is, stuttered a wide-eyed Warren. No way, muttered a surprised Levy. Another S-class member, just how much more will we grow? Asked Fried as he looked on at her. Be happy, Fried. More party time. Shouted Bixlow as he swayed his tongue from right to left. HMPH, she's nothing special, muttered Evergreen as she glared at the woman. I wonder how strong she is, mused Kana as she drank a barrel of her favorite liquid. A new member, the guild just keeps growing every day, smiled Marahin. Where's Itachi-san? Asked Nab as he looked around for the raven-haired member. Caught on as she turned her head to the second floor. Brat. Get down here. Your guild's calling for you. Shouted Everyone looked on in surprise at the way treated Itachi like a child. Jehehe, Ichi has finally got what's coming to him. Chuckled Gajeel as he watched from the second floor. Itachi slowly came down as he looked on boredly at Don't give me that stupid look, brat. Scolded Itachi looked on as everyone silently chuckled. Hey Itachi, come here for a sec. Yes, Makarov-sama? Asked Itachi as he came up to them. Can you go bring back Erza and the others from their mission? I just got word that they finished up with their mission, explained Makarov. Itachi just nodded his head. I'm sorry, Itachi, apologized Makarov. You have nothing to apologize for, said Itachi as he went out of the guild. Itachi-san. Called Levy as she rushed out of the guild. Itachi stopped as he turned around waiting for Levy. Yes. Can we go on a job tomorrow? I wanted to show you how much I've improved in my solid script spells, asked a nervous Levy. Itachi then looked on as he answered If you wish to. Thanks, Itachi-san. And here you can use this to get to where Erza and the others are. You don't need to use your transportation spell. I have an 8-year contract with it, so I can use it twice every month, smiled Levy as she gave Itachi a scroll. Itachi took it in his hand and whispered a silent thank you and started walking down the road with Levy watching him go. He pushes himself too hard, said as she watched Itachi leave. I know, said Makarov as he watched Itachi leave. You already know, then, asked I'm aware, he doesn't have much time left, answered Makarov. Marahin, Gajeel and Kana had heard their conversation, curiosity had settled on them. They would confront their master later about the matter. With Erza. That's enough. Shouted Erza. Natsu and his whole team stopped fighting the Rune Knights as they looked on astonished at Erza. Her bangs fell in front of her face, covering it. I'm sorry for the disturbance, I will take full responsibility. You can't take Jellal away, said Erza. The members of her team grew shocked at the proclamation as Jellal smirked. He stopped as he recalled something. Erza. Shouted an enraged Natsu. That's it, the color of your hair, I remember now, smiled Jellal as he was then taken away. Erza looked on shocked as they took Jellal away. Farewell, Erza. Farewell, whispered Erza. 2 hours later. Hey, did you guys see Erza anywhere? Asked Gray as he looked at the other members of his guild. No idea, muttered a disappointed Natsu. Just give her some time, she needs to be alone right now, said Lucy. Yeah, just give Erza some time, agreed Wendy as she stared off into the distance. Ruins of Nirvana. Erza was sitting on the ground, her hands on her knees looking down at the ruins of Nirvana. Memories embroiled her mind about Jellal. Flashbacks. Jellal Fernandez. That's got to be a pain to remember. Humming from a boy named Wally Buchanan. I just know I'm going to forget that one, chuckled Jellal. Wally ignored him as he turned to Erza. What about you, Erza? Asked a curious Wally. I'm Erza, just Erza, answered a smiling Erza. That's kind of sad, muttered a disappointed Jellal. He then grabbed Erza's hair. Hey. Such beautiful scarlet hair, that's it. Exclaimed Jellal, why don't we call you Erza Scarlet? Why don't we what, just like that? Muttered a sweat-dropping Wally. Erza Scarlet, said Erza, trying to test out your name, it sounded just right with her. It's the color of your hair, that way. I'll never forget it. Send flashbacks. Gajeel, whispered Erza, tears streaked down her face as she silently cried for losing her friend. There was something more between them, but no one would say it. She cried out loudly in agony and in sorrow for losing a friend as the sunset that day painted the sky with the color of her hair. Erza didn't look up to see the beautiful sunset, she was dying on the inside looking at the abyss below her. It went on for an hour, her crying never stopped. The sound of footsteps brought her out of her sorrow, but she refused to look up. Whoever why you are, just leave me alone, whispered Erza. The figure didn't say anything as it went and sat down beside Erza. Erza didn't look up to see who it was, she thought no, she knew it was either Natsu, Gray or Lucy. She didn't care who it was, she kept crying her heart out. When she stopped, she stole a glance at who it was that was sitting next to her. She was shocked. "Hey brother," exclaimed Erza. "Have you ever stopped to realize why you actually call me your brother?" asked Itachi as he gazed up at the stars. Erza didn't answer as she looked on at him. "We do not share the same blood and you know almost nothing about me," continued Itachi. Erza glared at him. "That's not true. I know you're not off this world. I know you were a prodigy in your world." Itachi grew momentarily surprised as he turned to her. "Rin-san told you that?" Erza just nodded her head. Itachi didn't answer as he looked upward. "Do you feel inferior to me? After learning that I was, as Rin-san said, a prodigy?" That's. Stopped Erza as she looked down at the ground once more. "You shouldn't," stated Itachi. "You are not me, you are who you are, do not compare yourself to me." Erza didn't answer as she looked down once more, tears falling from both her eyes. "Did she tell you that I had a younger brother in my world?" Erza's head snapped up in surprise as she looked at Itachi. "From your expression, I guess she did not." "Then no, she didn't," whispered Erza. "Do not think that you are a substitute for him, you adopted me as your own elder brother, and in time so did I. The past is behind me, I still hold regrets, but in the life that I live now, I will atone for it," explained Itachi. "What connects us is not our blood, rather our hearts." Erza looked on surprised at Itachi as tears freely fell from her eyes. "When I look at you, I see a reflection of myself. I never said this to my younger brother, but..." Erza looked on as Itachi turned towards her, his eyes closed and a true smile embedded on his face. "I'm proud of you." Every activity ceased in Erza's body as she stared wide-eyed at Itachi. "Fluspix. My dad always says he proud of me, it's such a bother, man." Same here, my brother says the same thing, but I know he doesn't mean it. I wish I didn't have a brother, such an annoyance. I'll agree with you. Wish he could die. Brothers are useless, especially elder ones, he's such a loser. I'll agree with that. Wish I could just kill my brother. Send flashbacks. Why would people hate their brothers this much? Was the question playing in Erza's mind. When faced with a brother like Itachi, Erza grew angry at those who would treat their brothers as trash. Itachi wasn't prepared as he was hugged by Erza. He was momentarily shocked, but slowly as he had learned, he placed a hand on her back, hugging her back. This was new to Itachi as Erza sobbed into his shirt. "I might have lost Jellal, but I still have my older brother," thought a crying Erza. Itachi just looked on and turned his gaze to the sky, observing the sunset. He watched as it transitioned from a scarlet red to a raven black. Night had fallen. Fairy tale. "Alright old man, spill it," said Gajeel. "What's wrong with Itachi? Even I can sense that he's not himself." "It does not concern you, Gajeel. If Itachi wants to tell you, he will," stated Makarov, who sat on the table. "We're members of the same guild as well. We have a right to know," protested Kana. Marahin and Elfman looked on, but Makarov was unrelenting. "It is not my place to say." "Fine. Does Erza know about this?" asked an enraged Gajeel. "No, she does not," answered Makarov. "What?" asked a shocked Kana. Makarov slowly opened his eyes as he gazed at the people in front of him. "Itachi-san hasn't told even Erza?" asked a curious Marahin. "He hasn't. And now? Get out of here, all of you," shouted Makarov. "Go get yourselves some jobs." They conceded as they began to move away from him. Makarov sighed as came up next to him. "They're bound to ask me next," came Erza's voice. "Don't tell them anything, it's Itachi's wish if he wants to tell them," said Makarov. "True, but what happens? When they do find out, ask her." "We'll deal with that when it happens. As for now, we should focus on Gildert's arrival in the next few days," said Makarov. That lazy bum owes me a ton of money," muttered Makarov just smirked. "All the more reason for you to freeze him if he doesn't have it. Who the hell do you think you're trying to fool?" The conquest of Nirvana had ended on a fairly high note, save for Jellal's capture. Erza had walked past it due to some comfort from her brother. Itachi had then brought them back to Fairy Tail, the smallest of the group both in stature and age. Wendy Marvell had now joined their group since a guild was created just for her. After the fall of Nirvana, her guild master had disappeared, thanking Natsu and the other members of the alliance. Wendy, with no place to go, had found comfort in Erza, who had offered her a place in Fairy Tail. She had looked to Itachi, who nodded back. He kept his distance as he watched the members of Team Natsu bid goodbye to their allies from their respective guilds. He then walked ahead of them, they caught up of course with Natsu throwing obscenities at him. Itachi paid him no mind of course, that only fueled his rage even more. Wendy had walked next to Erza ever since, something of an older sister had fashioned itself into Wendy's eyes when she saw Erza. She had nervously asked Erza if that was her older brother, she had replied with a smile nodding her head, a trait rarely seen in her. Erza had asked her if she wanted to talk to Itachi. She had replied nervously. Itachi was intimidating to her. Erza just smiled at her. He just likes being alone at times. That was what Erza had said to her. Wendy would then befriend the Uchiha when he was alone. And that had proved fruitful to her when Itachi had acknowledged her presence. New bonds have been forged and Wendy was happy, she now knew someone who was like an elder brother to her, including the whole of Team Natsu. Little did she know that, her family was about to get a lot bigger. Both emotionally and in number. She looked forward to it. Itachi now noted that there were 3 dragon slayers in the guild. He deemed it as good. They were growing bit by bit. With the inclusion of and Wendy, their guild was stronger now. Itachi had kept his gaze on Gray, he knew an outburst was prone now. He had expected no he anticipated it, they reached Fairy Tail, Itachi wanted to leave, but he had promised to take Levy on a job and he wouldn't break a promise now. He slowly treaded back into the noisy guild now known as his home. Itachi stayed at the entrance, much to his displeasure, the reunion had occurred much sooner than he had expected. And he was to bear the brunt of it. What the hell is this, muttered a shocked Gray. Had seen him and he had seen her. She slowly got up. No way, muttered Gray as came closer to him step by single step. Oi. Gray team. What's wrong? Asked a curious Natsu. You're supposed to be dead. Shouted Gray as he pointed to her. Is that the kind of welcome I get from my cute little pupil? Smiled as Gray looked on in shock. Who the hell are you trying to fool? Shouted Gray, my master died sealing Deliora. She said goodbye. Whoever you are, I won't forgive you for impersonating her. Gray lunged at her as side knew this wasn't going to be easy. Flash. Gray's eyes widened as he looked at the ice sword in front of him, blocking his ice sword. Ice make. Looked on calmly at him as she searched his shocked eyes. Gray looked on confused. Took that moment to push her weight behind the sword, sending Gray skidding back. Gray looked on, the epitome of surprise etched in his figures. Er's ice sword dissolved as she smirked at him. Do you still blame that stripping habit of yours on me? Chided her. Gray's eyes widened. Flashbacks. After I finish my training with a witch, I'm out of here, a lion said a young Gray. He wasn't prepared as a fist thumped down on his head. Ow. How dare you call your master a witch? Shouted an enraged her. Gray rubbed his head HMPH. I don't care. Why are you stripping here? Asked a frantic her. Gray blinked his surprise, then shone on his face ah. This is all your fault. I have this stupid stripping problem because of you. Shouted an angered Gray. My fault? Shouted an enraged her. The townspeople chuckled as they watched her send Gray flying into the sky. Ha. Chuckled a happy Leon as he watched Gray full drum the sky onto a snowfield. Shut up, lion. Shouted an enraged Gray. Send flashbacks. It can't be, muttered a disbelieving Gray. Hey. Leave Gray alone. You banshee. Shouted Natsu as he charged towards her. Only to be yanked back by Itachi who held him by the scruff of his neck. What the? Itachi. Let me go. Shouted Natsu. Itachi was unrelenting as he held on to Natsu. Markov looked on as well, this reminded him of an incident years ago when Itachi had come back and Erza had lunged at him. He chuckled. So that's Natsu Dragneel and the red-haired girl must be Erza Scarlet, Itachi's younger sister. They don't look much alike when it comes to their hair, but I can really tell that they're related by even their postures, thought as she shifted her attention back to a shocked Gray. Ow, are you alive? To tell you the truth, Gray, even I don't know, when I woke up, Deliora was freed and Itachi was tending to my wounds, explained her. Gray's eyes widened as he turned to Itachi. You knew she was alive? Asked an enraged Gray. Itachi just nodded his head as he looked on at Gray. You bastard. Why didn't you tell me? Shouted an enraged Gray. Itachi lifted his eyes to meet Gray's. She had requested me not to, answered Itachi. That's crap. You knew something and you didn't even tell me. Why the hell did I even look up to you? You're nothing but a liar. Shouted Gray. Erza readied herself, she knew Gray was going to attack Itachi. Gray. Scolded Erza. Itachi placed a hand on Erza's shoulder, willing her not to interfere. At the next moment, Gray lunged at him as a punch implanted itself on Itachi's face. Itachi didn't even stagger back, nor did he flinch. Erza looked on in shock as she moved to push Gray away from Itachi. Itachi's eyes slowly opened as he took a step back from a panting Gray who was glaring at him. Looked on in shock as she moved to hit Gray. The whole guild gasped at the sight. Itachi's voice broke her movement towards him. Itachi's eyes held guilt in them as his eyes traveled to the ground. "I shall take my leave, Makarov-sama," said Itachi. Makarov looked on in surprise as Itachi didn't even turn to him and left the guild. "Brother," called Erza. She then turned her glare on Gray. "I won't forgive you for that, Gray." Gray wasn't ready as a fist thumped down on his head. "Ow. What did you go and do that for? I was the one who told him not to tell you," shouted an enraged as she reprimanded Gray. Gray slowly looked up to her as she sighed and a smile crept onto her face. "You've grown a lot, haven't you?" smiled her. She wasn't prepared as she was tackled by Gray as he hugged her. Her smiled as she ran her hand through Gray's hair. "I really missed you, I'm sorry," muttered Gray. "I missed you too, you stupid brat," said a smiling Erza smiled at the sight as she then excused herself and exited the guild. But Itachi. Itachi sighed as he sat down near the bark of a tree and gazed at the stars. Night had fallen and he was weary from the journey, adding to the fact that he was suffering and his vision was slowly deteriorating. He silently prayed to whoever it was that was watching him that he was grateful that he had procured alternate means, then using his Sharingan and his Manjutsu Sharingan, he slowly opened his eyes once more as he looked up to the black raven sky. Flashbacks. "You're nothing but a liar," shouted an enraged Gray. "Itachi, you always used to tell me later, and in the end, it was all just lies," muttered Sasuke as he walked to Ito Tensei Itachi. "This is why he was such a good shinobi, when he was alive, he never told a single truth, he was nothing but a liar," said Kabuto as his gaze landed on Sasuke. Send flashbacks. Itachi sighed as a pitiful smile graced his face. "Even here I guess my nature stays the same even if I did die." The sound of footsteps brought his attention to the right as his eyes landed on Erza as she came up to him and sat next to him. Itachi watched on as she sat next to him. "Why are you here, Erza?" asked Itachi as his gaze shifted back to the stars. "I'm sorry for what Gray did." "You need not apologize for his actions, he had a right to be angry," answered Itachi. Erza silently grew angry. Itachi always did that, he justified others' actions, even if they did some form of harm to him. When she had confronted him about it, he had just shrugged it off, making her even angrier. That was the least thing on Itachi's mind. The man who had implanted dragon's lacrima into had proved quite curious. He just said that he was husband and had disappeared. Flashbacks. "I ask you only this, look after her and my daughter. I know this is a great burden since you are just a child, but grant me this request," said the man. Itachi nodded his head as he watched the man, and for the faintest second, he had felt he was under Jinjutsu. The moment he felt that, he released it. His eyes widened as he watched the man's appearance changed. His hair grew longer, nearly reaching his waist. And a reddish armor was present over him. Itachi's eyes widened as he called out to him. "Wait." And then he was gone, without a single trace. Itachi looked on as worry laced his features. Someone else besides him was in this world. Send flashbacks. Itachi made a mental note to question her on her husband when she was alone or to invite her to talk to him one day. He needed to know who that man was. "What will happen to Jellal now?" asked Erza. Itachi looked at her and then back to the sky. "He will be imprisoned. I do not believe they will kill him, he holds much knowledge," explained Itachi. "I seem used to saddened Erza. "I have a feeling that you will see him once more in the future," said Itachi as he got up. Erza looked on surprise. Itachi then offered up a hand as he helped her get up. "Would you like to eat?" asked Itachi. "Yes, I'm hungry as well," answered Erza. Itachi then walked ahead of her. "Brother. No more dango," called Erza as she ran up to him. "Then forget any blissful dream of ever eating strawberry-flavored cake again," came Itachi's retort. "That's not fair. Fairy tale. I want you to apologize to Itachi when you see him again." "Got it?" asked her. "Yeah, fine," muttered Gray. "So how did you beat Deliora anyway, Ersan?" asked Lucy. Then took her attention to Lucy and Juvia who were sitting behind her. "I didn't," came Er's answer. "Say what?" asked Gray. "Like I said, I didn't. Tall, dark and broody," did answered "You're kidding," retorted Gray. Turned to him once more. "Gray, didn't I tell you once that there are more powerful mages in the world than me?" "Yeah, but nothing, that brat's one of those people and you'll apologize to him when you see him again, got it?" asked "Alright. Already," muttered Gray. Smirked. "Gray-sama. You have such a beautiful master." Juvia wished she had her as Juvia's master, came Juvia's voice. Gray groaned. Blinked as she nudged Gray in the shoulder. "Oh ho. You got yourself a girlfriend as well, Gray. My little bitey pupil's all grown up," chided her. A tick mark grew on Gray's forehead as he glared at her. "Suo, when can I be expecting my grandkids?" asked a smirking her. Gray's face turned red with embarrassment. "You shut your mouth, you witch," shouted Gray. Faked looking hurt. And here I wanted to name those kids of yours, now you're just making me hurt, said a mock hurt. Fight me? Came Natsu's voice as he pointed to blinked. Huh. Don't mind him, san, he does that to almost everyone, said a smiling Kana. Oh. Fight me right now. Gray said that you're as strong as Gilderts and Itachi. Now come on. Shouted Natsu as he raced towards sighed and froze Natsu. Now Gray, as I was saying about my grandkids, continued Go bother someone else. Shouted Gray. Okay then I will, smiled Gray began sweating. Now then, Juvia is it? Since you're going to be Gray's blushing bride-to-be, let me tell you all about when he was little, smiled Juvia would love to hear about Gray-sama's childhood, squealed Juvia. Smiled. You're in the doghouse now bro, came Jet's voice. Wendy chuckled as she looked on at the guild. After Itachi had left, everyone had welcomed her and had even threw a party for her. Her cat Carla had grown accustomed as well to the noisiness. It was a welcome relief for her. Gajeel looked down from the second floor as he gazed at Happy and Carla. Why? We're all dragon slayers. Why don't I have a cat? I need one. Thought a frantic Gajeel as he glared at Natsu and Wendy. Next day. The church bells of Magnolia town had began to ring, signaling only one thing to the members of Fairy Tail and to the people of Magnolia town. Gilderts is coming back. Shouted an excited Natsu. All the members of Fairy Tail had roared out together in joy, will everyone except Itachi, and Makarov. Itachi paid him no mind as talking to Gilderts would only mean him trying to break Itachi's emotionless face. It was a true fact that the Uchiha had a sense of humor, but it was very rare to find him displaying it. On the other hand, waited patiently so that she could get back all the money Gilderts had taken from her when he was on his 100-year quest. Makarov paid him no mind as well. He already knew the outcome of the 100-year mission. He had already returned once. This was just him coming back to stay here in Magnolia town. He welcomed the change though, it was a welcome from Itachi's coldness and nagging. The town then began to shift. The Gilderts shift, as it was come to be called, was an infamous shift in which the town centered only Fairy Tail, creating a pathway straight to it. Itachi was nowhere to be seen, however. Erza was present in the guild, as well as Gray and and the other members of Fairy Tail. Erza had grown a little colder to Gray ever since the previous day's installment. Gray had apologized. She had coldly told him to go apologize to Itachi and that she would forgive him after that, but all of Gray's efforts to locate the prodigy had failed. He then decided that if he saw Itachi anytime, he would go and apologize to him. The reason for the Gilderts shift was mostly because Gilderts' crash magic would nonchalantly act on its own when he would be laid back, destroying certain people's homes. The members of Fairy Tail patiently awaited his arrival. The man slowly walked to the entrance of the guild, a small bag hung over his back and a brown cloak covering his whole body save for his dirty black boots. A new guild. Muttered Gilderts as he inspected the new guild. Gilderts. Fight me. Shouted Natsu as he ran towards the man. With a casual flick of his wrist, Gilderts sent Natsu flying to the ceiling of the guild. Maybe later. He's still so strong, said an awestruck Natsu as he stayed dangling from the ceiling. Oh. And new faces as well. Exclaimed Gilderts. Oi, Gilderts, came a voice. Gilderts turned to see Makarov sitting on a table, looking nonchalant about Gilderts' arrival. Oh, master. Gahahaha. Gilderts, you stupid red-haired hippie, came another voice. Mused Gilderts as he turned around to come face to face with his dreaded nightmare. Exclaimed a shocked Gilderts. Where's my money, Gilderts? You said you would pay me back, didn't you? Came her sweet deathly voice. Well, you see, stuttered Gilderts, trying to shift the conversation. You stupid pervert. How many flings did you get on with my money, huh? Shouted her. Kana groaned and shook her head, feeling ashamed of her father. What's wrong, Kana? Asked Lucy as she sat next to her. Nothing at all, muttered Kana. The guild chuckled as they watched their strongest member was being beaten down by the fourth strongest member. I should just freeze you and throw you into the damn ocean. Came her's voice. I'm sorry. I'll pay you back, really. Pleaded Gilderts. That's what you said last time when we met. Muttered an enraged her. Gilderts chuckled as he slowly became serious. How come you're here? I thought you didn't want to join a guild. Asked a curious Gilderts. I had nothing better to do, that brat. Itachi asked me as well, so I came here. Answered Itachi? Asked a curious Gilderts. Where is he anyway? Asked Gilderts. Looked on for some reason. Gilderts had a solemn look on his face. Gilderts then looked around and found Erza sitting next to Biska and Alzak. Erza? Called Gilderts. Erza looked to him as a smile played out on her face. Gilderts-san. Where's your brother? Asked Gilderts. I do not know, he left early in the morning, replied Erza. Gajeel, looking down at them from the second floor, spoke up. Ichiha left for a job early in the morning, answered Gajeel as he went back to his brooding of not having any cat of his own. A job? Asked a curious Gilderts. I'm sure you can talk to the brat when he gets back, said Er. Yeah, maybe is Rin in her apartment or is she at Perusica's? Asked Gilderts. She's at her apartment, Gilderts, you should go see her. Said Markarov, but a hidden message laid under his eyes as Gilderts looked on. He nodded his head. I'll see all of you later. Replied a chuckling Gilderts, don't cause too much problems for master now. You want to talk, muttered Gilderts. I'm coming with you, I need to meet Rin as well, said as she made her way out of the guild followed by Gilderts. What was that about? Asked a curious Grey. Erza and Natsu looked on as the two S-class members left the guild. With Gilderts and Did you find it? Asked as they treaded along to Rin's apartment. Gilderts sighed as he walked along. Looked wide-eyed at him. You didn't? No, I didn't, answered Gilderts. Grabbed him by the collar of his neck as Gilderts didn't meet her gaze. He's going to die. What were you doing for all that time? Asked a frantic I did find it, but it was destroyed, the land was barren, the herbs were dead. Answered Gilderts. Slowly released the grip she was holding on him as she sighed. I searched the area for months. Not even a single shred of those flowers were left. Continued Gilderts. Sighed. This is not good. They then soon found their way to Rin's apartment, waiting for her to answer the door. The door slowly opened revealing Rin in a brown tank top and blue jeans. Gilderts-san. And san. Come in, asked Rin. How have you been, Rin? Asked Gilderts as he slowly entered the apartment followed by Gilderts stopped when he saw Perusica in Rin's apartment. The old witch. Came into the city. This is rich. Chuckled Gilderts. Shut your mouth, Gilderts. Shouted Perusica as she threw a slipper to his face. Gilderts crawled out in agony as he slowly seated himself on the couch. When did you get back, Gilderts-san? Asked Rin as she seated herself next to her. Just now, muttered Gilderts as he rubbed his face to ease the pain. Rin's face slowly turned serious. Did you find it? No, I didn't, the land was barren, the herbs were destroyed, answered Gilderts. I was afraid of this, muttered Perusica. Rin sighed as well, it's alright, Perusica-sama. I'll have to use that when the time is right, answered Rin. Rin, whispered Perusica. Looked on, use what? Rin. It's something I designed just for this whole scenario, if it ever happened. Answered Rin, I was hoping not to use it but Itachi-chan's eyesight is failing him and the disease that he suffered from in my world carried on to him here, explained Rin. You need not do such a reckless thing, Rin. Scolded Perusica. Rin sighed. Itachi-chan's like a little brother to me, Perusica-sama, and I owe his cousin my life as well, answered Rin. Perusica silenced herself as she turned her gaze to a window. Wait, Rin, you not thinking of let the sentence draw out. Gilderts shifted his gaze to Perusica. Old lady, is there nothing else you can do? Asked Gilderts. I'm afraid not, Gilderts. Answered Perusica. All I ask from you is to take care of him, said Rin as her gaze shifted to Don't worry, I will, came voice. Gilderts looked out of the window as he gazed at Magnolia town. Itachi stood next to the window, away from the sight of the occupants in the room. He wasn't prepared for someone else to give him another chance at life by sacrificing theirs. He slowly disappeared from the side of the window as he saw Kana near the lake. With Kana. Kana sighed as she looked on at the flow of the river, she wasn't prepared as a figure came and sat next to her, startling her. Itachi-san? Asked a surprised Kana. How long are you going to wait till you reveal to Gilderts-san that you are indeed his daughter? Asked Itachi. How did you? Asked a shocked Kana. That is irrelevant, answered Itachi. Do not feel inferior to him, he loves you irrelevant of your status. But whether you reach the rank of S-rank mage is irrelevant at this point. Have you considered that perhaps he feels the same as you do now. Alone? I didn't know, muttered Kana. Itachi slowly got up as he then began to fade away. Itachi-san. I have matters to attend to, answered Itachi. Kana sighed as she then smiled. Thank you, Itachi-san. Itachi nodded his head as he dissipated into crows. Kana then looked on as the crows then flew into the sky. A few days had passed since Gilderts and meeting with Polyursica and Rin, and though life went on as usual, there was an uneasy feeling over the members of Fairy Tail, nevertheless the usual festivities and merriful nature never died down. Had taken charge of the mages who were women and had decided to toughen them up in their own areas of magic. This had greatly reduced the burden on Itachi, who had served as the teacher for the better part of Fairy Tail's years. Life continued on normally on in Fairy Tail. Gilderts stayed at the guild for long duration of hours fighting with some of the younger members of the guild, namely Natsu. Mystigan would appear and then disappear taking a job. Itachi had followed Mystigan's He either would take a job and stay away from the guild, or he would lay at Lake Solara admiring the scenery and the beauty of the lake, painfully aware of his impending death. He still had not questioned her on her husband. He would find a time suitable for it. Erza was now the second strongest female mage in Fairy Tail, second only to her. She had heeded the older woman's advice in terms of battle advice. Although she favored her brother more when it came to battle. Itachi had requested her to train Erza when it came to fighting elemental ice magic users like himself and her. Had smirked and told him that Gray was better than Erza. Itachi raised an amused eyebrow when shot him a smug grin. You will see that she will exceed your expectation, surpassing it by leaps and bounds. That was what Itachi had told her, and to her surprise it proved true. Continued to push Erza by belittling her and teasing her, but she was equally amazed by her skill, silently praising her for the battle skills she put on display. She now stood before a panting Erza, belittling her yet silently cursing Itachi for making Erza this strong. She had given her a death-experiencing workout. Stupid brat. What the heck did he teach her anyway? She's like a monster with those stupid armor of hers. Cursed her. Her eyes widened as she dodged Erza's sword and kneed her in the gut. Ah! Grunted Erza as she held her stomach in pain. Smirked, that's enough for the day Erza. She then walked back to the guild as Erza slowly got up clutching her gut in pain. The sound of footsteps rattled her out of her pain. Gray muttered Erza. Gray smiled as she lent Erza a hand. Erza accepted it as she slowly got up and stood to her full height. Tired? Yeah, answered Erza as she gazed at where had gone to. As if reading her thoughts, Gray's voice came to her. She's a troublesome master, isn't she? Muttered Gray as he scratched the back of his head. You have first-hand experience after all, said an amused Erza. Don't remind me, muttered Gray. Bye. Gray and Erza looked up as they watched Natsu fall in front of them with a loud thud, his face now buried into the sand. Erza sighed. Boy, idiot, what happened? Asked Gray. No doubt about it, he went and fought Gilderts again. Gilderts, muttered Natsu, and Gray's prediction was true as he helped Natsu up and carried him back to the guild with Erza behind them. A deep rumbling shook them as they went into the guild. Rune Knights, muttered Gilderts as he got up. Looked on as well as she got up. Calm down, Gilderts, I'll deal with this, answered Markarov as he got up. Boy, if you're here for Erza then I'm not letting you take her. Shouted an renewed Natsu. Gilderts held him by the collar. Calm down, Natsu. But. Easy, Natsu, they're not here for Erza, answered They watched as Markarov went up to them. So the council has been reformed. Leher nodded his head as he came forward. The Rune Knights backing away behind him. Why are you here? Whispers abounded in the guild as they watched Markarov converse with Leher. I wonder what they want now, muttered Elfman. So these are Rune Knights? Asked Wendy. Yes, Wendy, these are Rune Knights. Last time they came here to arrest Erza for a mere formality, answered Levy. Whatever, I don't care, they better get out of the guild before I send them flying, said Gajeel as he stood next to Elfman. All Gajeel cares about the guild. Chided Marahin. Shut up. Well, what is it you want? Asked Gilderts as he placed Natsu behind him and walked forward. There is no need for violence, Gilderts-san, I am not here for Erza. Then why are you here? Asked her as she narrowed her eyes on them. So the rumors are true, the infamous of the Ice lives again. And she's joined Fairy Tail as well, said Leher. You got some problem with it, you nerd? Asked an angered Gray as he stepped next to her. A slow smile curled up Er's features, but it quickly diminished as she placed Gray behind her. No, none, it's very surprising that this guild now has 2 of the wizard saints, answered Leher. Enough crap. Shouted Natsu as Gilderts placed a mouth on Natsu's mouth, silencing him. Sorry about him, muttered a sheepish Gilderts. It is of no hindrance, said Leher as he turned his gaze to Erza, who stood next to Gajeel and Marahin. Erza Scarlet. Called Leher. Erza didn't respond but just looked up to him, signaling her attention was given. By order of the council. I knew it. Thereafter Erza. Shouted Natsu as he bit Gilderts' right hand only for him to be smashed into the ground. Be quiet, Natsu. What? They want to take Erza away again? Muttered Jet as Droy looked on. I don't know, but this has gone too far, answered Kana. Freed looked on silently. You think they're after Erza again? Asked Bixlow. I doubt it, answered Evergreen as she stood next to them. Lucy looked on in worry as well. Their brother is under arrest, completed Leher. Erza's eyes stared wide-eyed at him. Say what? Shouted as Gilderts looked on in anger as well. What kind of trick is the council trying to pull now? Shouted Mikau. First Erza. And now Itachi. Shouted an enraged Gray. What wrong has my brother done? Asked a now angered Erza. Leher sighed. For what charges? Asked Markarov. Unchecked growth in power, aiding and abetting the followers of Zareth in destruction throughout the land of Islan, answered Leher. Land of Islan? Asked a surprised Gilderts as he turned to who looked on in shock as well. And how do you know it was Itachi who did those things? Asked Markarov. The people there say that the man's eyes changed from black to red. As far as our record states, Itachi Uchiha is the only one who has that ability in this world, answered Leher. Could it be ... he's alive? thought it shocked her. When was this? Asked Gilderts. A month ago, answered Leher. That is impossible, Itachi was with us the whole time and it would take a long time for him to go to the land of Islavin and back, answered Markarov. Maybe so, but this is the decision of the council. Answered Leher, now tell us where he is or we will take his younger sister instead. I'm not going to let you. Shouted Natsu as he broke free of Gildert's grip and rushed forward. Natsu. Wait. The knights weren't prepared as Natsu leapt at them, tackling them out of the guild and beating them one at a time. The others raced out as Gildert stopped Natsu. Let me go, Gilderts. Shouted Natsu. I will only ask you once more, where is Itachi Uchiha? Asked Leher as he watched a crowd gather around them. He's not here, answered Markarov. Then I ask Erza Scarlet to accompany us to Ira once more, said Leher. That will not be necessary, came a voice from behind them. Brother. Exclaimed Erza. Itachi Uchiha, muttered Leher. I will warn you only this once, leave my younger sister out of your childish political scandals, I will accompany you to Ira. Answered Itachi as he came up to them. Boy Itachi. What are you doing? Shouted Natsu as he struggled to break free from Gildert's grip. Fine then, place the cuffs on him, answered Leher as one of the rune knights came up to Itachi and locked his wrists together in a silver-plated cuff. Itachi. What the heck are you doing? Shouted Natsu as he ran towards Itachi. Gilderts held him in place once more as Natsu gritted his teeth in anger. Gilderts. Do something. Gilderts shaked his head and sighed as came and stood next to him. Looked on calmly as well as Itachi glanced at her for a brief moment. Natsu then turned to Erza, his face contorted in anger. Erza. Do something. You want them to take away Itachi like they did Jellal. Shouted Natsu. Erza's eyes widened in shock as she looked on as Itachi was led through the town by the rune knights. Erza. Shouted Natsu once more. The pleas fell on deaf ears as Erza clenched her fist and looked down to the ground in regret. Markarov glanced at Erza's side. I hope you know what you're doing, Itachi. The Magic Council, Ira. Itachi Uchiha. You have been charged with aiding followers of Xeris and the destruction of numerous towns in the land of Islavin. How do you plot to these charges? Asked Gurindoma, the head of the Magic Council. I refuse to acknowledge these charges. Came Itachi's voice. Oh? Then what would you acknowledge then? That this is more than a mere formality for you to showcase your power over the mages in Earthland. Answered Itachi. Cease your ignorance, child. Shouted Gurin as he leveled Itachi with a glare. Itachi looked on in boredom as he observed his surroundings. We have proof that you were the one that caused the destruction in the land of Islavin. Answered Gurin. The only proof you possess is that an entity changed the color of his eyes from black to red. Answered Itachi. When Gurin, now boiling with rage, was about to answer, a man entered the council room. Gurin-sama. What? Another town was attacked by Itachi Uchiha. Said the man. Itachi raised an eyebrow as he looked back at the man, who on seeing Itachi stood speechless. Itachi then slowly turned back to Gurin, who was seething with rage. The new council discussed among them the confusion brewing over them. Did you Atlas try to solidify your claims by verifying that the man impersonating me was using transformation magic? Asked Itachi. Gurin seethed as he glared at Itachi. Since this matter is now attended to, I ask you now to hear my proposition of an offering to the council. Said Itachi. An offering? Asked Mog. Itachi just nodded his head in response. It has come to my attention that you have been targeting Fairy Tail for various ambiguous reasons. An unjust accusation. Gurin, now who was calm, raised an eyebrow at Itachi. Your guild has caused much destruction, Itachi, and hence we have proposed an ultimatum that if they cause a big disturbance again, they will be disbanded. Itachi remained silent as he chose his next words carefully. I ask you to overlook any of Fairy Tail's actions, including property damage. And why should we? When the same law applies to the other guilds? Asked Gurin. Grant me this and I will offer you the remaining locations of Xeris artifacts containing his demons, answered Itachi. What? You know where they are? Asked Gurin as he stood up to his full height. Itachi nodded his head. It was when the Tower of Heaven fell, I had found a room containing important documents, and the most important of all was this, said Itachi, as the council watched a scroll pop in front of Itachi. Revealing a map marked in black with numerous markings. And you had the audacity to hide this from the council? Asked Gurin. I did not keep this hidden, Markarov-sama is the only one who knows about this, and why is it that you believe I came here without offering any resistance? To speak with you on this very matter. Explained Itachi. Gurin remained silent. What do you want, Itachi? Asked Mog as he looked on at him. Overlook any and if not every problem of Fairy Tail, unless it does something to cross the law that you have set forth. Until then you are not to lay a hand on the guild. Stated Itachi. The council members looked at each other as they discussed what they should do. You drive a hard bargain, Uchiha, answered Gurin, but the safety of Earthland comes before anything else, we accept. Itachi nodded his head as he gave the map to the attendant. "And what do you plan on doing about this man who is impersonating you?" asked Gurren. "I will see to it that I deal with the matter personally," said Itachi. Gurren nodded his head. "You may go, Itachi, return to your guild," said Gurren. "Thank you, Gurren-sama," said Itachi as he turned around and walked out of the meeting place. "Cheeky brat," muttered a seething Gurren, "we now have to offer the deal we made. Fairy Tail is beyond our reach and unless it breaks a law," said Mog as all the council members looked on at Itachi's retreating form. "With Itachi. I must ask Erza to meet me at the cafe, this has gone on for far too long," thought Itachi as he journeyed back to Fiori. Boom. Itachi looked on in shock as a hole was made into a wall he was walking along. Itachi looked back as the smoke settled. "Alright. It was I who destroyed those towns in that land. Wahahaha. Fear me for I am the great demon Lord Dragneel," shouted a voice. Itachi looked on in surprise as the night surrounded him and the great demon lord. "See this? My eyes turned from red to black. And back. Release Itachi Uchiha before I destroy this place," shouted the voice. Itachi sighed as he grabbed the figure by the collar and dragged him through the crowd of rune knights. Itachi. You're alright," shouted the all too familiar voice. "Please forgive the brashness of the younger member of my guild, Leiher-san, it will not happen again," said Itachi. "I hope not, Itachi-san," smiled Leiher as he watched Itachi drag the figure away. Leiher had newfound respect for the Uchiha, no one had taken on the council the way he had and were able to walk away. Leiher sighed as he asked some of the rune knights to repair the broken wall. "Itachi. Let go," shouted the figure. Itachi sighed as he dragged the figure out of the council building and planted him on the ground, with the figure leveling him with a glare. "Natsu, what did you hope to prove when deciding to come here?" asked a now frustrated Itachi who willed himself to be patient. I came to save you," answered Natsu. Itachi sighed, "I appreciate the gesture, but it was unnecessary." "Sorry," Itachi muttered. Natsu. "You have nothing to apologize for," answered a smiling Itachi. "Does Makarov-sama know that you're here?" Well, stuttered Natsu. Itachi sighed once more. "Come along then, the others will be worried about you," said Itachi. Natsu walked next to Itachi as they began their journey back to Fairy Tail. "Fairy Tail. I can't believe that idiot," muttered Makarov as he rubbed his forehead. "He did it again, huh?" asked Gray. "If we're lucky, Itachi may ask the council to lock up Natsu," said a smirking "I doubt that," smiled Gilderts as he recalled a memory. Flashbacks. "I can understand you being attached to Erza closely, but how come Natsu?" asked Gilderts as he watched Itachi place a book in the guild's library. "He reminds me of someone I placed my belief in," answered Itachi as he climbed down the ladder. Gilderts raised an eyebrow at him. "From your world?" asked Gilderts. Itachi nodded his head. "I know the kid has potential, but don't you think you're asking too much of him?" asked Gilderts. "This is not like how was in your world, you know." "I understand, but he will be the one to change this world for the better, have faith in him," answered Itachi as he walked out of the library followed by Gilderts. "It's in flashbacks. Hey guys. Great news," shouted Levy as she came running into the guild. Everybody perked up at this as they waited for Levy's news. Word from Ira said that Itachi-san was cleared of all charges and Natsu's with him. "They're coming back home now. They left Ira 2 hours ago," said Levy. "Whew, that's good," said Jet as he sat down next to Droy. Erza sighed in relief as well as a smile etched onto her face. Makarov had a look of deep thought on his face as he contemplated what Itachi had done to make them clear the charges. Marahin smiled as she looked at Rin, who let out a sigh of relief as well. "So Rin-san. Are you going to kill Itachi-san now?" asked an amused Evergreen. "I'm considering it," chuckled Rin. "Rin. You killing Itachi? Do you care about that brat too much?" smirked her. "And that's exactly the reason why I'll kill him myself," chuckled Rin. Gilderts joined the conversation as well. Now ladies, if you do that then I can't use Itachi," said an amused Gilderts. Raised an eyebrow as did Rin. "Oh boy," muttered Kana as she brought a hand to cover her face. Lucy giggled, she knew where this was going. Happy and Carla looked on as well. "For one of your flings?" asked her. "Why yes," answered Gilderts. He became deathly pale as he realized what he had said. He looked to see Rin give him a disapproving look and her cracking her knuckles. Then turned to Rin. "Rin, I give you the honor," said her. Rin cracked her knuckles. "It's been a while since I actually used my power, this will be a nice workout." Gilderts started sweating. What? Gilderts watched as a blusa glow set fire on Rin's right hand. Before he could blink, something connected with his cheek sending him flying out of the guild. Rin placed a hand on her forehead and watched as Gilderts fell about 500 meters from the guild. "You held back, didn't you?" asked her. Rin just nodded her head. "You're too soft, Rin." "Whoa," muttered Reed. The men in the guild began sweating. I think we need to put Rin-san in the top of our strength charts, muttered a shocked Levy. That woe woman sent him flying, said Gajeel from his spot on the second floor. How strong is she really? Markarov chuckled, I bet everyone thought that Rin was nothing more than a medical doctor. Gilderts is going to feel that one for the whole week. The sound of footsteps brought the guild's members' attention back to the entrance of the guild as Natsu and Itachi carrying a bleeding Gilderts came into the guild. Hey guys! Shouted Natsu as he entered the guild. He was punched out of the guild by Markarov with his enormous large hand. You brat. You did it again. Didn't you? Shouted Makarov. Sorry Gramps. Muttered Natsu. No sorry this time. Shouted Markarov. Itachi came into the guild and laid Gilderts on one of the tables as he turned to Rin. He swiftly dodged a punch from her as he tilted his head to the right and held her arm by the wrist. A little excessive, wouldn't you agree, Rin-san? Said Itachi. Itachi-chan, what the heck is wrong with you? Asked Rin. To my knowledge nothing of importance, answered Itachi. Don't act smug with me, Itachi-chan. Itachi looked around and found Erza smiling at the sight. He just nodded his head at Erza and turned back to Rin. Looks like you're alright, came Erza's voice. Itachi nodded his head. Natsu? What is wrong with you? Asked Erza as she glared at him. Ain't nothing, Erza. He ran towards and hid behind Gray. Idiot. Don't bring me into this. Shouted Gray as he kicked Natsu to the second floor. He landed near Gajeel as an evil gleam formed in his eyes. Gajeel immediately sweating profusely, no way salamander. He wasn't prepared as Erza came up to the second floor and smacked the both of them into the wall of the guild. This is all your fault, salamander, muttered Gajeel. Gilderts slowly got up as he saw Itachi conversing with the rest. Itachi called Gilderts as Itachi turned towards to him, we need to talk. Agreed, answered Itachi. All S-class mages assemble in the meeting hall, said Markarov as he led Itachi to the meeting room. Erza closely followed behind him as did Marahin, Bixlow, Fried, and Gilderts. Natsu remain here, said Itachi as he turned around. What? Where are you going? Asked Natsu as he looked on at Itachi's retreating form. Stay here, came Itachi's voice once more as he went back into the council chambers. He was greeted to Leiher and some rune knights fixing the wall. Itachi-san? Asked a curious Leiher as he watched Itachi enter the council chambers once more. What do you want now, Itachi? Came Guren's voice as Itachi calmly looked up to him and the rest of the council. Another offering. Came Mog's amused voice. A request actually. Answered Itachi. And what would it be? Asked Guren as he glared at the lone Uchiha. I would request you to reduce Jellal Fernandez's sentence to 5 years, stated Itachi as he looked at the council members around him. Unacceptable. Stated an enraged Guren. He cannot recollect the crimes that he has committed and so I ask you to pardon him, asked Itachi once more. This is too much that you're asking, Itachi, answered Mog. Perhaps, but when I engaged him in the Tower of Heaven, I casted an illusion, he was being controlled by a foreign source, explained Itachi. That does not prove anything. Stated Guren. I will be responsible for his actions from henceforth, but I would ask you to reduce the sentence, stated Itachi once more. Itachi then watched as the council members conversed among themselves and finally came to a decision. 6 years in confinement, Itachi, and not a year earlier, do I make myself clear? Asked Guren. Itachi nodded his head as he whispered a small thank you and made his way out of the council chambers once more. Guren seethed in rage as he watched Itachi leave the premises. Itachi greeted Leiher once more and then made his way back to Natsu. Itachi? Why the heck do you take so long? Asked Natsu. Forgive me, Natsu, I left something unattended too, said Itachi as he walked past Natsu. Are we going back to Fairy Tail now? Asked Natsu. Itachi nodded his head as he and Natsu began their journey back to the guild. Send flashbacks. Natsu watched as all the S-class mages left the others and gathered in the meeting hall. He thought that he too could sneak in, and he did just that, but was met by a timely fist from Gilderts, sending him sprawling near Elfman with swirls in his eyes. Maybe next time, Natsu smiled Gilderts as he shut the door behind him and made his way to the meeting place. Markarov stood in the center as Itachi stood next to Erza stood next to Rin. Stood next to Itachi as Gilderts stood next to Marahin, Fried and Bixlow. Alright Itachi, first things first, said Markarov. Itachi nodded his head. I rendered the map to the Markarov-sama. Markarov had a thoughtful expression on his face as he sighed. Oh well, at least something good came out of this. Map? What map? Asked a now curious Itachi glanced at her as Markarov rubbed his forehead in thought. The locations of Zaref's artifacts, answered Markarov. Blinked as she turned to Itachi, you had it. I found it when I engaged Jellal Fernandez in the Tower of Heaven, answered Itachi as Erza looked on in wonder. Itachi, did they ask anything else? Asked Markarov. Itachi gazed at him for a while before answering. Markarov immediately knew that this was secret and he would talk with Itachi and Pivate about it. Nothing else of importance, Markarov-sama, answered Itachi. Gilderts and knew something else was up, as did Erza and Rin. Fine then, stated Markarov. The reason why I called all of you here is because I have decided to hold the S-class examination in the following week, stated Markarov. I want all of you to suggest candidates for the exams, those who are able, stated Markarov. Smirked. I'll go first then. Markarov turned to her as he looked on her. Who do you recommend? 2 choices or one that is all from each of you? Simple really, Gray and Juvia, smiled Gilderts mumbled something about favoritism as he went next. Natsu and Elfman, answered a smiling Gilderts. Marahin looked on in surprise that Gilderts had recommended her younger brother. Erza then stepped forward. Lucy and Wendy, answered Erza. Markarov nodded his head in agreement. Marahin had a thoughtful expression on her face as she too then stepped forward. Gajeel and Fried, smiled Marahin. Markarov raised an eyebrow. Is that all, Marahin? Yes, master, smiled Marahin. Markarov looked on in thought as he contemplated that he would have another final selection before the exam, as all eyes fell on Itachi and Rin. Itachi stood in thought as he contemplated who to recommend. Well, Rin, Itachi? Asked Markarov. Rin went first as she answered him. I recommend Levy and Evergreen, smiled Rin. Markarov nodded his head. Rin and Levy were close and Rin favored Levy because Levy was like Rin in some aspects. It reminded Rin of her. Everyone's eyes turned to Itachi. Itachi? Asked Markarov, have you decided? Itachi looked up to him and nodded his head. Who then? I recommend Kana Alberona and Bixlow for the S-class examination, answered Itachi. As Gilderts looked on in surprise at him and just grumbled about him being too formal of such things. Erza looked on in thought, as did Marahin. Very well then, these are the candidates. The exam will take place next week, but before it, we'll have another round for the final selection to confirm the candidates, stated Markarov. Itachi then spoke up. Markarov-sama? Questioned Itachi as Markarov's gaze turned to him. Yes, Itachi. Will the participants be placed in teams? Asked Itachi. Markarov nodded his head, yes, 2 in each team. They watched as Itachi spoke once again. This is a suggestion, but would it be suitable if you placed each of the participant with one whom they are unfamiliar working with? Markarov raised an eyebrow to build their teamwork. Itachi nodded his head as the others looked on. That's not a bad idea, Itachi, master, do it, said Gilderts. Yeah, I like it, do it, agreed Rin smiled at Itachi's suggestion. Markarov smiled as he then nodded his head. We will discuss the teams at the final selection, agreed. Everyone nodded their head as Markarov then grew serious once more. Erza, Marahin. The called members looked up at their master. You have to leave now. They all complied as the older members of the guild watched them leave. Then turned to Itachi as she folded her hands over her chest. Alright, Itachi, spill. What else did they ask you, Itachi? Asked Gilderts. Itachi then turned to a serious expression on his face. San, what do you truly know about your husband? Asked Itachi as the others looked on in confusion. Why are you asking me about him now? Asked a curious Itachi remained calm and kept his gaze on edging her to find out for herself. You think he's alive? Asked a now hopeful He's the one who implanted the dragon lacrima into your body in order to make you stronger, answered Itachi. Looked on in shock, as did the others around him. Markarov had a calm expression on his face. He already knew this. You knew about this? Asked an enraged Itachi just nodded his head. Why didn't you tell me, damn it? Shouted an enraged Itachi had a calm facade on his face as he answered He requested me not to, answered Itachi. Blinked in surprise. Flashbacks. To tell you the truth, Gray, even I don't know. When I woke up, Deliora was freed and Itachi was tending to my wounds, explained Gray's eyes widened as he turned to Itachi. You knew she was alive? Asked an enraged Gray. Itachi just nodded his head as he looked on at Gray. You bastard. Why didn't you tell me? Shouted an enraged Gray. Itachi lifted his eyes to meet Gray's. She had requested me not to, answered Itachi. Send flashbacks. Hold up, Itachi, you're telling me that husband is responsible for those towns being destroyed? Asked Gilderts. I am not certain, answered Itachi as he looked to Rin. Itachi-chan, you don't think? As of this moment everything is just speculation, came Itachi's voice as he then turned to once more. San, may I know your husband's name? Asked Itachi as he pried deeper, seeking information. Hesitated but then sighed as she looked up to him. His name was Sasuke. Answered Both of Itachi and Rin's eyes widened at the name. Rin looked to a shocked Itachi as she tried to talk to him. Itachi-chan? Asked a shocked Rin. She had never seen Itachi like this before, swept up in surprise and shock, he looked as if he was baffled. Rin then turned to San, could you at least describe how he looked like when you first met him? Asked Rin. Itachi stood still in shock as thoughts ran through his head. Well, he had this chin-length black hair, he said he had a little brother, smiled her as she recalled about him. He was so damn arrogant, that idiot, muttered her. Rin looked on as she questioned her some more. Rin contemplated and thought on what more she could ask her about him. Erza, how did you meet him? Meet him? That idiot was half dead when I found him, bleeding all over, stubborn fool, muttered her. Itachi looked on as the thoughts ran through his head. And his age? Asked Rin. Blinked in confusion. Age? He was my age when I found him. We spent 3 years together and then he's just gone like he was never there. How could this? No, this can't be, but Sasuke was with me when I fought Kabuto, surely, thought Itachi. He stopped as he remembered something. Flashbacks. Rat, ox, monkey, tiger, dragon, boar, stated Kabuto as all the hand seals came into play. Itachi looked on as Kabuto performed the seals. That's all of them, alright, thought Itachi. Sasuke looked on as well as memories of Itachi consumed him and regret flashed in his eyes as he spoke. Seems like there's no use saying anything more to you. When I saw you, I followed you here because I wanted to know whether the things Tobi and Danzu had said were true, but that's not all I wanted to find out about. When I'm with you, I remember the past, the feelings I had when I was a child, and I adored you. That's why the closer we get to the old us who had such a good relationship, the more I understand you. The more hatred I feel toward Konoha, it's been growing stronger. I know what you want me to do, but it's because you're my older brother that you birdie me for the choice I have made. But I'm your little brother and no matter what you say I will destroy Konoha, even if you try to protect it. Farewell. Said Sasuke as he watched the jutsu being released. Nai-san, thought a saddened Sasuke as he watched the jutsu release. Itachi then turned around slowly as made his way to Sasuke. I can't still make it, whispered Itachi as he drew up his right arm to poke Sasuke. Sasuke looked on as Itachi came up to him slowly. Itachi walked forward ignoring what Sasuke had said. Sasuke then looked up as surprise shone in his face. He watched Itachi slowly walk up to him. His right arm drawn upwards. Send flashbacks. Desired a child. Thought a shocked Itachi as he finally snapped out of his trance and looked at her in surprise as she and Rin conversed. Erza's daughter Ultier is my niece, then the one who implanted the lacrima into her was Sasuke. It doesn't make any sense. Itachi? Called Gilderts. Itachi was lost in thought as Gilderts called to him once more. Itachi? Called Gilderts once more. Itachi looked up and without another word left the room without glancing at the members. Itachi? Wait. Called Makarov. Itachi paid him no mind as well as he went out of the room walking briskly. He came down the stairs as everyone looked up to him. Itachi? You owe me a fight. Shouted Natsu. Itachi ignored him as he went to the entrance of the guild walking past everyone. Brother? Called Erza. Itachi stopped. I will return in a week. He then began to walk forward and went out of the guild. Itachi? Hold up. Where you going? Shouted Natsu. The shuffling of footsteps turned everyone's attention to the meeting hall as they watched her run down followed by Rin while Gilderts and Makarov came walking out. Damn it, he left. Muttered a frustrated her. I'll go with him, Ersan, don't worry. Consoled Rin as she too then walked out. She knew exactly where Itachi was going. I'll go too. Said Gilderts only to be stopped by Makarov. No, both you and remain here, let Rin and Itachi handle this. But Makarov-sama. Protested her. Makarov quickly silenced her protest. I know how you feel, but at this moment, the only one who can deal with Itachi at this moment is Rin. This is a problem for both of them. And the others looked on as Rin ran out of the guild to catch up to Itachi as she muttered obscenities at him. But Itachi. There's another thing you need to know, the legacy of the Uchiha will continue. Sasuke sighed Itachi as he walked towards the apartment he and Erza shared. He quickly reached it, packing the necessary necessities and carrying jewels, the required amount for both food, shelter and travel. Once he was finished, he slung the bag over his shoulder and closed the door of the apartment and made it to the naval yard. What surprised him was someone was already there waiting for him. Leave Rin-san, stated Itachi as he walked past her, only for Rin to step in front of him. I'm coming with you. You're sick as well, what happens if you die out there? Asked a concerned Rin. Itachi just ignored her and tried to move forward. He grew a bit frustrated. Calm down, Itachi-chan, it may not be your younger brother, remember, she said. Younger brother, not older, stated Rin. The possibilities are endless, you do not understand. Said Itachi. Rin looked on, confusion etched in her face. Whatever it is, I'm still coming with you, answered a defiant Rin. Itachi sighed as he walked forward. Do as you wish. Rin held her gaze on Itachi's form as she walked forward. She slung her bag over her shoulder and walked forward, hoping to end whatever was tormenting Itachi. Itachi surprisingly drew 2 tickets for the both of them and made his way forward. When Rin came to get a ticket, the sailor said that another lad had already paid for. Rin sighed as she got on board the ship and saw Itachi sitting near the edge of the ship, gazing into the distance. She drew up a chair and sat next to him. "Tell me Itachi-chan, what don't I understand about all of this?" asked Rin as Itachi's face remained calm. "It's nothing of importance," stated Itachi. Rin observed Itachi, for some reason he had a faraway look in his eyes. "You're lying," stated Rin. Itachi didn't answer her, he figured if he didn't respond to her question, she would leave him to his thoughts. "Keeping quiet about this won't help you at all," stated Rin. At that moment Itachi felt like a child, he was being reprimanded like one. And to the rarest of surprises, he grumbled under his breath. "Fine, how is your eyesight now?" asked Rin. "Comparably better than how it was in our world," answered Itachi, but in truth it was worse. True, he had used Susanoo once and Amaterasu 3 times. But as he became older, Itachi was now 24, a year older than Laxus. He had survived a lot better in Earthland as opposed to his time in the shinobi countries. But he knew he wouldn't last. Another excessive battle that would push his limits would end him. It was clear to him, this is why he solely relied on magic and had ignored the Sharingan in battle. "That's good," whispered a now happy Rin as she turned to him once more. "Tell me Itachi. How is Kakashi?" Itachi looked at her in boredom, from what he had gathered Kakashi had become just like Obito, arriving late, making excuses and reading a certain perverted novel. Nevertheless his prowess in battle was never lost. "He's a replica of Obito-san," answered Itachi. "Huh?" blinked Rin in confusion. "You're joking?" questioned Rin. Itachi shaked his head signaling his disagreement. "He's just like Obito?" asked a shocked Rin. Itachi, this time nodded his head. "Unbelievable," whispered Rin. They remained in silence as Rin broke it once more. "What confuses me is how was your younger brother able to gain access here? And when Erza was 21 nonetheless?" Itachi thought on it for a while, to see if he should tell Rin about the massacre and the foolishness of the Uchiha. He pondered over it a long time as he finally decided. "I do not know. Can you recall any day when he went missing?" asked Rin. Itachi felt mused, he didn't know what Sasuke was up to for almost 8 years, except information from a contact that he had joined Orochimaru and had left the village. "I was burdened with numerous missions, I cannot recall any day when he just left," lied Itachi as he became silent. "So you're an uncle now?" teased Rin. Itachi blinked perhaps. "You're no fun at all," Itachi-chan muttered a disappointed Rin. Itachi just looked on upwards to the sky. "Fairy tale." Gritted her teeth in anger and frustration. "Damn it, are you really alive? Where the hell did you run off to?" A hand was placed on her shoulder as she looked up to find a smiling Gilderts holding 2 glasses. "What do you want, Gilderts?" "Here," said Gilderts as he gave her a glass, "it'll take the edge off." "Thanks," said as she smiled and took the glass in her hand. "You should forget about it, let Itachi and Rin handle this," said Gilderts. "Yeah, I guess, but..." She turned to see Gilderts eyeing Kana, who was talking with Jet and Droy. "She still hasn't told you, huh?" "No, I'm beginning to think she's ashamed of me," chuckled Gilderts. "Give her time, she'll come around." "Maybe," muttered Gilderts as he drank his own glass of beer. The journey had taken a whole day, starting from Itachi and Rin leaving Magnolia town and making their way to Harem town. And from there, taking a ship to the land of Islvan. The ride was fairly amusing with people of different culture adorning the boat as passengers. Itachi paid it no mind as he was deep in thought. Knowing that he would have to confront Sasuke. Rin had led Itachi to his wanderings. Taking up rather to observing the passengers and to look around the ship. She was hit on by more than just one man. Rin was not one for such nonsense. As she politely refused their claim at her. Even though she was in her early 30s, she was very attractive to the opposite sex. Hence leaving many women fuming at her for supposedly stealing their boyfriends. Rin was not one for romance, not after Obito died. She had some feelings towards Kakashi, but he had shrugged it off and said that he couldn't and that it would be a betrayal to Obito. Rin had scolded him saying that it wasn't his duty to look after her and that if he didn't look at her as his teammate then he had no right to even talk to her. And had hence broken off her friendship with him. Her sensei, Minato and his wife, Kushina was the only connection she shared. She broke that off as well joining Danzo and his root division of the Anbu, divulging herself in Konoha's secret archives. One could say that if she wasn't warped to this world, she would have been the next Orochimaru. Searching for secrets that would bring the dead from the living. She sighed as she looked up, the wind making her sway. Her mind came onto the matter at hand. About how Itachi's younger brother had come to this world and if that were true then he would be older than even her. And their disturbances all over Earthland stating that some kind of portals opened everywhere. Sucking something into them. Rin shrugged it off as she returned to her room. She could see land in a distance. It would just take them maybe a minute or more to reach their destination. As she entered her room. She saw Itachi sitting on a chair, a table in front of him. It would seem to her that he was writing something on a paper. On sensing another presence in the room. He quickly wrapped it and neatly folded it and placed it into his pouch as he stood up to meet Rin's gaze. "Get your things ready, we've reached," said Rin as she too picked up her backup. Itachi nodded his head as he picked up his own backup and followed Rin out of the room, walking side by side. They came onto the deck as it docked. Itachi and Rin then walked down to the port and made their way to land. Itachi quickly walked forward in front of Rin as he walked into the town. Rin followed suit as she watched him stop. As a woman in her early 20s called to him. "Itachi-san." Rin and Itachi looked on as the woman came up to them. She looked to be in her early 20s. With red hair just like Erza's and blue eyes which held enthusiasm. Her red hair looked up to be in curls as she came up to Itachi, speaking of whom looked neutral and didn't acknowledge the woman's present. "Jane-san," muttered Itachi as he looked up as the girl came up to him. "It's been a while, Itachi-san. How are you?" asked the woman as she smiled at him. Rin looked on in silence as she watched Itachi get mangled by one of his fangirls. "I am well," came Itachi's monotone voice as the woman smiled and turned her attention to Rin. Rin blinked in surprise. "Who's this Itachi-san?" asked a girl now dubbed as Jane. Itachi glanced at Rin and then back at her. "This is," after a short pause, Itachi answered, "she is my older sister, Rin." Rin blinked in surprise as she glared at Itachi and then looked back at the woman who also coolly looked back in surprise. "Wow, so you're Itachi-san's sister. It's a pleasure to meet you," smiled the woman. Rin sighed as she forced a smile and shook the woman's hand. Jane then turned back to Itachi. "So Itachi-san. How come you came back here?" asked a curious Jane. "I'm afraid this is not a social call," Jane-san answered Itachi. Jane immediately turned serious as she looked on at Itachi. "So you know about the attacks then?" asked Jane as she led them through the street. Itachi nodded his head as Rin walked next to him. Itachi looked around as he saw people devoid of any cheerfulness walk around them. Because of the attacks on the towns, many people who escaped come here to take refuge, but there are only so many mouths we can feed, said Jane as she walked forward. Rin looked around in pity at the people around them. Itachi just looked around meekly as he followed Jane. "What can you tell me about the attacker?" asked Itachi as he walked behind her. "Well, for one thing he uses transformation magic, so we can't really discern if he's a she's or if she's a he exactly," explained the woman. Rin looked on as she heard these things. "Any other distinct traits?" questioned Itachi. "Well, some of the people here say that his skin was like paper, falling out," explained the woman. Itachi raised a curious eyebrow at the explanation as did Rin. "I'm sorry, that's all the information I can give you," apologized the woman. Rin just smiled at her. "You don't need to worry, Jane-san, we'll take care of it." "So, where was the late?" Rin was cut off as a man ran up to them. Jane-san. Jane-san. "What happened? What's wrong?" asked the now concerned woman. "That guy who attacked us, he's back, he's at the northern village," cried the man. Rin looked at Itachi who calmly stood observing the sight before him. Rin immediately spoke up. "How far is it from here?" came Rin's voice. Jane looked at both Rin and Itachi. "It's about 15 minutes from here on foot, please don't do anything reckless," pleaded Jane. But before anyone could retort, Itachi had disappeared, leaving Rin to fume and hurl angry obscenities at the Uchiha. She too then disappeared, following after the loner, leaving a worried leader and a battle-torn man. "But Itachi. Itachi-chan." Itachi twitched a bit when he heard Rin's loud voice. He slowed down, allowing Rin to catch up to him. "I know you're anxious, but going alone won't solve a thing," came her voice. Itachi just ignored her as he continued to jump from treetop to treetop. "I have a request to make, Rin-san," came Itachi's voice. Rin cocked a curious eyebrow at him. "And that would be?" "Return to fairy tale. If this being really is Sasuke, then I have to confront him alone," came Itachi's voice. "You are such a hypocrite, Itachi-chan," stated Rin. Itachi paid her no mind. "You go and spout nonsense about teamwork to everyone in the guild, but when it comes to yourself you don't follow it. No wonder Laxus-kun was angry at you," explained an angered Rin. Itachi continued to ignore her as he jumped from treetop to treetop. Rin followed behind him. Frustration and anger swept up in her face. They finally arrived at the town only to see it destroyed and in flames. Rin's eyes widened at the amount of carnage everywhere. Itachi, however, paid it no mind as he kneeled down to check the debris. He closed his eyes and thought at what Sasuke had done. The amount of carnage littered everywhere caused an eruption of pain in his heart. He slowly opened them as she stood up, looking around for any evidence. He could see a faint blue light at the center of the tunnel, as did Rin. Rin looked at Itachi and then, artlessly agreeing, they both set out to the glowing light. As they reached the light, Itachi looked on in curiosity. A circle-like formation was at the center with incantations all around it. Rin kneeled down, examining it. "It looks like some kind of," drawled out Rin. "Gateway," finished Itachi as he looked on at the incantations surrounding the ground on which they were standing. Rin, still kneeling down, looked on at the dancing incantations and the bluish light emitting from them. Itachi, however, was more concerned with the damage surrounding him. Flames dancing around the broken buildings and houses destroyed. A twinge of anger crawled away at his emotions, willing him to break, silently willing himself to be patient. He looked on as Rin examined the findings. She had caught Itachi's wavering eyes and had seen how he looked at the carnage all around him. "Whoever did this must be truly powerful," muttered Rin. Indeed, came a cold voice. Itachi and Rin's eyes widened as they looked up to see a man with long wavy hair up to his waist, clad in a red armor. Itachi looked on in shock as the man jumped down from the rubble, taking his place before Itachi and Rin. "He is finished," his voice. Rin looked on in shock as well. She had seen that face and it wasn't who she thought it was. "Madara Uchiha," came Itachi's now angered voice. The man known as Madara smirked at him. "Tell me, child, how is my wife?" came his cold voice. Itachi gritted his teeth and for once in his life, he felt anger beyond what he had felt when Shisui had died protecting the village. Anger beyond when Sasuke had learnt the truth from Tobi. "Madara Uchiha," stammered Rin, "how are you alive?" Madara gave her a glance and then turned his gaze back to Itachi. "I am not the Madara Uchiha of the legends. Rather, I'm a shell of my former self." Itachi blinked as his face took on a neutral expression, rather observing the falling pieces of skin from Madara's body. "The Ito-tensei," murmured Itachi. "I calmed you on your observation. I assume you were the one to stop this abomination called a jutsu," came Madara's question. Itachi didn't answer as he looked on in calmness. "If so, then this is your fault, child," finished Madara's voice. Itachi blinked as his whole body emitted questions. Rin looked on as well as she stood to her full height walking to Itachi. "The man you know as Madara Uchiha cancelled the contract of the Ito-tensei when you ended the life of the user, allowing me to take form in this place. The real Madara Uchiha is now alive and is in battle against those pitiful people known as the Cages," explained Ito Madara. "I do not understand, then why did you adopt my brother's name?" asked a curious Itachi. "Brother, and what is your brother's name, child?" came Madara's question. "Sasuke," came Rin's defiant voice as Itachi looked up in surprise at her. A small smirk foamed at Madara's lips as he looked on at the both of them. "What's so funny?" came Rin's angry retort. Itachi placed a hand in front of her, blocking her from Madara. Rin looked up to Itachi, who held his gaze on Madara. "It was a name that caught my attention. Deception after all is vital to a shinobi, you should know that," came his voice. "Then tell me, why does Erza state that her husband's name is Sasuke?" came Itachi's call. Madara looked up to him. "As I stated earlier, a name is a name, especially for deception," came Madara's voice. "You impregnated her," came Rin's voice. Anger now in full-blown effect. "An accusation I accept. I did HMPH, at that moment I did not know what I was doing. And the next thing I knew I experienced this feeling called love. It angered me. The great Madara Uchiha brought to his knees by a mere woman, it slighted me. I even went as to so far as marry her, it disgusted me," stated Madara as anger grew in his voice. "That is no excuse," came Rin's voice as she glared at the elder Uchiha. Itachi looked on in worry for Rin. "You left her to fend for herself and her child. What kind of father does that?" "The one who seeks power," came Madara's retort. "After my battle with Hashirama, I had used Izanagi to fake my death, which brought me here into the arms of that wench. I grew kind, it was sickening. At even one point I wanted to reveal my real name to her. I was young, just as she was. Hashirama already had an offspring at that time. It angered me that someone would carry on his legacy. The Uchiha that me and my brother protected shunned me. Where would my legacy lead?" explained an angered Madara. "You used her for something so trivial as that. You did it out of jealousy," shouted Rin. "Enough. Madara Uchiha will not explain his actions to children," came his angered voice. At this, Itachi took up a battle stance, ready for anything. "I will return to the ninja world and end this nonsense. The eternal Tsukiyomi will be carried out and you children will not stand in my way." Rin raised an eyebrow. "Eternal Tsukiyomi? I assume that is the purpose for the gateway behind us?" asked Itachi, baiting Madara. "Perceptive, aren't you? Why do you think that I wreaked destruction across these towns for so many years? I intended to find this. The balance between worlds is broken ever since I arrived here, and then the both of you did this. Will restore it and also allow me to gain the power of immortality," shouted Madara. Itachi's eyes widened as he looked on in worry. "Now beggin'. Pyre style. Inferno destruction." Itachi and Rin's eyes widened as they looked on as a great wall of flame approached the both of them. "It has too wide a range." They both simultaneously jumped out of the way as Itachi formed hand seals water style. Water wall. Fire met water in an epic clash as smoke was formed from the union. Rin jumped down onto the ground first as she looked around from Madara. The backlash from the blast pushed Itachi further away as he landed on top of the rubble, his Sharingan now blazing to life, searching for Madara's chakra. Rin looked around, feeling out where her opponent had gone to. Her eyes snapped open as she drew her hands together and tuned around, stopping the sword aimed at her head. Madara looked on amused as Rin then applied chakra to her hands. Madara's eyes widened as the sword shattered. Time slowed down as Madara's eyes widened. Rin drew her left hand into a fist as she sent him flying into the rubble. Itachi looked on astonished as he saw Madara fly out of the mist into the rubble. He looked to Rin in shock. Such power. As the smoke cleared, Rin stood to her full height looking at where she had punched Madara. The rubble and the smoke cleared as Madara stood up, his armor blown off. Rin watched in shock as his body regenerated itself. He stood to his full height as well as he glared at Rin. Impressed, he was cut off as a fireball lodged at him, sending him skidding back to a halt. Itachi didn't let up as he let loose some purple flare spells. He looked on in shock as it was all deflected back at him. Skillfully he dodged every one of the purple flare arrows as he looked up to Madara. Magic has no effect on me, child. If you even stand a chance at beating me, you need to use the full power of your bloodline, explained Madara as both Itachi and Rin watched on as his black eyes transitioned into red ones. The eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, muttered Rin as she readied herself once more. Itachi looked on as well. If magic didn't affect him, then the only thing he could do was fight his ancestor, how he had fought people before. By the way of the shinobi. He observed what Madara was going to do next. The elder Uchiha had disappeared from their vision as time slowed down for Itachi, who frantically looked around. He calmed himself as he closed his eyes trying to feel out Madara. A kick aimed its way at his head as Itachi took the full brunt of it rather. Ninjutsu, muttered Madara as he watched crows fly away from him. Itachi reappeared behind him. Momentarily he glided in the air as he brought two fingers of his right hand near his mouth. Fire style. Crimson balsam nails. Shuriken embroiled in flames came out of his mouth as he looked on if the attack would hit. They raced to Madara, who slowly turned his body around and in one swift motion kicked them all back to Itachi, who dodged them skillfully. He wasn't prepared as Madara appeared in front of him. Itachi's eyes widened as he brought his arms in front of his chest blocking the kick. That however didn't stop Madara from kicking Itachi into the rubble. A resounding thud echoed from the place where Itachi hit the rubble. Itachi-chan. Called Rin in worry. Madara paid her no mind as he watched the smoke clear. Is that all the Uchiha are capable of now? Hide and seek. Pitiful, I was right in leaving the clan. Itachi, reeling in from the pain, looked up to him. The clan was never weak, it was your envious nature that caused you to turn away from them. Madara tilted his head to the right as he looked on at Itachi's full form. Oh. A child lecturing Madara Uchiha about his mistakes. How pitiful, then tell me what made them strong. Itachi slowly got up from the rubble, shaking off the remnants of dirt from himself and his coat. His bangs covered his eyes as a streak of red caught Madara's attention. What made them strong was not their pride, came Itachi's voice. Itachi looked up to him straight up in his eyes as he glared at the elder Uchiha. It was the will of fire. Something you lacked. Something the clan you left behind gained. As Itachi said these things, Sasuke's image came up in his mind. Itachi had entrusted his will to Sasuke. This instance reminded him of, looked at him, and then in the rarest of occasions, chuckled as Rin looked to Itachi in worry. The Manjikyu Sharingan, it will only elevate his fatigue even more, thought a worried Rin. I see the Senju's ideals brainwashed you as well. Laughable. And Uchiha spouting nonsense about the ideals of a foreign clan. I will take my time killing you. I have more than enough time to reach back to the shinobi world and reunite with my original self. The portal will not be closed until one of us has gone through it. It is necessary for balance. Or this world will fall apart on itself. Explained a bemused Madara. Rin blinked as she turned to Madara. You care, came her accusation. Madara glanced at her as he turned his head back to Itachi. You're not doing this for yourself to gain immortality, you're doing this to save Erza and your daughter, or else, why would you have saved Erza from that monster Deliora? Stated Rin. Itachi looked to Madara, defiance embedded in his eyes. Madara glanced at Rin one more time and then back to Itachi. Since she saw right through me, no matter, I lend both of them here, the eternal Tsukiyomi will be carried out at all costs. Thought Madara as he turned back to Itachi. Itachi caught both of the exchanges as he looked on at Madara. You should know, child, that a power exists here far beyond my capabilities. His aura emits the stench of Hades. Itachi blinked. You are speaking of the black mage, Zeref. Perhaps the one you know as Zeref is not dead, rather he is alive and in this world. Came Madara's voice. Itachi's eyes widened momentarily as he gazed at Madara. As of this point, Madara-sama, that is not my concern, came Itachi's cold voice. Then what is? Chuckled Madara. Rin looked on as Itachi and Madara jumped at each other and in one blurry of motions exchanged punches and kicks. To an untrained eye, it looked as if only black blurs hit each other. They stopped as Itachi kicked Madara, who blocked the attack with his right hand. Itachi somersaulted in the air as he grabbed the shoulder plate of Madara's armor. Madara caught Itachi's sleeve as both of them tugged away at each other. Feeling now that was a good chance. Rin laced some chakra to her feet and jumped towards them. Madara on seeing this grabbed Itachi's sleeve and kicked him in the gut, sending him sprawling to the ground. He then turned his attention to Rin as gravity caught up to them, both making them fall. Rin aimed a punch at Madara's head, who in turn dodged it effortlessly. He tried kicking her but grew shocked when Rin caught his ankle. He could feel the pressure being applied on his ankle as Rin blocked his left hand with her right hand. Itachi shook off the momentary daze as he looked on as Rin battled the elder Uchiha. Madara, feeling the pressure building up on his ankle in a desperate attempt, headbutted Rin, who recoiled in pain. She slowly fell onto the ground, with Madara following after her. Itachi looked on as a red aura covered Madara. His eyes widened as he watched a red ribcage form around him, quickly forming hand seals. Itachi let out a ball of fire aiming straight for Madara, who on seeing it, protected himself with the bones. Smoke formed in the area as Itachi caught Rin and landed on the ground. "Thanks Itachi-chan," said Rin, gratitude laced in her voice. Itachi just nodded his head as he watched Madara fall onto the ground, effortlessly balancing himself on his 2 feet. Impressive, smirked Madara as Itachi glared at him. But something was off, and Madara felt it as his eyes widened in realization. He quickly tuned back as he saw another Itachi catching his shoulder plate. What? Boom. Itachi and Rin looked on as the smoke cleared. Itachi grew frustrated within himself as he saw that his attack had failed. Rin looked on as well as she took on a defensive position. "I underestimated you, child," came Madara's voice as the smoke cleared. Itachi looked on as he drew out some shuriken from his coat. Madara on seeing this formed his hands into seals once more. "Fire style. Phoenix flower. Rin-san. Move," called Itachi as he too formed seals. Rin jumped out of the way as a barrage of flames came up to both Itachi and her. "Water style. Water drill." Itachi let out a flurry of condensed liquid from his mouth as he doused the flames. He disappeared, as did Madara, followed by Rin. They reappeared in the middle of the snowfield, with Madara grabbing Itachi's right hand and blocking Rin with his left leg. Both trying to break free, Itachi moved his left hand and formed it into a fist as Rin raised her left leg trying to get in a kick. Madara let both of their limbs free as he skidded backwards. Itachi and Rin caught themselves before they could deliver the blow to each other. They weren't prepared as Madara took the momentary distraction to appear in front of them. Itachi jumped to avoid a right kick while Rin faced the brunt of it as she was sent skidding backwards. Itachi knew he should be concentrating more on the battle as he glanced at Rin form. He caught Madara's shoulder plate and threw him across the field by jumping over him. Madara quickly recovered as he saw another fireball aimed at him. He placed both of his hands in front of himself, blocking the attack from causing any further damage. A loud boom echoed throughout the area as Itachi landed on the ground. Rin got up from her position as she looked on at Itachi and the smoke in front of him. Rin's eyes widened as she saw Madara unscathed looking at them, red collarbone-like structures adorning his body as Itachi readied himself for another round. Rin watched as the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan of Madara Uchiha spun wildly at them. Itachi jumped at him as Madara looked on calmly at him. He wasn't, however, prepared as Itachi's own Susanoo sprang to life. Its incomplete form with its fist enclosed hit Madara, sending him flying into the rubble. Itachi didn't relent as he followed after the floating Madara. Rin took the chance at that moment not to engage into the fight, rather to find an opening and deal enough damage to take out Madara. Itachi's incomplete Susanoo caught Madara's incomplete Susanoo as a deadlock appeared between them, neither backing down as the ground beneath them caved in from the pressure. Madara and Itachi both had a calm facade about them as the rocks around them began to crumble. Madara felt a pull on his body as his Susanoo attached itself to the ground as he looked up in shock at Itachi. "Magic does affect you to a certain degree," came Itachi's observation as Madara looked up to him. "Let me show you just how wrong you are," came Madara's voice as Itachi's eyes widened, and at that moment Itachi was plunged backwards as he hit the rubble. He shook his head to get rid of the daze as he concentrated on Madara. His eyes widened as he saw Madara's eyes. Rin had approached Madara from behind with all her strength. She pushed through for one attack. She wasn't prepared, however, as she was lunged back into the rubble with the backlash of her punch. Itachi slowly got up as he looked to Madara and then to Rin in worry. "Why do you pauses the Rinnegan?" asked a shocked Itachi. "This is what awaits those who progress beyond the confines of the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan," explained Madara as he looked at Itachi. "Now, do you realize why I told you that magic is completely useless against me?" Itachi looked on as he formulated some way to take Madara down once and for all. The possibility of using Amaterasu was out as he had seen Nagato had pushed the flames away when he had used the black flames on him. And now, since Madara possessed the Rinnegan, he was sure to get the backlash away from it. He considered the possibility of Tsukiyomi, but Madara was the one who was the founder of the Uchiha clan. He knew he would have some way to counter against it. And in the long run, he would end up wasting his chakra, which was in short supply as well. "One chance, I need an opening," thought a desperate Itachi as he watched Madara slowly walk up to him. Itachi steadied himself as he looked on as Madara approached him. Madara lunged at him as did Itachi. They both met in a clash as Madara's eyes widened when Itachi's right eye began to bleed. "Ah!" cried out Madara in pain as he recoiled back. Itachi moved away from Madara as fast as he could. He hid behind some rubble as he concentrated on building up his chakra. The black flames danced around Madara's body as he cried out in pain. 15 seconds later, Itachi had his chakra reserves built and looked on as Madara made the black flames fly away with the almighty push. He looked on as Madara's body recovered from the flames. He had angered the elder Uchiha and it wasn't good. Madara lunged at Itachi's hiding place. Itachi however had set up some paper bombs as they all exploded bringing up a cloud of smoke. Itachi skidded back out of the smoke as he looked on if Madara survived. His question was answered as he appeared behind him and grabbed his arm. Itachi tried to break free. Madara glared daggers at Itachi as he caught his right arm and twisted it. Itachi kneeled down in pain as he struggled to break free. A sickening crunching sound was heard as Madara broke Itachi's right hand. Itachi cried out in pain as he tried to break free. Madara then lifted Itachi with his left arm and kicked him into the rubble, sending him flying. As the dust settled, Itachi stood among the ruins bleeding from his right eye and his mouth. His arm stayed limp against his whole body. Rin looked on in horror as Madara broke Itachi's arm. She was having trouble staying conscious as well. She slowly willed herself up as she watched Madara approach Itachi. "This is the end. I commend you for fighting valiantly even though we did not see eye to eye, child. I'm proud that the Uchiha clan produced a shinobi such as yourself," stated Madara as he walked towards Itachi. His incomplete Susanoo taking form. Itachi struggled to stay conscious as he fell onto one of his nests. "Erza, forgive me," thought Itachi as he waited for his end. It didn't come as Madara lunged at him. Itachi kneeled down awaiting his end, rather he heard the sound of flesh being stabbed as he opened his eyes in horror as he watched blood drip down. "Rin-san," whispered a shocked Itachi. "HMPH worthless," muttered Madara. At the next moment, his eyes widened as Rin pulled Madara towards herself and with one last act of defiance, sent him flying a long distance. She pulled the sword out of her stomach as she turned to Itachi. "I guess this is the end of the road for me Itachi-chan," smiled Rin as she collapsed onto the ground. Itachi caught her with her left hand as he turned his eyes away from her. "Rin-san, why did you?" It's alright Itachi-chan, I guess I repaid Obito for saving my life as well huh," smiled Rin as blood seeped down from her mouth. Itachi looked on as Rin struggled to maintain consciousness. "Stay awake Rin-san," called Itachi in worry. It's alright Itachi-chan, I'm going to where Obito is now," whispered Rin as she closed her eyes. Itachi tried to pry her in awake, but to no avail as he hung his head in shame. "They just do me one favor alright," whispered Rin as Itachi's head shot up on hearing her whisper. "When," whispered Rin as she closed her eyes to finally rest. Itachi closed his eyes and then with two of his fingers, brought down her eyelids closing her eyes. He prayed a silent prayer as he stood up with newfound determination brewing in him. He placed Rin near an empty space where her body was safe from debris. He looked on as he saw Madara appear on the rubble. He got up as he looked up to him. "She's dead. I gave you a warning, child. Regardless, I will show you something for entertaining me this long. This is a death truly befitting you," stated Madara. Itachi looked on in weariness as Madara's Susanoo took complete form. His eyes widened as he watched Madara's Susanoo grew to an elevated height. "Now all those who have seen this have died and you will be no exception," stated Madara as he drew his hand into a fist. "Now. Stabilize." Itachi watched on as the Susanoo grew to an alarming rate. It took the form of what appeared to Itachi as a samurai. He grew weary as he glared at Madara. He watched as Madara's Susanoo drew out its sword creating a slice in the earth. Dust gathering everywhere. Itachi braced himself for the impact as he watched the ground around him stables into two parts. Madara then turned his sights on Itachi who looked weary. "Now farewell." The sword came down onto Itachi. At that moment, Itachi's eyes warped into the Manjikyu. A loud resounding thud could be heard as Madara looked on in curiosity. His eyes widened when he saw an orange shield covering Itachi and a huge flame-like sword. "No, this can't be," murmured Madara. Itachi's Susanoo then lifted the shield as it backhanded Madara's Susanoo's, ending it skidding to a halt. "The Imperial relics just what was necessary," whispered Madara. "How is it that you possess them?" "That is none of your concern," came Itachi's voice as he pierced Madara's Susanoo and then Madara. Madara looked on in shock as his Susanoo died down. He slowly looked to Itachi and started laughing. "Commendable for defeating me. Here's a treat, that girl won't die if you send her back to the ninja world. The gateway has healing properties and also I request you to heed this, the balance must be maintained, either you or her must leave this world. Once it is done you won't be able to return," explained the Edo Madara as he was finally sucked into the gourd of Itachi's Susanoo. Itachi then let the Susanoo die down as he let out a sigh of relief. He slowly began his trek back to Rin as he seated himself next to her lying form. He slowly picked her up with his left arm and made his way to the portal. He hesitated but making up his mind finally he placed Rin into the portal. He watched as a bluish glow settled over her. His eyes widened as he saw her wounds being healed. He stood there unwavering for a whole minute as the reality set in. But then he shook violently as he coughed up blood. The next thing he registered was that an orange aura covered him. He looked up in shock to see the full form of his Susanoo towering over him struggling. He then watched as the Yata mirror was torn from him and his Susanoo. It blended into the portal into Rin, and as if it wasn't even there, it was gone as was her body. Itachi blinked as his Susanoo died down, he fell to his knees as he clutched his broken right arm in pain. He looked on in pain and thought as to what had happened to the Yata mirror. To a certain extent, he was relieved that he still possessed the Yasaka's Magatama and the Tasuka blade. He was also a bit relieved to see that Rin's wounds had healed, but he scolded himself for taking such a rash action and sending Rin away. He stood up once more as he looked around at the side of the battlefield. A whole mountain leveled by the clash of their Susanoos. He briefly wondered if he did the right thing, trusting Madara's word. He shook it off as he tried to get up once more, only to stumble forward and fall. And yet once again he tried, getting up, this time he stood to his full height unwavering. He panted as he began moving forward. But to stumble forward again once more, but this time he was caught as he looked up in surprise. Erza stated Itachi in a weary voice. Just grinned at him as she tried to catch Itachi's right hand. He grunted out in pain as momentarily drew her hand back and examined his right hand. "It's broken, huh?" came statement as Itachi just nodded his head. She then placed his left hand over her neck as she slowly heaped him up. Itachi gladly accepted the help as he stood up. "Where's Rin?" came her question as Itachi just looked down at the ground remaining silent. Looked at him once more. "No, tell me you're lying," demanded as Itachi didn't respond to her. He coughed up more blood as Erza's eyes widened. "Easy, let's get you patched up first, you can explain from there, alright," said in a soothing voice as Itachi nodded his head. "Oh, did you?" came Itachi's question as didn't look at him. "How did I get here?" "Simple, I came after you guys after your ship had left, took the next one, but I had a lot of trouble finding you. Those people at the port told me that you and some woman went to the northern village. Guess you had one hell of a battle, didn't you?" came Erza's question. Itachi just nodded his head as he formulated a lie to twist the story of his battle with Madara to turn things around. She whistled as she looked at the mountain that was leveled in half. Itachi just glanced at it as he looked to the ground in remorse. "Did anyone else accompany you?" asked Itachi in hoarse breath as they walked step by step. "No, don't worry, Gildertz wanted to come but I persuaded him to stay there," grinned "Why you froze him?" asked Itachi, a hint of amusement in his voice. "Something like that anyway, it's a good thing I showed up here on time, didn't I? This place brings back memories," smiled as she walked forward, Itachi in tow. The atmosphere shifted as became serious. "You fought him, didn't you?" came Erza's question. Itachi glanced at her as he looked on ahead limping. "Well?" came Erza's voice again as Itachi contemplated what to tell her. "You lie to me and I will kill you, Itachi." Itachi paid her no mind as he limped ahead. "The truth?" asked Itachi as he looked back to her. Just nodded her head. "He sacrificed his life to save both you and your daughter and this world as well," answered Itachi as he limped forward. Just stared at him for a moment as he watched him limp forward. "She deserves better than the truth," saddened Itachi as he stole a glance at who walked to him slowly. "Your fighting style is the same as mine," came a voice of a scarlet-haired woman. "So it would seem," Erza said as she took up a stance and equipped her fire armor. Erza just smirked as she dashed forward with her sword. Only to be stopped by Erza's swat as the two of them locked their swords in combat, both glaring at each other in silence. Erza looked to her in anger and broke the silence. "The people are suffering and you choose to side with royalty?" asked an angered Erza. "I do what needs to be done," came Erza's answer as she smirked at her counterpart. "Like abandoning your brother?" Erza Nightwalker's eyes turned into slits as she glared at her counterpart. Putting her strength behind her sword, she pushed Scarlet down as the both of them kept up their locking gazes. "He's not my brother. He chooses to disobey the law," shouted Adola's Erza. Her counterpart gritted her teeth in anger as she brought her sword up once more. Cracks resounded around them as the both of them locked gazes with each other. "What's more precious? The law? Or someone who saved your life? Your own family?" shouted Scarlet as she regained her footing. Nightwalker looked to her in anger as she seethed in rage. She was being pushed back. "You know nothing," shouted Nightwalker as she brought up her left hand and placed it on her sword, gaining more strength and pushing her counterpart back. "What I do know is that someone was kind enough to the both of us, both in your world and in mine, to take care of us when we had no one. To give us second chances," shouted Earthlander Erza as she finally pushed Nightwalker away. The two skidded away as Idola's Erza re-equipped herself with her raveled. Earthlander Erza looking at her then decided to bring up her strongest armor. "This is the Armadura Fairy, it's my strongest armor," Earthlander Erza said as she charged towards her counterpart. A bride of flash encompassed the area as the both of them crashed into each other. The dust slowly settled as Earthlander Erza stood in victory. Idola's Erza fallen in front of her. "How could I surrender, I'm no match for you," whispered Idola's Erza as her counterpart just let out an audible sigh and collapsed onto the ground. "There's no such thing as winning or losing, we're both Erza after all," whispered Earthlander Erza as she looked to her Idola's counterpart. "Ask your brother for forgiveness," came Earthlander Erza's voice as her Idola's counterpart looked to her and scoffed. "And why should I?" "Because he raised you when you had nobody else. He took care of you," Earthlander Erza whispered. "And if my brother is kind and weak, then how is yours?" asked Idola's Erza. The same smiled Erza as she struggled to turn her head, wincing in pain as she did so. The sound of footsteps caught their attention as they both looked up to see the subject of their conversation. "Whoa. You girls blew a hole straight down, impressive," grinned the man as he jumped down. Erza Nightwalker looked away from the man as he raised a curious eyebrow. So Erza and the man looked to Erza Nightwalker squirt, he grinned as the girl twitched at her nickname. Erza Scarlet just smiled at the man as she looked on. He didn't wear a shirt, just a pant and a orange cowboy hat. Black sneakers adorned his feet and a chain was wrapped around his neck. He squatted down as he went to Nightwalker and looked to her injuries. "Wow, you really went at it, didn't you, squirt?" grinned the man as Erza blinked at him. Idola's Erza however looked away from him. The man tilted his head to the right as he looked on. "Hey. Are you crying?" asked the man. Earthlander Erza looked to them in shock as she watched her counterpart's eyes fill up with tears. I'm sorry brother," whispered Nightwalker as the said man just looked to her in surprise. "Sorry for what? Hey. Come on. Shut up. I'm sorry for what I did, you did everything for me and I. The man placed a hand on her face as he wiped her tears away and grinned at her. "You're my little sister. And even if you do end up hating me, that's what big brothers are for." Erza Scarlet looked on at the heartfelt moment as her thoughts went back to her own brother of what he may have been doing. The sound of snoring caught them off guard as her eyes widened in surprise to see the man from before sleeping while squatting. Erza Nightwalker's head became red in anger as she shouted at her brother. "Ace Nai-san. Wake up. This is how you ruin everything," shouted Erza Nightwalker. Her counterpart looked on as the man known as Ace slowly got up and looked around. What? Oh. Squirt. Sorry about that. I didn't sleep much yesterday," chuckled the man as he looked on sheepishly. Earthlander Erza couldn't help but let out a chuckle. Ace then got up as he turned to his sister's counterpart. "So Erza. You said you would tell me how your brother is. Is he like me?" grinned Ace as he squatted near the beaten Erza Scarlet. She chuckled. "Far from it." "Oh? Then please explain to me the differences," said a sheepish Ace. "His name is Itachi," smiled Erza as Ace raised an eyebrow at her. "Itachi? Who the heck names their kid a weasel?" "Brother doesn't talk about his past much," smiled Erza. "Ah. Strong silent type, I see," grinned Ace as he adopted a serious expression. Erza nodded her head as Erza Nightwalker looked on. "So is he from another world like me? Is he a pirate?" asked a curious Ace. "Yes, he is from another world, but he's not a pirate, he's a shinobi," explained Erza as Ace looked on in wonder. "A ninja, huh? That's nice." "Wait, this Itachi is another me, I'm a ninja in another world?" Ace asked. Curiosity abounding in him. Erza shook her head as she smiled. "No, he's different, he's not you, Ace-san. He's my brother, not her," smiled Erza as she pointed to her counterpart. "Oh? So you're saying he's better than me?" "You both have your differences, your uniquenesses," Erza answered. Ace raised a curious eyebrow. "Oh? So he is better than me? I'm going to go find him," shouted Ace as he got up. Both the Erzas shook their head at his foolishness. "But before that, I'm going to get you two patched up," grinned Ace. At that moment, a bright light shot forth from the sky as everyone looked up. "Oh, I guess it's over then, huh?" Ace sighed. He and Erza Nightwalker watched as Erza Scarlet was lifted up into the sky. She smiled as she bid her farewell. "Oh, Erza. Tell this Itachi guy I'm going to meet him someday." Erza just nodded her head as she turned to her Idola's counterpart. "Farewell," whispered the both of them together as Erza Scarlet was sucked back into the anima and back to her home, along with the rest of her friends. Ace then looked to Erza as he came up to her once more and helped her up. "I can walk on my own, brother," whispered Erza. "Sure you can. I'm just helping you take the first step," grinned Ace. "I'm not a child," came her retort. "Of course you are. See. Look at this," Ace said as he pulled out pieces of artwork from his pockets. "You? When did you?" He wagged his finger, indicating his refusal to spill his answer. "That's my secret. Besides, who doesn't love a chubby 11-year-old Erza? Brother. Earthland. Fear not though, for this can simply be seen as a new beginning, said Lily. I for one was an enemy to Fairy Tail and Idolas, but now that I can't return, I seek to join the guild that took care of the prince. You'll keep your promise and get me in, won't you, Gajeel? Asked Lily, pointing towards the Iron Dragon Slayer. Gajeel looked towards Erza, the S-class wizard, giving him a nod of approval before he rushed Lily, embracing the Exceed in a vicious hug. Of course I will, partner. He said with tears of joy flying from his eyes. I caught somebody suspicious. Interrupted Panther Lily as he dropped down from Gajeel's embrace. A big catch right off the bat, praised Gajeel. That's my cat for ya. Come here, said Lily, yanking on the rope in his hands, causing a young woman with white hair and a fairy tale tattoo to be pulled into the open. I'm not anyone suspicious, stated the girl as she looked up at the people around her. Natsu froze in place as his eyes locked onto the girl, unable to find his voice. I'm a member of Fairy Tail too. Susanoo, muttered Natsu, unable to believe what he was seeing. What's with this cat? Are you an Exceed? Asked Susanoo. I am Panther Lily, stated the Exceed, trying to impose on her with voice alone, a little difficult when you're 5 feet smaller. You got a problem with my cat? Asked Gajeel, supporting his new companion. But that's impossible, said Gray, unable to come to grips with the sight in front of him. Susanoo, said Erza in disbelief. Susanoo looked up from the Exceed and surveyed the people around her, her eyes stopping on the figure of Natsu standing there staring at her. The Exceed holding her could do nothing as Susanoo sprung from her spot, dragging Lily along as she wrapped her arms around Natsu in a hug. Natsu, she shouted in joy before the two came crashing to the ground. Pulling herself slightly upright, she looked down at Natsu with tear-filled eyes. Finally, I get to see you, I get to see the real Natsu. In an instant Lily had been dragged away again as Susanoo got her hands around the blue Exceed and was nearly crushing him in her arms. Happy, it's me, Susanoo. Her eyes shot upwards, recognizing 2 other people. Gray, Erza, this brings back so many memories. These must be new guild members, I gather, a small Wendy and Lucy. Hold on a second, don't tell me you're Susanoo. Asked Gray. Everyone stared at the white-haired girl as she knelt there with a smile on her face. Yeah. Failure did not define Itachi Uchiha. He felt the feeling only twice in his life, the first when he could not save his clan. The second, when he had pushed his brother away and bred his hatred towards him. He blamed Hismel for what had happened. He had pushed Sasuke Uchiha to become what he had become, a missing nin. But he had reconciled with his brother before he had ascended into this world. He had killed his clan, cried his heart out when he had shed the blood of his parents. The feeling did not leave him, it kept lingering around him. His right arm was bandaged neatly and placed into a cast. Safe to say, he needed at least a month or 2 to recover, not just that. Minor cuts and bruises also adorned his body. But the biggest question to everyone around him was that if the Itachi they knew would ever return. He did not dwell on the past, but the battle that he had taken part in had induced scars of psychic nature as well. And Itachi had left the land of Islvin after 2 days, after Itachi had healed or Atlas was fixed up. The people of the land they were in had thanked him. Had spoken for him since he didn't want to. A reward was given to him, but he had refused, stating that the people needed it more than he did. To rebuild their fallen land. And then they had seen them off on a ship. The passengers were scarce. Itachi had not left the room, rather he opted to stay there and ponder and heal. That too was broken when had entered the room, opting for an explanation. Itachi had given a watered-down explanation of what had happened, ignoring the facts of Madara's power-hungry struggle with him. As he had thought before, deserved better than what she was told. And hence the truth was hidden like ever before. After all, he was called to be a liar. And he would take certain matters with him to the grave. He looked out the window as he watched the ever-calmness of the blue ocean. It wouldn't be long before they reached Harjan town and then returned back to Magnolia. The exams were to be held after all. He stretched back on the seat that he occupied. The knob of the door which provided the entrance of the room gave away a sound. He didn't look at the door. He knew who it was. Entered the room as she looked at the broken Uchiha who looked out into the ocean through the circular window. The explanation had sated her curiosity, but there were some holes that didn't add up. The loss of a guild member was a heavy burden, and now only Itachi and knew about what had happened. The explanation to the rest of the guild would prove quite tedious and exhausting in emotional as well as mental effect. How you holding up, brat? Asked. Her footsteps inching closer and closer to the lost Uchiha. She stopped as she heard his voice. Have we arrived? Flinched, she had never heard his voice, well to be exact. She had never heard his voice being cold, a certain edge dominated it. But still it held that kindness that she had known when she had first met him. Yeah, pack up your stuff, do you need help? Asked. Her eyes trailed towards Itachi as he shook his head, then ushered a polite no. His left arm in a cast. She watched as he picked up his belongings with his right hand and placed them into his bag. The wanderer's bag. Smirked to herself, Itachi was in fact a wanderer. It was to be expected that he would carry such a vile thing around. A black sack. The upper rim of its opening coiled together in rope as to allow the user to wrap it around his or her shoulder. She watched as he swung it around his right shoulder. And then walked past her to the entrance of the room. Her head turned back as she watched with her left eye. Itachi left the room without a single word. She let out an audible sigh, cursing herself for being late to the battle. Flashbacks. There was another man, an enemy of Madara. Itachi stated as he looked to her, who stood opposite to him, her arms folded over her chest. Another man? What was this man's name? Asked. No one, Itachi stated as blinked her eyes in surprise. He didn't have a name. No, that is what he referred to himself as. He wished to usurp the balance between our worlds. He was skilled. It took the three of us to actually create an opening, but both Madara and Rin-san paid the price, Itachi explained. He looked to his left hand as he let out a wince of pain, adjusting his cast. So both of them are dead? Perhaps, but there may be a chance that they are indeed still alive, relating to what that man said. And what did he say? That they were transported back to my world, that is what he said before he perished. So Rin might still be alive. Well, at least there's a bright side to all of this, mused as she looked the ceiling of the settlement they were currently in. Explaining this to the rest of the guild may prove difficult, Itachi stated as brought her gaze back down to him once more. We have no choice, best to say that she died. Guilders, Puryusuka and Master should be the only ones to know the truth behind this. Itachi nodded his head. I leave that to your care. Then came up to him and hit him hard on his back. He let out a grunt of pain as he glared at the older woman. Well, at least you're back safe and sound. It's in flashbacks. Then proceeded out the door where Itachi had passed through. Coming up to the main deck, she searched for the lone Uchiha who had perched himself near the rails of the ship. She walked up to him and watched as the ship docked himself at the yard. The captain called out the place of arrival as the exit of the ship was opened. And the ramp fell to the wooden bridge. Itachi and both watched as the passengers disembarked from the ship. They too followed. They walked in silence for most of the while. She looked to Itachi as she pursed her lips. Can you walk all the way back to Magnolia town? Or should we take a carriage? Asked. It's fine, only my left arm is fractured. I will go to Puryusuka-sama's house and get it healed. We do not need to hire the services of a carriage, came his voice as grumbled. Stubborn brat, a simple no would have been enough, mumbled and grumbled as well. He raised a curious eyebrow at her and then looked to the path in front of, paid her no mind as the both of them traversed through Harem town, both with thoughts of seeing the people closest to them. Shinobi world. Rin didn't know where she was. Her body ached on all sides, but at the same time, she didn't feel the sensation of dying like she had felt before. Her vision was hazy. She could distinctly hear someone calling out to her, trying to wake her up. Her eyes fluttered open as she looked to the figure who pried her awake. Sensei? The boy who awoke her looked to his right behind him. Rin moved her head towards what the blonde-haired boy was looking at and saw the hazy figure of someone looking at her in concern. She could distinctly make out that he had gray hair and a mask adorned his face. She slowly got up as the blonde boy moved an inch away from her. She looked up once more as her eyes widened. Kakashi. The said man's eyes widened. He was adorned with bruises and scratches. Both of the people before her wore signs of fatigue and injuries. And then her attention snapped back to her other companion. If I'm here then, whispered Rin as Naruto looked to his worried sensei who stood still without any movement. Rin ... is that you ... you're alive, whispered Kakashi as he looked to his former teammate. The said woman looked to him once more and then to the boy who knelt down next to her. Minato-sensei? You sure got short, said an amused Rin. Minato ... oi. You knew my dad. Accused the blonde-haired boy. Dad ... you're his son. You're Kushina-san and Minato-sensei's son, aren't you? Exclaimed Rin, to which the said boy just grinned. Naruto Uzumaki. That's my name, Mi-chan. And don't you forget it. Grinned Naruto as he looked to his sensei, oi Kakashi-sensei. Hello. You never told us that you had a teammate who was a girl. That's Beku, she was supposed to be dead, stated Kakashi as he glared at the woman before her. It's a long story, Kakashi, but Rin looked around once more as her eyes widened. There was a battle taking place and she could distinctly see a man in a green spandex suit fighting another man in a mask and a black robe. I need to ask you something, Kakashi, Rin said as she turned to her former teammate. Kakashi's eyebrows raised in curiosity. He was baffled, his dead teammate comes back to life and now without even a greeting, she begins barraging him with questions. He was the least to say confused. Where is Madara? Rin asked as both of the people's eyes widened. If you're talking about that masked man over there. Then that's him or so he told us, but he's not the real Madara. Uchiha is fighting on the battlefield against the 5 cages, explained Kakashi as Naruto looked to her. You need to rest, Ni-chan, muttered Naruto as he stood up. She watched as he transformed into a bright flash of yellow and in a burst of speed went into battle once more. Rin slowly got up as her hand glowed a greenish color. Kakashi's eyes widened as he placed a hand on her shoulder. Surely you're not thinking off. I'm fine, Kakashi, before I came back here, I fought Madara Uchiha, the real one, with Itachi-chan, muttered Rin. Itachi? But he's dead. I'll explain it to you later, right now we need to help Naruto, everything comes later, do you understand? Asked Rin as she jumped towards the battlefield, leaving an awe-stricken Kakashi in her wake. Just what exactly happened to her? Kakashi asked as he shrugged it off and jumped into the fray as well. The end. Thanks for watching, also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.